applause for our chief guest, Dr. Mrs. Vijay Lakshmi Saxena, ma'am, and Dr. Ashok Kumar Saxena, General President, ISKA.
Okay. Yes, sir. Praveen Verma.
Yes, sir. I would like to extend a warm welcome to Praveen Verma, Dr. Praveen Verma, Professor Dr. Praveen Verma, Director Research Development, JNU. Please take your honorable seat on the dais, sir. Give a thunder round of applause for our Give a thunder round of applause for our guest of honor. I invite Professor Ashok Kumar Ghosh, Chairman SPCB Patna, to take his prestigious position on the dais.
Sir, please.
Give them a huge round of applause. Now I welcome Dr. S. Ramakrishnan, Professor, Department of Zoology, Janana Bharti Campus, Bangalore University. Sir, please take your honorable chair on the dais. Give a huge round of applause for S. Ramakrishnan, General Secretary, Professor, Department of Zoology, Bangalore University, and Dr. Shiv Satya Prakash, Treasurer of ISKA. With a huge round of applause, I welcome Professor Ellen Rai, Dean, Faculty of Science, Patna University. Sir, please take your distinguished chair on the dais.
Give a thunder round of applause for our dean.
Give a thunder round of applause for our Dean, Faculty of Science, Professor Ellen Rai. Yes, sir.
Chief Convener.
Yes, sir.
I
humbly invite Professor Arvind Kumar, Head Department of Zoology, also the Chief Convener of IceBreath 2021. Please take your honorable seat on the dais, sir. I welcome Dr. G.B. Chand, Organizing Secretary, IceBreath 2021, on the dais. Sir, please take your honorable seat on the dais. Yes, sir. ठीक है सर.
पहले felicitation.
ठीक है सर.
सबसे पहले दीप प्रज्वलन. नीतू, दीप प्रज्वलन. वो देंगे बुके के साथ एक साथ फेलिसिटेशन होगा लिया. बुके का चलो, बुके का बोल. हाँ, बुके.
Yes. On behalf of the organizing committee, I welcome you all to the 2 days international conference on emerging biosciences for rural and urban development 2021 in the premises of Department of Zoology, Patna University.
सीधे वेलकम एड्रेस के लिए बुलाओ. पहले वेलकम एड्रेस करा दे. फेलिसिटेशन. एक मिनट.
Yes, sir.
So I just took the privilege from the anchor because our Honorable Vice Chancellor has got the prior commitment to the Chancellor's office. So there is slight change in the schedule. So first of all, we will go for the felicitation of the guests on the dais, the chief guest and the president. Then there will be the lighting of lamp, and immediately after the lighting of the lamp, by the due permission of the president of the inaugural session, Professor Girish Kumar Chaudhary, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Patna University, we are shifting the function, and that there will be the address of the Honorable President. And then after, he will leave the podium for the Chancellor's meet, which is his pre-commitment. So thank you very much for cooperation. So in this context, first of all, I invite Neetu just to help in the felicitation of the dignitaries on the dais. First of all, I request the chief convener of the function to felicitate the president of today's function, Professor Girish Kumar Chaudhary, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Patna University. Give a thunder round of applause for our Vice Chancellor. Vice Chancellor, sir, तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए. The sir is known for his commitment and the change in the research atmosphere of the Patna University. And within a very short span of his tenure, he has done a great deal of job for the upliftment of the scientific face of the Patna University. So give a thunder round of applause for our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Girish Kumar Chaudhary. I request Honorable President of the session, our patron in chief, Professor Girish Kumar Chaudhary, sir, to please felicitate the chief guest of today's inaugural session, Dr. Mrs. Vijay Lakshmi Saxena, General President, Indian Science Congress Association. Give a thunder round of applause for Madam Saxena. She is known for her eminence and a great deal of work for the upliftment of the science and the connect with the society through the forum of the Indian Science Congress Association, Kolkata. I request the chief convener of the inaugural function, Professor Arvind Kumar, sir, to please do the honor to our guest of honor of today's function, Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Saxena, former General Past President, Indian Science Congress Association, who is known for his mammoth work in the Indian Science Congress Association, Kolkata. Give a thunder round of applause for Dr. Ashok Kumar Saxena, former past president, Indian Science Congress Association. This is for the first time in the history that we have two general president who is available on the podium on the dais for the inaugural session, Vijay Lakshmi Saxena ma'am and Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Saxena. अब आइए किसका है sequence? Guest of honor, Praveen ji. Now I request our honorable HOD sir to please felicitate my bosom friend, Professor of Molecular Biology and the Director Research and Development, JNU, New Delhi, Professor Praveen Verma. And just announcing his name, I am feeling myself very much nostalgic. We were the school friends in Chhapra and we have done our study together up to the honors. So it's my great privilege to welcome the guest of honor of today's function, Professor Praveen Verma, a professor of molecular biology in JNU and presently the Director, Research and Development, JNU. Give a thunder round of applause for the eminent personality like Professor Praveen Verma. I request our head, Department of Zoology and the chief convener to felicitate our special invitee, Dr. S. Ramakrishna, who is presently a head department of zoology, Bangalore University, Bengaluru, and presently he is the General Secretary, Membership Affairs of the Indian Science Congress Association. It's my proud privilege to welcome you, sir. And sir, you have also did a great job yesterday. He was one of the examiner of my PhD candidate yesterday, right now, Akanksha, who presented her PhD thesis before the external expert. So I welcome you, sir, in the premises of our Patna University, that is the Department of Geology and Zoology. This is the Geology Auditorium. Now, I request the Chief Convener, sir, to please felicitate the man who is the patron of all of us. We are sitting here, especially in the capacity of the students, and that is he is none other than the chairman, State Pollution Control Board, Professor Ashok Ghosh. So give a thunder round of applause for Ashok Ghosh, sir. And I just take the privilege to announce that he has left the meeting in the midst of his priority, and he did the meeting in the car. And he ran to the Patna University. This shows his extreme devotion, sir, extreme love, and towards the Patna University, sir. We are showing extremely our gratitude to you, sir, and we welcome you, sir. I request the chief convener of the function to felicitate our Dean Faculty of Science, Professor Dr. Ellen Rai, Head Department of Mathematics, a very dynamic person in the field of mathematics, having got a great number of publications. And we hope, sir, that in your tenure, we will uplift the face of the scientific face uplift will do for the Patna University. So give a thunder round of applause for our Dean, Professor Dr. Ellen Rai, Faculty of Science, Patna University. I request Chief Convener to please felicitate one of the eminent figure of the Indian Science Congress Association, Kolkata, and that is none other than Professor Shiv Satyaprakash, the Treasurer, Indian Science Congress Association, Kolkata, and the former Head Department of Chemistry in college. Initially, it was in the Magadha University. So give a thunder round of applause. He is also one of the major collaborators of this international congregation and this academia. Sir, we are showing our gratitude towards your contribution for this conference, sir. अब हमको लगाना है, sir. I invite Dr. D.K. Paul to felicitate our Chief Convener and the Head Department of Zoology, Patna University, Professor Dr. Arvind Kumar. Give a thunder round of applause for our dynamic head. He is the man behind the screen for creating all kinds of, congregation of academia in today's function. कहाँ गई? अनाउंसर कहाँ गई? बोलना कि डॉक्टर डीके पॉल को कहते हैं कि वो डॉक्टर जीवी चांद को करे और उसके बाद तब तुम टेक ओवर कर ले. हो गया ना बढ़िया? लाइटिंग ऑफ लैम्प. हम जब हैं तो क्या प्रॉब्लम?
Now I invite Dr. D.K. Paul, sir, Associate Professor and Coordinator, Department of Zoology, to felicitate Dr. G.B. Chand, Organizing Secretary, ISPRA 2021. Give them a huge round of applause. Prayer is the medium to connect with the Almighty. Let us start this auspicious event with the lighting of the lamp. With great pleasure and honor, I welcome chief guest, guest of honors, and all the dignitaries on the dais to lit the lamp and formally inaugurate the session.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रवेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे गुरुदैत्यकलाक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्म सदाराध्याय गुरुपुत्र परित्रात्रे गुरुपाखण्ड खण्डकाय गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रवेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
With great respect and honor, I invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Girish Kumar Chaudhary, for his presidential address. Give him a huge round of applause.
Chief guest of this international conference inaugural session, Dr. Mrs. Vijaya Lakshmi Saxena ji. Guest of honor, Padma Shri R.K. Sinha, who is connected through online. Dr. Ashok Kumar Saxena ji, Dr. Parveen Verma ji, Dr. Dhriti Banerjee ji, Professor Ashok Ghosh ji, Professor S. Ram Krishnan ji, Shiv Shankar Prakash ji, Head of the Zoology Department, Professor Arvind Kumar, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Chand, teachers of Zoology Department, teachers of Patna University, Dean Faculty of Science, Dr. Ellen Rai, heads of the department of different faculty, different department of Patna University, teachers from other university, Dr. Tanuja is here, other dignitaries, press media, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I will take apology from these eminent and learned persons available here. Normally, presidential address should be at the end, but due to some urgent meeting in Governor House, I have to go. That is why I requested. So you leave me, but yesterday night, Organizing Secretary Chand reached to my residence and requested, please come for at least 2 minutes. So I am already late. So first of all, I would like to thank people of Zoology Department who have organized this type of international conference, even then in this pandemic situation. Many learned people from different part of countries and abroad are available here. I hope my teachers, research scholar, and student participants will get benefited from this international conference. This is the platform where exchange of knowledge, discussion on innovative ideas can be made. So one thing I would like to tell my teachers from science faculties are available over here. 1 week before, I was having a meeting with the project director, science and technology, and he told me that none of the projects have been submitted from Patna University. So on this occasion, I will request my teachers to submit research project to DST. He is very eager to provide you project. And if you will have a project, of course, some research will be there and research will be there. Your publication will be there, and from publication you will be known at different part of country and abroad. So research is very, very important. So again, I would like to thank the organizer of this conference, and on behalf of Patna University, I welcome all eminent and learned persons available over here, or some people are connected through online. I welcome all you, sir. And again, I take apology that I have to go. So I was thinking I should be here, but I'm sorry for that. I hope all will get benefited from this conference. And I wish you all for great success of this conference. Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, the patron-in-chief of today's function. What to speak about our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir? Sir, we can sense the heat of your emergency, your meeting at the Chancellor's office. And sir, you kept the prestige of our university and the department. So we are deeply touched. We are showing a great attitude. And regards for your presence as the presidential address, as it was formally announced that sir has got the special engagement at the Chancellor's office. So he just he will just leave the podium. So give a thunder round of applause for our Vice Chancellor.
Such conferences and seminars and events have always been organized in the Department of Zoology, Patna University, and this is the one adding to the heritage. Pandemic, the ongoing crisis, has whirled the global order and has bent our lives. In confrontation of once-in-century crisis, warriors backed by science and research are playing critical role, not just in addressing the crisis, but also in assuring equitable and sustainable development. India being one of the signatories of Sustainable Developmental Goals by United Nations General Assembly. Take it, sir. I feel immense pleasure to invite Professor Ellen Rai, Dean, Faculty of Science, Patna University, on the stage to address the gathering.
Good afternoon to all respected dignitaries, chief guests, and dear students. I welcome you all to this international conference, Bioscience, the diverse field of study and industry with a common thread, applying knowledge to develop biological solutions that sustain, restore, and improve the quality of life for humans, plants, and animals in our world. From life-saving therapies and procedures to healthier foods and cutting-edge research, society benefits from a better quality of life because of bioscience. Scientific inventions and discoveries have changed the way mankind lives in the modern world. Technological advancements have made our lives completely different compared to how our ancestors lived. The most vital areas of advancement in the field of bioscience has really helped in improving the majority of the population general health. This is all attributed to bioscience research, which has made tremendous improvement in the health industry. Diseases that were impossible to cure are now curable thanks to cloning, genetic engineering, radiotherapy, and chemotherapy technologies. These advancements have opened doors for better living and new career opportunities. New diseases and ailments that affects human beings appear every day. Through bioscience research, professionals are able to detect and provide treatment options to the disease before they spread to uncontrollable scales. It is vital for every government to promote bioscience research in its jurisdiction because it has a mandate to protect its people. Through research, we can learn all the do's and do nots to having a long-lasting and healthy life. Most of the diseases that affect human beings can be avoided through this type of research. Mankind is always searching for new ways to handle tasks and solve the problems it is faced with. This has led to the revolution in our lives, which has improved our living standards. This leads to inventions and discoveries, which have sped up diagnosis and testing of diseases, unlike the conventional way, which look much more time to do. Genetic and cloning techniques are being used research and treatment of AIDS, which is thought to be incurable, but with recent technologies, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Modern molecules techniques are being used to come up with vaccines against incurable disease. Magnetic resonance imaging and the ultrasound tests are also in the use, and they are improving diagnosis and treatment methods. Despite the challenge ahead, the future is looking better for ideas-based biological research in India. Thanking you.
So thanks, Professor Dr. Ellen Rai, our Honorable Dean, Faculty of Science, Patna University. And he has also got a special prior commitment. He's going for some confidential work, which I could not announce from this podium. And that's why sir is also taking the leave. So we are showing a great sense of gratitude for your gracious presence, sir.
Thank you.
So, भिजवा देंगे department. I take the permission of the chief guest of today's function because there was slight change in the program schedule, which we have already finalized due to the engagements of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, the President of today's function, as well as the Dean Faculty of Science. So I take the opportunity to invite Professor Arvind Kumar sir to please go for his formal welcome address, and then there will be the further proceedings. So sir, the Professor Dr. Arvind Kumar. This day fills me with a sense of joy and pride today. Today I remember that day when inception of this conference came to my mind and a meeting with main collaborator MSET ICCB Ranchi was held, in which a team or organizing committee was formed. And I'm sorry to say that Professor Mahendra Prasad, who was the main instrumental, we had talks to start this conference, is no more due to COVID-19, because this conference was to be held. This conference was to be held in April 2020 only. But due to the COVID-19 pandemic and lockdowns, we had to postpone it. In the meantime, I'm really wish that Professor Mahendra Prasad's soul may rest in peace. He became victim. So I would like to say that if time is money, then today you have spent millions for us. Because I think I need to multiply the word welcome 1,000 times to match it with your efforts to come over here. So in one word, I am telling about the welcome. However, it is my pleasure indeed to welcome Dr. Mrs. Vijaya Lakshmi Saxena, General President ISCA, Indian Science Congress Association, Kolkata. Yesterday, Madam was in my chamber and I missed her for the first time. And I found her so elegant, graceful, and very enthusiastic. I welcome you, Madam, for your graceful presence here in my department. You have taken so much pain to come here all the way from Kanpur. It is a proud privilege to welcome our Honorable and learned Vice Chancellor, Professor Girish Kumar Chaudhary, who has kindly consented to grace the occasion, but he had to leave due to some prior commitment, sudden change in his schedule. He is very efficient Vice Chancellor. Under his able administration, the university has made many improvements and many developments. It is a wonderful and lovely moment to welcome Professor Ashok Ghosh, Chairman Bihar State Pollution Control Board, Patna, who has come all the way over here, taking his precious time out of his busy schedule. He is an experienced researcher in the field of environmental pollution of different types, and especially on arsenic, he has done a lot of work. I'm feeling absolutely delighted to welcome Dr. Ashok Kumar Saxena, who has been former General President of Indian Science Congress Association several times. As I could gather, sir, I think he has been several times. Yeah. So he has taken so much pain to come all the way from Kanpur with his better half. So I welcome you, sir. I'm feeling very happy to, it is my pleasure to welcome Dean Faculty of Science, Professor Ellen Roy, who is also head of the mathematics department, Patna University, and he had to leave for some secret confidential work. He had to go, he told me. So he took leave earlier. He is a very nice man, as I personally know him. I'm so happy to welcome Professor S.R. Padmdev. He has not come, no? Okay. But he has not come due to his prior occupation, but I welcome him also. He is one of the collaborators in this conference. It feels great welcome, you know, Professor S. Ramakrishnan, head of the Department of Zoology, Bangalore University, Bengaluru. Yesterday, he has also taken a Bhaiva Bhose examination of one student in the department. He had a double occupation here. It is pretty good for me to welcome Dr. Praveen Verma, who is Director, Research and Development, JNU, New Delhi. I welcome you, sir. I take this opportunity to welcome galaxy of PG heads who are present here. Dr. Virender Prasad, all other PG heads, UG head, Dr. Mahbub Hassan, and many heads, Dr. Tanuja, I think from other university, okay, and many university officials who are present here. Maybe it is beyond my vision, but all the university officials, I welcome them who are present. I welcome Dr. Gopal Sharma, scientist E, in charge of ZSI, Patna, and he is a dolphin boy of the department. You know, he has done a lot of work in field of dolphin. So I welcome you, sir. I welcome Professor Susat Prakash, who has been head of the PG Department of Chemistry in college, and he is also the president of ISKA Patna chapter. Now, it is delightful and gratifying for me to welcome all my faculty members, members of the PG Department of Zoology, Professor P.K. Khan, who is also the development officer and convener of this conference, Dr. G.V. Chand, who is the organizing secretary, Dr. Anupma Kumari, Dr. D.K. Paul, joint secretary, another joint secretary, Dr. Satendra Kumar, who is from SNS College. He is head of the Department of Zoology there in Hajipur. Excuse me. I welcome also Dr. S. Mahbub Hassan, treasurer, co-treasurer Dr. G.K. Azad. Dr. Mahbub Hassan is the head of department of Patna Science College Zoology Department. He is also a treasurer in this conference. And other faculty members, Dr. Priyanka Sharma, Dr. Ranjana, Dr. Babita Sharma, Dr. Akhilesh Kumar, all must be there somewhere, I hope. And then I welcome all the distinguished guests, all the participants, all the research scholars, all my students of the department and other departments, without whose vital involvement, this conference would not have been possible. They have worked day and night, all the research students and our MSc students, they have worked day and night. So I also welcome all those students, participants, staffs of the department, Ravi ji, who is office assistant, Munna ji, the library assistant, Lal Bahadur, Ravi Ranjan, Amrinder. Excuse me. Last but not the least, I welcome press and electronic media. I really welcome you all from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you, sir, for your welcome address. Taking the session forward, I now invite Dr. G.B. Chand, Organizing Secretary, IceBird 2021, to present the theme of the conference.
Good morning to one and all. Respected Professor Girish Kumar Chaudhary, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Patna University, in absentia. He has already left the podium for his busy schedule. The chief guest of today's function, Dr. Mrs. Vijaya Lakshmi Saxena, General President, ISKA Kolkata. Guest of honor, Professor Ashok Kumar Saxena, former General President, Indian Science Congress Association, Kolkata. Professor Praveen Verma, Professor of Molecular Biology and the Director, Research and Development, JNU. And Padma Shri Professor R.K. Sinha, he is also online. So I welcome you, sir. Dr. Dhriti Banerjee, Director, Zoological Survey of India, and she is also going to join very shortly. Already she has joined, so I welcome you, ma'am, also. Our Guru, Professor Ashok Ghosh, Chairman, State Pollution Control Board. Professor S. Ramakrishnan, Head Department of Zoology, Bangalore University. And Ellen Rai, our Dean, Faculty of Science, already left due to his busy schedule. And we have amidst us, I'm just taking the privilege of taking the name of those persons who has been left by our chief convener. So I first take the privilege to welcome Neil Sarovar Bhavesh, who is the senior scientist and group leader, ICGEB New Delhi. Give a thunder round of applause for Neil Sarovar Bhavesh, that is the senior scientist and group leader, and he has come all along from New Delhi from the ICGEB. And Dr. Krishna Pandey, Director Icmr RMRI RIMS, and he is very shortly he is going to join. He is also the chairperson of the first technical session. And Dr. Rajpal Singh Yadav, he is the chairperson, Department of Control of Neglected Tropical Disease, Global Vector Control Response, World Health Organization, WHO Geneva. Perhaps he has already joined, sir. So he is from Geneva. Give a thunder round of applause for Dr. Rajpal Singh Yadav, who is the chairperson there. Amidst us, we have the Dr. Katoch. It's a great privilege for all of us that the keynote address will be delivered at 12:40 p.m. by Dr. Vishwa Mohan Katoch, who is the Nasi ICMR Chair on Public Health Research at Rajasthan. He was the President of AIMS Madurai, Chairman Lepra Society, former Secretary Department of Health Research, Government of India, and the Director General, Indian Council of Medical Research. So we welcome you, sir. Dr. Vishwa Mohan Katoch, give a thunder round of applause for us that, sir, you are going to address the keynote address for us. And we have amongst us Dr. J. Ranjana, who is the convener of the Nasi Patna chapter. I welcome you, ma'am, from here. We have with us Dr. Janardhan Ji, and that is the former director ICAR, and he was also one of the he is the president of the ICCB, MSCT ICCB. So I welcome you, sir. And at the same time, there are so many dignitaries who are already present in the podium, who is already been announced by our chief convener. So just cutting short of the time, I do not want to take the names of them. I welcome all of them from bottom corner of my heart. Some of the eminent speakers, Praveen Verma is sitting here, and he is the Director, Research and Development, JNU, and it will be a very proud privilege for us to have you, sir, here in our premises. And he has a commitment. He is a true Bihari. He is a Bihari in a natural sense, and he is doing much for his the upliftment of the face of the Bihar, so far the scientific pursuit is concerned. So I welcome you, sir, in this premises. We are having Dr. Arvind Kumar, Scientist F from CCMB Hyderabad, and he will be delivering today itself. He has perhaps joined also, and he will deliver at 3:30 p.m. Then we have the Krishna Pandey, sir. We have the opportunity to have with us Dr. R.S. Sharma, former Additional Director, NVP DCP, NCDC Delhi, and WHO expert of malaria vector control. I also welcome you, sir, Dr. R.S. Sharma. He will be shortly joining. We have with us the Tadit Rai Chaudhary, the School of Environmental Studies, Jadavpur University, Kolkata. He has rang me that he has already joined, sir, the inaugural session. He will be there speaking today itself. Then we have the BHU head, Department of Zoology, Professor S.K. Trigun, who has recently joined as head of the Department of Varanasi, Department of Zoology, BHU, and he will be delivering the last plenary session of today's function. I got the opportunity to welcome also PK Shrivastava, who has already joined, but his deliberation is tomorrow. He is the former Joint Director, Head Vector Control and Entomology, and Country's Nodal Officer for Elimination, National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program, Government of India. We have the privilege to welcome two of our son of soil, who is residing in the University of California, Los Angeles, California, And the Southern University, Houston, Texas, he has already joined. Dr. Sunil Kumar, Veteran Affairs Medical Center, Los Angeles, California, and the California Health Science University, Clovis, California, and also affiliated with the University of California. He will be delivering tomorrow at 9:30 on the precision psychiatry. Dr. Shishir Sishodia, he is the professor, Department of Biology, College of Science, Engineering, and Technology, Texas Southern University, Houston, Texas, USA. He will be also delivering. He has already joined. He has rang me that he has already joined the inaugural session. So I welcome both of you, sir, Dr. Sunil, sir, and Dr. Shishir Sishodia from the Department of Zoology, Patna University itself. We have with us Dr. Uma Kansahu and Dr. Vikas Singh, two of the youngest colleagues who is residing in the USA and who is the colleague of our new incumbent and the professor, assistant professor, Dr. Gajendra Kumar Azad in the Department of Zoology. And both of them probably they are doing with Gajendra, or some of them they are the junior to you, na? So I welcome you, sir, both Shishir Uma Kansahu from the Houston Street, Chicago, and Dr. Vikas Singh. They have perhaps joined. And we have Dr. Rakesh also from the Nanotechnology, Aryabhat Knowledge University. We have with us Dr. R.C. Dhiman, who will perhaps he has joined. He has already joined. Na? So R.C. Dhiman, he will be delivering his lecture on tomorrow. He is the scientist G, ICMR, NIMR, New Delhi. We have with us the youngest keynote speaker, Dr. Saurabh Yadav, and he will be speaking on the significance of the intellectual property right. And he is from the Department of Biotechnology, Hemwati Nandan Bahuguna Central University, Srinagar, Garhwal, Uttarakhand. So he will be also joining. He has already joined in the inaugural session. We have with us Professor Birendra Prasad also. He will be also delivering tomorrow. And we have with us Professor Diwakar Singh Dinesh, the scientist E and HOD, Division of Vector Biology and Control. I welcome you, sir. And you will be also delivering tomorrow. So, as organizer, we have planned this conference as a great platform for global networking to deal with the best quality consideration in health, nutrition, food security, biodiversity conservation, sustainable bioresource management for the welfare of the mankind, and to address the issues raised by the climate change condition. I would like to thank all of you and my colleague who have worked tirelessly on putting our extraordinary conference together. Despite major breakthrough and discoveries in recent years, understanding of biological system still faces many challenges. With the increasing population, day by day, we will need more efficient and sustainable ways for food and nutritional security and health management, including better mode of diagnostics and therapeutics. So there is an emergence of new concept, that is therapeutics, that includes both diagnostics and therapy. Understanding of biological system plays vital role in achieving sustainable development. Sir, IceBread 2021 is being attended by nearly 300 participants, both online and on the physical mode. More than 24 of distinguished speakers from country and abroad, as I have already announced, will introduce and discuss cutting-edge development in a large number of areas of life sciences, including recent biotechnological approaches for the development of medical and pharmaceutical, food and agriculture, and industrial microbiology sector of our country. Beside issues related to environment, climate change, utilization of natural resources for sustainability, biodiversity conservation, as well as ethics in research and intellectual property right will also be addressed by the eminent speaker of the country and abroad. Sir, I am positive enough that all participants, experts, research personnels, policymakers, key sectors leaders, stakeholders, and students will participate, cooperate, and exchange their ideas in order to focus on building a greater connect with the common man for their secured and comfortable life. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is a great honor to host such eminent dignitaries and delegates participants at Patna University, Patna premises during 21st, 22nd December 2021. I'm looking forward for a very highly motivating and revealing meeting. At the onset, once again, I welcome you all from bottom corner of my heart. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Now I am taking the privilege to invite all the dignitaries on the dais to release the abstract cum souvenir. Give them a huge round of applause. Give a thunder round of applause to our dignitaries. Give them a huge round of applause. Thank. Stepping into the next segment, I am delighted to invite Professor Dr. Praveen Verma, Professor of Molecular Biology, Director Research and Development, JNU, New Delhi, to grace the stage. Give him a huge round of applause.
Good morning to all, and respected all the dignitary on the dais. I will cut short of all the introductions, and I welcome all of you for this particular symposium, which I am really privileged to be a part of this symposium. I thank you, the organizing secretary, Dr. Gyanendra Bahadur Chand. He is my classmate also, his childhood friend also, who has invited me. I'm really delighted to come here and speak in front of all of you. Dear all colleagues and students, I'm going to speak something about, usually I used to give, in the many places in Bihar, some of the lectures which can motivate all of you to, do something in from your own state, which is lacking actually in this particular scenario. So next slide. So what I am going to speak about is that our ancient glorious past. We all know that the Bihar is known for all the intellectuals, many things from the science and technology. Long back, in Aryabhatta, who is born in Patliputra in Magad, and is of the modern Bihar. Next slide. So what we are actually learning from the past. So the important thing is that we are learning from the past, the ancient India science, and previous. So how we are going to take our knowledge to science and teaching and research in India. So next slide. So what we are lacking in Bihar. So you must have heard the vice chancellor of the university, that not a single project has been submitted. So I am in the part of many committees of India where the most of the task forces where the extramural funds and the grants and everything is being so what I find is hardly I lack hardly I get any project from our state Bihar, and mostly why it is happening. So what I am going to analyze today is the present situation, which is not encouraging because of all those reasons. What we are having the past, why I have talked about the past, because of the fact that the past was really glorious, but what we are doing at present time, this is also very, very important for all of us. So the where we can lacking in this these scenario is, first thing is that the institutionals institutions in Bihar, hardly, any, only few institutions which you can, count on your fingers that of, national importance are situated in Bihar. So that was one most important thing, that we should, take care of all these things. We should invite, we should make a ecosystem where, such type of institution can be established, as well as most of the research in the universities, it's going on many places. Last time I was there in the many committees of Northeast India. They are, developing a lot, in the field of research in the Northeast India. But why we are lacking? We had such a glorious past, but we are lacking all these things. So that we are going to discuss about all these things. And the previous slide, don't change. So research interest among the faculty and the students is also very, very important, and which is actually we are lacking very less number of R&D projects from Bihar. So this is one thing that I'm just, igniting all of you, your young minds, even the students, come out from all these, the things, because nowadays, without doing the competitive research, you can't do such type of, research in your state. So next slide. So what to do? So basically, whenever I speak about the solution as well. So we have to develop a ecosystem for the research. An ecosystem will be not developed by certain political parties or organization or university. It is ecosystem will be developed by the faculty and the students and researchers. So these are the most important things that you can the development of ecosystem for research which is lacking in Bihar, that we should attract how to the potential minds, the young students, they should come forward and do such certain type of the research wherever you are talking about. So the most of the important thing is the project and funding. That is now in modern scenario, without funds you cannot do very quality research. So the funding is very, very important. What I feel that while seeing most of the times the research projects which is being submitted from Bihar, they are lacking many things, so maybe they need to be given certain type of training that we have given to Northeast India, and they are presenting very nicely. So what we are we should act on the research quality improvement, and most important thing is that research collaboration. Now you can just see that many places outside Bihar, many good scientists originated from Bihar, they are there. And you can definitely collaborate, not only the people who are from Bihar, but for other institutions also you can collaborate. So by collaboration, there are several programs are available in DST, DBT, or many other organizations, ICMR also, where you can have a sandwich type of programs, where you can develop a certain type of research programs, and you can increase your efficiency, as well as somehow you can enhance this way the exchange programs and other things, that you can definitely get some sort of research progress in the field of science. Next slide. So there is a time of e-learning. So our new education policy is all about many things which is coming about the e-learning. So online course development already is there. So many people that I'm talking to in the point of students, that you can attend such type of courses. Now it is mainly online. SWAYAM type of courses are also available, as well as even the Jawaharlal University has also started e-learning programs. So we will have videos, even though you don't have the opportunity to listen to those people, but definitely you can attend their classes, you can interact with those people. So these are something which is going to come in next 4 or 5 years. Let's have the opportunity to gather all these information from all these platforms. The social media we are using for many purposes, but we should also come across with the social medias which can develop this type of environment in Bihar. most important thing is that now this era of interdisciplinary science. So where you cannot say that, the plant research is, away from the animal research, and, the whatever, the biochemistry and even medical science, everything is coming together. Even physics is coming, chemistry is coming. So if you have a program like, where the different interdisciplinary programs are, come together, and then you can submit a proposal, the chances of getting a proposal is very high if you have a network type of programs where, different facets of the research field are coming together and coming for the project proposal. Next slide. So the mostly the traditionally we talk about the traditional path of the scientist is either academia. You become, the scientist or professor or assistant professor, or, many places you can have a research career as a postdoctoral fellows and research associates, all those things that you can have. One thing that we lack in Bihar is that the amount of, the people are coming in the industries, the mostly startups and other things from other states, they are actually lacking from Bihar. And I can, tell you that this is one of the important thing, that whenever you have this type of in your mind, मुझे तो PhD करना है या मुझे आगे बढ़ना है, but ये भी एक बहुत बड़ा area है where we can definitely go for all these things. स्टूडेंट्स लोगों के दिमाग में हमेशा ये होता है कि अगर आप साइंस पढ़ रहे हो, बायो साइंस पढ़ रहे हो, तो आप या तो मेडिकल में जा रहे हो या आप जा रहे हो इंजीनियरिंग में, बट उसके अलावा भी बहुत कुछ है, और इसको हम सब लोगों को समझने की जरूरत है कि इस पर्टिकुलर स्टेट में मुझे लगता है कि काफी अपॉर्चुनिटीज है, काफी तरह की चीजें हैं जो हम लोग नहीं जानते हैं. हमारा काम यही है कि इन सब चीजों को आप लोगों को इग्नाइट करना है, ताकि आप लोग इस सब फील्ड में आए और इन सब फील्ड्स में आप काम करना शुरू करें. Next slide. So I talked about entrepreneurships and startups, where, we do have a lack of knowledge of startups in biological sciences. Incubators in Bihar incubators are basically where, if you have a startup, you can have a basic facility where you can start your own company. So that, the even government of India is given BIREC. I'm also a member of the committees where, you can get even 50 lakhs rupees for 1.5 years for developing your own company from government of India, as well as the incubators that you can have. So I think, the Patna University being, the premier institution, they should, go for the establishing a startup, the incubator in Patna University, and which is very, very important, that, and also the knowledge-based industries like, that high database science and other things that also we have to understand. So next slide. So what the faculty of scientists of native Bihar, that we have made a small organization where, the Dr. Neil is also there, and many other faculties are there. Whenever we get any, opportunity to give some sort of, the inspiring lectures or anything, we are always, open for that. And many places in Bihar, we have, given lectures in this past pandemic situation, as well as we have, organized many frequent webinars, seminars, motivational talks, workshops to write project, which is very, very important, that we are going to organize. If you, the faculty members of the department, if they can, talk to us, we can organize certain, programs where we can have the collaborative research opportunities, and as well as, the workshop, how to write projects. So helping developing the higher education and research in Bihar is our major goal, and definitely we will succeed. We require, all support from all of you, that we should, at least develop a ecosystem, certain type of, which is lacking in Bihar for, doing the research in the field of science. Next slide. So what I'm usually I give to the students, that without your the saying by our great the President Professor Dr. Abdul Kalam, who has told that, without your involvement, you can't succeed. And with your involvement, you can't fail. So these are some of the words that, that I usually give to the students. So next slide. So the students, that the major goal should be that if you are doing what you love, then it is really not really work. Basically, it's your passion. It becomes your passion. Next slide. So the passion is basically that the work with the passion to achieve your goals, and the dream in daytime is very, very important. I always tell to my students also, and fix your goals, give your 100%, definitely you will be succeeded in this particular field. So the most important thing is for the students that always I give this slides to them, that sometimes you need to do something which is completely different from the that which can distinguish yourself. So next slide. So the self-assessment is also very, very important, that what do you want to do, what actually energizes you, and what type of tasks and activities makes you completely lose track of time. So that is also very, very important. What next slide. So the most important thing for the researcher, young researchers and students, that you think big and noble. Next slide. Think as per the present time and situation, and think something to transform your society. That is, the Bihar that you are talking about. And think big to achieve your goals to transform India. Next slide. So the novelty is very, very important. What we find, while seeing the research which is being published from Bihar, as well as the projects which is actually lacking. So we call something like tomato potato research. You will love to see this terminology. What is tomato potato research? Basically, if something has been done in tomato, you will do in potato. Something has been done in mouse, you will do in human beings. So sometimes that there are some correlation, but exactly same you should not repeat. So that's why we lack novelty in all these regards. Next slide. So then it's very important to discuss with your friend, attend seminars and webinars, conferences. Next slide. So thank you very much. I hope that probably with my short lecture, maybe you all will get ignited and at least do something to develop science and ecosystem in science in Bihar. Thank you very much.
So thanks, Dr. Praveen. Your deliberation itself shows your suffer from first to us, and you are a man of eminence, no doubt about it. We will be also benefited in the next session. You will be the plenary speaker in the next session. So I take the opportunity to invite Professor R.K. Sinha sir, who has already joined, and he will just say a best wishes. He had just rang me. So I am inviting Professor Sinha sir, the Padma Shri Professor R.K. Sinha, the Vice Chancellor, SMVD University, and the son of the soil, and the brilliant alumnus, and from the Department of Zoology, sir. And then Madam Vijay Lakshmi Saxena, the chief guest, will speak. So I invite Professor Padma Shri Professor R.K. Sinha, sir.
Thanks, Dr. Chand. Honorable Chief Guest of today's function, learned colleagues, dear students and participants from the different parts of India and globe. It's my proud privilege to join this webinar, international conference on emerging bioscience research for rural and urban development, being organized by my alma mater, where I served more than 40 years as faculty member and also as a student. So I would like to highlight some required bioscience research, especially for rural and urban development. Friends, my interest area has been River Ganga, biodiversity of Ganga, the Ganges River dolphin, fish and fisheries, and other ecological aspects. So what I feel that ecosystem services for the rural people and urban people had some different facets and different perception. For the rural people, the bioscience can play a very, very important and diversified role because their economy is dependent on agriculture. At the same time, in remote areas, forests and other biodiversity, and also the indigenous knowledge they have, not only for agriculture, but even for human health, biodiversity. But it is unfortunate that those indigenous knowledge, or I can say the Indian knowledge system, which is being highlighted in NEP 2020, is not coming in focus of the younger generation. We all are aware that how fast biodiversity, especially the agrobiodiversity, and also indigenous knowledge is getting vanished very fastly. We must take into account how to document the biodiversity in rural and urban areas, what kind of impact urban areas had put on biodiversity, and our food habit, which is dependent mainly on water intensive products of agriculture, like rice, wheat, potato, onion, tomato, something like this. Whereas on one hand, we need to save water. On other hand, we have to ensure that production is not affected, because such a vast country with such a vast population, we need to feed them. At the same time, also the economy of rural economy has become the market-driven economy, and that is the reason we are not only dependent on very few items of crops for our food and even fisheries, and that is creating deficiency of micronutrients in our body. Because earlier, I remember very well during my childhood, more than 10 types of pulses, cereals, and varieties of vegetables, fruits were part of our food habit. Nowadays, it has become very few one on which we are dependent, and that, as I told you, not only water intensive, rather deficient of micronutrients. So such kind of research and knowledge. So one idea came from Madhav Gadgil that People's Biodiversity Register, if we can document whatever is available, what has been left in our rural areas, if that is documented, and at the same time, indigenous knowledge with some people who may not be literate, but very important knowledge is there, that can be included in the People's Biodiversity Register. And it will be very, very helpful, not only for the rural economy, rural health. Friends, Dr. Jain has documented the indigenous knowledge dependent on plants, but not on animals. The animal-based indigenous knowledge and Indian knowledge system is also there. We need to focus on that. Otherwise, a time will come soon when all such indigenous knowledge will not be available for our future generation. So my humble suggestion would be that even for urban people, we should have some kind of research and awareness campaign to consume varieties of locally produced food items. That includes cereals, pulses, vegetables, even non-veg and other things. We should remember that even in Earth Summit 1992, focus was on not only to protect biodiversity, conserve biodiversity, but consume diversified food items. I don't find much research on these areas. Moreover, taxonomy, unfortunately, has got either backbench or out of classroom. So our students are not getting training of taxonomy, and without taxonomy, how we can document the biodiversity. So besides other high-tech research, this kind of research is also very, very important and probably cost-effective and water-effective production should be there. And for this, we need to go to rural area and convince the people based on our research findings, our documentations, and probably that will help government also. And such kind of researches in our local areas, which is lacking. People are thinking always global level, but we should think global but act local. That should be our motto. So with these few words, I would like to stop here because already I understand some time or you are getting late. So I will not take your more time. And I could not find time to join physically there. So it was my proud privilege to see so many dignitaries at my alma mater in Patna University. And I extend my heartiest welcome to all of them. And at the same time, many, many thanks to all of you who could find time to join there physically. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Professor R.K. Sinha, sir. Your gracious deliberation has boosted us, sir, and we have already learned from you, sir. And just we are carrying the legacy, what you have taught to us for the organization of this kind of conferences, symposia, and seminar. So I show my extreme gratitude from the bottom core of my heart, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Now I take the privilege to invite the chief guest of today's function, Dr. Mrs. Vijay Lakshmi Saxena, the General President, Indian Science Congress Association, to deliver her kind words. Give a thunder round of applause for our chief guest.
Thank you. Very good afternoon to all present here for this international conference. The president of the session already left, the Vice Chancellor of Patna University, Dr. Ashok Saxena, former General President of Indian Science Congress Association, Professor Ramakrishna, General Secretary, Indian Science Congress, Professor A.K. Ghosh, Chairman, SPCB Bihar, Professor Praveen Verma, Director, R&D, JNU, Professor Yusuf Prakash, Treasurer, Indian Science Congress, Professor R.K. Sinha, Vice Chancellor, SMVD University, to whom we just now will listen his online address. Dr. Arvind Kumar, Chief Convener, Dr. G.B. Chand, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Ranjana, Convener, ISKA Patna Chapter, Dr. Anupma Kumari, Department of Zoology, Patna University. All the participants of the international seminar, invited speakers from India and from abroad, head of the all of departments of this university and colleges, and from the nearby places, dean, faculty members, chapter conveners, students, ladies and gentlemen, and media personnel. It is indeed an immense pleasure for me that Patna chapter of Indian Science Congress Association is organizing two-day international conference on emerging bioscience research for rural and urban development 2021 in collaboration with Department of Zoology, Patna University, Patna Science College, Patna, MSCT ICCB Ranchi, Jharkhand, and National Academy of Science, Patna chapter. First of all, I wish to thank Professor Yusuf Prakash, Treasurer, ISKA, Kolkata, for granting me the opportunity to share my views with the galaxy of eminent scientists, along with the organizing secretary, Dr. G.B. Chand. I will start my speech by the famous quote of Swami Vivekananda. To make a great future India, the whole secret lies in organization, accumulation of power, coordination of wills. Over the past few years, India has seen some incredible extension. India not only has to quickly rise to the status of developed nation, but also has to compete with the best in the world to be counted among the techno-economic leaders. Modern technology and management methods are going to be the main instrument to achieve this. The liberalizations of India's market has led to a flow in foreign investment and has increased the availability of all goods, from necessities like food to internet access. Bioscience research for rural and urban development needs life sciences, agriculture, medical researches. Natural sciences are important with interdisciplinary approaches like social sciences, humanities, landscape design, principles, planning, and communication for a sustainable world. Potential applications are relevant to the society's need, are essential for the strength of the country in all spheres of activities, including basic research in science and its findings to reach the common people for the improvement of their life. We can predict that 100 years from now, the earth may be inhabited by between 6 and 8 billion people, very few of whom live in extreme poverty, 70 to 90% of whom live in towns and cities, and nearly all of them participate in a globalized market-based economy. It is expected that lasting conservation success can best be realized when the human population stabilizes and begin to decrease. Extreme poverty is alleviated, and the majority of the world's people and institutions act on a shared belief that it is in their best interest to care for rather than destroy the natural basis of life on Earth. We are at the dawn of 22nd century. The population till 2050 will be 9 billion people with virtually no scope for horizontal growth. It is a challenging task due to uncertainties in global climate and shrinking resources. Besides, for the past few decades, however, productivity of agriculture crops has been enhanced through the process of advanced plant breeding methods and crop management practices. Recent advances in innovative biotechnological tools aided immensely to the enhanced production. Biotechnology exists since 8,000 years when the ancient Sumerians used yeast to make beer. Application of biotechnology possibly unravels the current and future needs of food security and nutrition. The world where international migration, trade, and development assistance are limited reflects ongoing investments in health, education, and cities, which could lead to a 22nd century Earth with a population below 7 billion, that is, a population smaller than today. The global poverty rate predictions suggest that by 2030, the percentage of the extremely poor could be between 3 to 7% globally. Although over 700 million people globally are still poor, including many living in sub-Saharan Africa, the international adoption of Sustainable Development Goal 1, that is the end of poverty in all forms everywhere, suggests a realistic aspiration to what only a few decades before seemed as impossible. The eradication of extreme poverty. The growth of cities evaluated scenario that suggests a maximum extent of 5.9 by 2030. 5.9% by 2030. It is predicted that between 2000 to 2030, global urban land cover will grow by 200%, while urban populations will grow by some 70%. However, collectively, urban areas occupy only a relatively small fraction of the entire surface. We are passing through accelerating times. For the first time in the last 300 years, we have received the respect of almost every major country. This is because of the superbly talented young people of India. I am a firm believer in the role of youth in building a great future for India. I would like to conclude by recalling Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore's immortal lines in which he prayed for a future India where, among other things, a clear stream of reasons would prevail. I am confident that this confluence of leading lights of science from home and abroad will throw up useful ideas on how emerging bioscience research will shape rural and urban development of India. As the Indian Science Congress crosses another milestone, let us pledge to keep alive the passion of its architects for truth that is eternal and beautiful, and their dream to lead India to greater heights of knowledge. Let me also take this occasion to wish all those gathered here a very happy Christmas and a very happy New Year. I wish all the students and research scholars a great success through a long journey of inspiration, hard work, commitment, focus, hope, and confidence. I extend my hearted congratulations and good wishes to the organizers and participants for making this conference a grand success. You all are invited to attend 108 Indian Science Congress, wherever it will be organized. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai Vigyan.
Thanks, ma'am, for your kind deliberations. Definitely your deliberations has ignited the youngsters and the new incumbents you have already invited to the Indian Science Congress Association for the coming Indian Science Congress. So it will be a proud privilege for all of us, and it's a great moment for us. Give a thunder round of applause for the golden words delivered by our chief guest of today's function. Now I am inviting Professor Ashok Kumar Ghosh, Chairman, State Pollution Control Board. Sir, please bless us with your kind words, sir. Vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to all of you. First of all, thanks to organizers for inviting me here as a guest. Although I never feel here as a guest, as a part of this institution in my student life, I've spent 6 years in this campus as undergraduate and postgraduate student. So it feels awkward for me to be invited as a guest. I still feel that this is my alma mater. I'm part of this institution even now, although I passed out in my master's in 1972, way long back. And now 2022 is coming. So almost 70 years, 50 years that I passed out. I also appreciate the organizers to select this topic, emerging biosciences research for rural and urban development. It's a very relevant topic, and bioscience, as far as bioscience is there, it has lots of scope for future research because we know very little about life. If you compare it to physics and chemistry, the knowledge of physics, chemistry has reached to a very advanced level. But the knowledge of life, bioscience, I consider still it is very at primitive level. Lots of work has to be done. We know only 10% of life, the life mechanism going on, so on. If you think that hundreds of reactions are going on in a tiny cell, parallel to one another, without disturbing the other, it is mind-boggling. It's simply mind-boggling. You cannot imagine that any scientist will have 2 parallel reactions in one test tube going on at a time. And think about a cell, a tiny cell, where lots of reactions are going on at a time, parallel to one another, without disturbing one another. That is miracle. That is wonderful. And till now, no scientist has achieved that in artificial condition. So that way, it is a big scope here to do further research, future research in this area. Second thing that I would like to quote, that today there are no barriers. It's not there that in life sciences, only persons from life sciences will work. If you see the literature and the background of the lead authors, you'll find that in the area of biology, many people from physics, chemistry, geology, every science they are doing. I'm here in Department of Geology. When I was a student, nobody thought that there will be a relationship between geology and life. But today, a very advanced discipline has emerged, that is medical geology. You will think that what is medical geology? What is the relationship between the medical science and geological science? There is. Because Bihar has a distinction of having lots of quantity of water. We have lots of rivers, we have groundwater reserves, and we are agriculture-based economy. But now we are being challenged by so many contaminants, classical ones and new ones. In classical ones, you have many things like iron, nitrates, fluoride, arsenic, and so on and so forth, but they are not restricted there. Now we are having many emerging contaminants in the groundwater, and that is entering into the food chain through plants, and through food chain it is coming in our body. And it is becoming very, very harmful for human body. The mechanism has to be known. Although I'm chairman of Bihar State Pollution Control Board, but still I'm half scientist and half bureaucrat. In pre-lunch time period, I'm still a scientist. And in post-lunch period, I'm a bureaucrat working on files. And the wonderful thing is there that excites me and also saddens me, that in the cancer hospital where I'm working since last 6 years almost now, the number of cancer patients is increasing enormously. Only last year, in 1 year, 25,000 new patients were admitted in one cancer hospital. That is mind-boggling. If there one cancer hospital catering to 25,000 new patients in 1 year, that is alarming. And you cannot say today that cancer is caused only by smoking. Cancer is only caused by tobacco, chewing, or gutka. You cannot say, because in our hospital, there is a ward of 70 beds. And in that ward of 70 beds is exclusively for children below 12 years age. And that is always full. And today you cannot say that a child below 12 years age is abusing tobacco or khaini or gutka. There has to be many more reasons. That has to be explored. That has to be explored, that what are the causes of the huge number of cancer patients, particularly among young kids. That is a very big area for research. Another thing that is very important for Bihar and research in Bihar in biosciences, Bihar is the agriculture-based economy. We are totally dependent on agriculture. If agriculture collapses, Bihar collapses. We don't have much of industries, right? And that is why climatic change, if there will be, and of course climatic change is knocking at our doors. It's not confined in the books now anymore. It has come to our doors. We have to prepare ourselves for climatic change and challenges. And Bihar is going to face a big challenge because climatic change will disturb the rain pattern, the crop cycle, and everything. So we have to be prepared for future. That what should be the thrust, how to cope up with the climatic change and sustainable agriculture in that time. What changing pattern of crop will be suitable for us? That is another area that is very important that we have to think. Madam was just telling that population is a big challenge. Of course, we have estimated, I'm still working on interdisciplinary research with many groups. Actually, my group is very diverse. I'm master's in botany. I work in groundwater and cancer. So many people say that, what you are? What is your background? So I say my background is nothing. I'm a researcher. And if I'm a researcher, I have a group. Because in research, the only mantra is either you collaborate or perish. And for collaboration, you need different minds. I don't know everything. I remember my first project was with Virendraji, sitting here. way long back in 2005, I think. And we got a project from biotechnology. And at that time, we have very little knowledge of biology, biotechnology, and of course, the different equipments. Can you believe that we are all professors at that time? We went to IMTech for a training together. And we got trained for basic, handling of the instruments. That was the time. And from that, we have come to this level that even today, although I am 72 years age, I have 6 projects under me, 2 from ICMR, 2 from DST, and 2 international projects with UK collaboration of NERC. Rightly said by Dr. Verma, that very few people, they go for research funding from Bihar. And I assure you that if you prepare good project from Bihar, people are ready to fund you. And if you don't get fund, you cannot do research. Because research requires lots of chemicals, glassware, instruments, and that is only possible through research grants. University in Bihar today is not a position to fund you a lot. We have limited capacity. But if you get a good project, and getting 1 crore project is not a big deal. We are getting it. Although I work in Mahavir Cancer Hospital, that is charitable trust. Despite that, we form a group. We have collaboration with IITs. We have collaboration with University of Manchester. We have collaboration with University of Salford. We have UC Berkeley collaboration. And that collaboration makes our strength in any proposal. If you submit any proposal and they find that we have a group of interdisciplinary scientists working from geosciences, life sciences, chemical sciences, they appreciate the thing and we get the project. It is not there that because you are from Bihar, you won't get a project. Rather, it is different, just opposite. Because you are from Bihar, you have lots of potential to get the project because nobody is applying. So if you apply, and Bihar is now today, as of today, it is a gold mine of research. Because in last 20 years, somehow research has become backbencher in Bihar, and we have very little baseline data in Bihar. If you try to find something in any area, and you want to collect the baseline studies, informations, it is very difficult to get. So that is the plus point of yours, that Bihar is gold mine of research, and also nobody is applying. So if you apply, people will take extra care that it should be funded. So, and one more last thing before I conclude, because I won't take you lots of time. Age is no barrier for research. For jobs, there may be a barrier. You can start research as early as 16, and you can continue research as late as 80s. I have seen many professors. I feel still young in the company of old professors, but plus 80, because I'm only plus 70. So there's no age barrier. You can continue research till you want. But you must have patience and passion. 2 things are very important for doing research. The first is passion, and actually important is, besides passion, you should have patience. Start doing something from small. I remember my research. When I started research, I was a man of genetics. And I found that it is not possible to do research in genetics with limited resources. I started my research work with 1 spectrophotometer, simple instrument. Today we will laugh that you are talking of a spectrophotometer, that also visual, not even UV. But starting from that, today our lab is rich. We have real-time PCR, we have atomic absorption spectrometer, TOC, everything we have. And that has come not through government funding of Bihar state government or universities, that has come from projects. So the lab can be equipped with many new instruments if you want to do research. And getting projects in Bihar is the easiest for any person who is interested. And if anybody wants getting guidance from me, you are most welcome. Of course, in the first half, when I'm working as scientist, from 9 to 1, I'm available for you. You can walk in my room and discuss with me anything, any help you want. In post-lunch, I become a bureaucrat, typical bureaucrat, and you have to cross 5 doors before you meet me. But in pre-lunch time period, no door, no knocking. Simply you come in my room and discuss with me. Thank you very much for calling me here.
Thanks, Professor Ghosh, for your kind words. We are extremely delighted by your words. You are known for your eminence and your work here. So we are running short of time. Slowly and steadily, we are inching towards the end of the session. But we do believe in Shakespearean pattern of lifestyle that all's well that ends well. Just to make it more vibrant, I'm inviting Professor Anupama Kumari, from the Associate Professor from the Department of Zoology, to propose vote of thanks in a very brief. But there is one announcement that the keynote addressee of the inaugural session, Dr. Vishwamohan Katoch, he has already joined. So we will not move from the stage, from the hall, because he will be talking on the priorities for the bioscience research interventions for rural and urban development immediately after 2 minutes. So, Anupama.
Honorable Chief Guest, respected dignitaries on and off the dais, and who joined us online. A very good afternoon to all of you. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. I, on behalf of the organizing committee, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to Honorable Vice Chancellor, Patna University, Professor Girish Kumar Chaudhary, who took out time from his hectic schedule to grace this occasion. It is a matter of immense pride for all of us to convey deep regards and hearty thanks to our chief guest, Dr. Mrs. Vijay Lakshmi Saxena, General President, ISKA, Kolkata, and recipient of Sir Asutosh Mukherjee Memorial Award, who spared time from her busiest schedule to grace the occasion. Thank you, ma'am. I take immense pleasure in extending my sincere thanks to the guest of honor, Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Saxena, Sir Asutosh Mukherjee Memorial Awardee, General President and General Secretary of ISKA, Kolkata, Padma Shri Professor R.K. Sinha, former head Department of Zoology, Patna University, and Vice Chancellor Sri Mata Vaishno Devi University, Dr. Parveen Burma, Director Research and Development, JNU, for gratifying us today with their presence. I show my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to a special invitee, Professor Ashok Kumar Ghosh, Chairman, State Pollution Control Board, and Dr. S. Ramakrishnan, Professor, Department of Zoology, Bangalore University, for their gracious presence. It is my great pleasure to extend thanks to Dean Faculty of Science, Professor Alan Rai, for his gracious presence. My sincere thanks to Professor Satya Prakash Sir, Treasurer ISKA, Kolkata, who graced us with his kind words. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Chairman IQAC, Professor Birendra Prasad, for attending the conference and making it special. We are very much thankful to HOD and Chief Convener, Professor Arvind Kumar, Development Officer and Convener, Professor P.K. Khan, Organizing Secretary, Dr. G.V. Chand, for their unstinted support rendered to us, and a special thanks for organizing this international conference. We are grateful to all heads of postgraduate department, undergraduate department, and teachers of Patna University, as well as other university, for attending this conference and making it special. My sincere thanks to Scientist E and Joint Director Dr. Gopal Sharma for his constant help. I thank Dr. Tanuja, in charge Department of Botany, Patliputra University, Patna, for gratifying us today with her presence. Thank you, ma'am. A special thanks to Head Department of Zoology, Professor Atul Aditya Pandey sir, for providing auditorium to organize the seminar. I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who blessed us with their presence. I am very thankful to all the members of organizing committee, and a special thanks to Dr. Gajendra Azad for his unstinting support in all our efforts. We are very much thankful to our collaborators Patna Science College, Patna University, MSCT, ICCB Ranchi, ISKA Patna chapter, Nasi Patna chapter. It would have been impossible to organize it without their support. I am very much thankful to all non-teaching staff members who always stand by us. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling months in advance. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated students committee and volunteers. I thank all the young and energetic volunteers of our department. Thank you, my dear students. Last but not the least, I thank people from electronic and print media for their presence. Again, thanks to all of you for making this event successful. Thank you.
So Anupma is feeling very much, Madam Anupma is feeling very much embarrassed to thank herself. So it could not be happen possibly by the sincere efforts of Madam Anupama. And the keynote address will continue. In the meantime, our chief guest, Madam Saxena, the guest of honor, he will just leave the podium, and the rest people will sit in honor of our keynote speaker, the Dr. Vishwamohan Katoch, NASI ICMR Chair on Public Health Research at Rajasthan University of Health Sciences, Jaipur, President Jipmar Puducherry, President AIMS Madurai, Chairman Lepra Society, former Secretary, Department of Health Research, Government of India, and Director General, Indian Council of Medical Research, India. Sir, we are privileged to hear you, the keynote address in the inaugural session, priorities for bioscience research cum intervention for rural and urban development. So I invite you, sir, from bottom, I welcome you, sir, from the bottom core of my heart, and showing our great, attitude for your gracious presence and just to grace the occasion, sir. So, sir, you may start, sir. Dr. Vishwamohan Katoch, give a thunder round of applause for the Vishnu Pitama of the ICMR. Give a thunder round of applause for Dr. Vishwamohan Katoch. I feel extremely privileged to invite you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Thank you very much. See, when I joined, Professor Sinha's talk was going on. I listened to some of his remarks, continued with Madam Saxena's address, and then listened to very stimulating talk by Dr. Ghosh. That's a very stimulating. And that's the time I was making up my mind what I should talk, actually, because really I think that it was very little time to think of what I can talk and what I should talk. See, because of the two issues, basically. Because the biosciences are very broad, more than 24 or 25 disciplines can be counted under biosciences. So everybody will have some priorities, and all priorities are right because they understand their subjects much better than anybody else. See, being a medical person, I can talk of medicine actually, but as a techno bureaucrat, which I was, was listening to those terminology by Dr. Ghosh, with that kind of, I'm not blessed to be continue to be a scientist like him, but those years as a bureaucrat, you looked at the people's needs actually, their happiness, and what they need and what they have, and why they don't have the things which they should have actually. See, we do science for the people's benefit, and like National Academy of Science was created by Dr. Meghnad Shah with a very clear one-line motive actually. That is the science for the people. And science for the people is a very simple statement actually, but it is very encompassing actually. Science has so many facets, and like I said, the bioscience disciplines are so many actually. But when you look at what you want to address when you say the development for what? Development is for a happy and healthy society which is able to realize its potential to contribute, whatever the opportunity they get. But every human being should get the best opportunity. So this is a very egalitarian thought, which usually doesn't happen because of the development. Some many times leads to a right capitalist way where the divide becomes much more than it used to be earlier, actually. But I'm not talking of the philosophy of the politics. I'm not talking the philosophy of the socialism. Today, I'm talking just only focusing on the biosciences. And you look at the very basic core biosciences, the botany, zoology, which this department is organizing. I really laud the department, Dr. Arvind Kumar, Dr. Chand, and all the people who really, many of them I may not be able to name. And people produced from the same university who have been the vice chancellors today, who are the chairman of a board, or they have gone to many, many heights. Everybody knows the products from the Patna University. Now the point arises, you also have created a coalition, local coalition of the Indian Science Congress, the coalition of with the Nasi, coalition with the Patna Science Scholar, coalition with the Ranchi, the setup. And you have speakers from all over the world, actually. Mainly they're Indians. Yes, they are India-centric. They should be, because India itself is a big universe. But then you have created a coalition with a common goal of finding what we can do, how we can position ourselves to further development. Now, the goal is very simple. Again, like I said, the science for the people is very simple to state, but here the goal is also development. But it is a very encompassing language, actually, because as a health, what definition you give for health? Physical, mental, social well-being. That means a healthy person is not only physically free from disease, actually. You are physically healthy, you are mentally healthy, which I'll have the speakers talking to on the psychiatry side also, psychology also. Then you are socially healthy. So socially healthy means you have the opportunity to realize your potential. That you will again say is a very utopian ideal, but that's what it should be, actually. Whether it is a right-wing government or centrist government or a right-wing, left-wing government in a democracy, whether from USA to India, the goal is common. Their approaches are different. Some they want to create wealth, they want to create the development, but then development for what? Development for a happy, healthy society where the people have the opportunity to realize their potential. Now that doesn't come overnight. People living in their different conditions, in different social setups, they have their constraints. Political setup, they have their constraints. Geographical setups, they have their constraints. So it is very easy to say that do everything. You can't do everything. You will have to set the priorities. So setting priorities becomes a very tough goal. But there are common principles, I said. You need a clean air. So that means you should be focusing on technologies for a clean air. And that you see very much today, actually. See, when the present pandemic broke, even we didn't have the sufficient masks, the proper masks, because we never thought of it. Even 10 years back, we had a swine fever pandemic, but that fizzled away. So people thought it's not required, actually. But you remember the first plague epidemic, 1910, which showed a success of the mask, actually. A good effective mask more than 110 years back showed a epidemic can be contained, actually. And Dr. Wu, who thought of the idea, who showed it is effective, after the epidemic was gone, he stopped wearing mask and he got the plague and he died. So he showed the success, but he died. But we didn't learn the lessons. 10 years back, we had a problem, but we didn't create the sufficient mass. So question arises, if looking at a future, a society which is prepared for the future, then your hospitals, your workplaces, they are not airy. That doesn't require a great money actually to do that. So science, which is whether it's a physical science, biological science, or you're looking at airborne microbiology, or you're looking at the pollution, whatever, you are looking at a safe air, actually, which, again, as I said, the very many components. So pollution is an issue, your biological contamination is an issue in the air, and so on and so forth. A sufficient amount of the air it should have proper gases. So ultimately ensuring a proper housing, proper air in the environment, indoor environment, and also the outdoor environment becomes the priority for everybody. Whether you live in a city, you live in a rural area, you live in an urban area, semi-urban area. But then you say, what should I develop actually? What should I do as a scientist? I think you have to choose priority according to the local needs. You have to think of the commerce out of the same site. That if I produce something, who will use it? And do the people need it actually? So that means what I'm coming to a very core point. The scientists should do science if they want to do a useful science, not for their own curiosity, on fun, which people, okay, you're entitled to do that. You can write projects, you create money, do a lot of a science which is inclusive science, where you want to discover new and newer things. That kind of attitude should continue. But today, when you talk of development as a goal, then you have to do a science which makes sense for a happy, healthy, physical environment in the wherever you live, whatever type of environment you live. So, said a clean air becomes an agenda for everybody. Now, year by year, we keep on climbing when the pollution levels rise. When the pollution level rise, there's a meeting in the Ministry of Health. Because I used to attend those meetings. Then there are meetings everywhere. So by the time the pollution levels go down, we start talking something else, we have forgot about that. So how many technologies we have created and marketed for a safe environment, maybe in a small setting, big settings. You can't close the industries overnight actually, because those industries also. First, the industry should not pollute. You're even burning the crops should not pollute. But then you should find an alternative which people accept it. You should make the money available for that which people accept actually. So the science where the money part also has been taken into consideration and is pushed by a group of people, that, and you show a proof that it works. And then you articulate, you lobby. Lobby is not a bad word. That was the word used at the time of American independence. So that's, you lobby for a cause. So I think the scientist's role starts from the discovery, translation, and right up to the top actually. So the air becomes a common objective. Then the water, where the people will be talking about the arsenic. Their fluoride is a serious issue. Fluoride is a serious issue. Like the state I'm talking today from it is now after my superannuation, I retired from the job. Actually, I said that like Dr. Ghosh, I'm also not retired from that way, but I don't work in the lab anymore. But see here in Rajasthan, 33 districts are fluoride affected. So many districts are in Andhra, so many in Karnataka. Arsenic is right from Bihar to Haryana, everywhere. So have we done the sufficient science? Does this need a big science to do the genetics and epigenetics all the time? Should we sequencing all the genomes for nothing? See, that kind of a crazy science also has emerged. We need to sequence the coronavirus, but we need not sequence everything, damn thing which you don't need to sequence actually. So the money should be spent on a science which is meaningful, and it doesn't need a huge money all the time actually. It needs a careful planning, you need a careful review of what has happened in the past, or maybe thousands of years. And then from that, you'd come out to the lessons of what you want to do today, in today's environment. So I think after you from the air, where you should be looking at the physical side of the pollution, you should be looking at the chemical side of the pollution, you should be looking at the microbial side of the pollution. Yeah, you have to find ways which make sense to the people and which make business also at the same time, because anything which is not commercially viable, that dies out actually. So you must think of the ways of how to propagate that science, that which applies, how much it will sell, how robustly it has been tested. And that will make, I'm telling you actually, that will make a big sense as you move on. The small discoveries on that side will make a big sense, because people are conscious, but they don't have alternatives. And the people, only scientists can give the alternatives. Scientists can, but I said the job you do doesn't stop with a patent or a publication. Your job goes on right up to the lobbying actually, because scientists talking, doctor talking, engineer talking, directly talking, that makes a sense actually. The people understand, people listen to Sridharan, people live to a big medical name. but people will not be actually normally looking at the people who are just giving a talk for the boards or the administration when they take talk science. When they talk about social development, people will listen to them because they understand that part. Now the water side, I said, the chemical pollution, but the most of it has been the pathogens. And that has been because of our habits, actually. We have put everything into the rivers. Hospitals also have not bothered. But the times have changed, actually. It is not today. The times have changed over the period since the Republic was born. Right from our first Prime Minister, Pandit Nehru, to Narendra Modi ji, present Prime Minister, they have all used science, actually, for the people. They have pushed science. So the top people, the Prime Ministers, cannot be faulted. Many Chief Ministers also had a very good scientific bent of mind. Still, some of them have even today also. But then the question is not the whole story. It's a whole story, the articulating, pushing for a change. Narendra Modi government showed a very successful implementation of the Gandhiji's dream of a clean environment, of the clean water, or the Swachhata. I think that was the best tribute from our Prime Minister to the father of the nation. And he showed a successful way, actually. Swachh Bharat Abhiyan became a success story. So many lives, so many children are saved from diarrhea, actually. 300,000 estimated by WHO, actually, per year. The studies have been from Jharkhand. Studies done by the DRDO system, with the data from NCDC, that those diarrheal outbreaks have gone down, actually. So the nutrition is taken care of by that. Then the infections are taken care of by that because you're not suffering from malnutrition. And this all leading to a healthy life, actually. So now along the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, you have to find ways, how will you sustain it, actually? Prime Minister gave a drive, politically sank to the minds of the people, which nobody thought it can happen. We did change. I think the same thing is now focusing on the plastics and those things in the environment, the chemicals and pollutants in the environment, in the water. And ultimately, what I'm saying, the year also should be your agenda, your healthy room in a business, in the school, in the clinic, everywhere. You shouldn't be spreading disease. Because when the multi-drug resistant TB came in USA, people discovered they traced everything up. They did even the genetics also of this germs. They did the classical epidemiology. They found that it spread from few clinics. But was the problem? The air handle was not proper there, actually. Some people were not using a properly sterilized bronchoscopes. So ultimately, making even the clinics clean, that means in terms of air handling, no outbreak happened after 90s in the US of that kind, of that magnitude. So ultimately, just so technology for small clean rooms, which everybody will use. That will be very useful for the cities. Small setups in the rural area, maybe small setups in the semi-urban area. So I think you should be focusing on the technologies for Swachh Bharat campaign, actually. And that should sustain. Like in a dry, arid climate, you need a different thing, where you don't have plenty of water. Like you said, in the Bihar, you have plenty of water. So there the problem will be you should have a technology which suits to that environment. So the degradation, the discharge, then the method of handling, they'll all make business sense also. They sell. Because they sell after you make it work for the people and they are in an affordable range. So I think the new young scientists working today, I think they have the opportunities, but they have to look at the people, they have to look at their needs and what can be done. Now coming, for example, for the go for the side of the air, water, then what you need is next? Housing. Now housing again doesn't need to spend huge money, actually, but properly designed housing, sufficient air, clean air, properly handled. I think for that, innovations continue all the time. But those innovations, again, you should be doing from a context of area-specific needs. Or the hospitals, how the hospital design has to be there, so that it doesn't spread infection. It is convenient to the people. Now, hospital engineering has not caught up in this country. You think the other civil engineers who create the other buildings, they can create a beautiful hospital building, but a beautiful tile doesn't mean a healthy. Beautiful tiles doesn't mean a shining thing is healthy for the people. That's not correct, actually. So I think you should be pushing, working, like I said, Dr. Ghosh was emphasizing on an interdisciplinary approach. You should be working there also with the teams. So I think research, which creates a clean environment for the hospital, small clinics, actually the industries, where a lot of people are working in a small room. I think this all type of a thing which should go, that the science has to look at what is the impact of our life on disturbing the environment, because environment is a healthy environment was there all the time where we were not developed, but we should be developed, and at the same time we should environment the ecosystem actually, that same type of clean air which you get in the village, a clean village, same type of environment should be available in a small setup where the people work actually, maybe in the school, maybe in the industry, maybe everywhere. So I think whether you look at industrial microbiology, you look at industrial microbiology for not only for production of certain things, like Madam gave an example of the cheese and the alcohol, it could be for other variety of purposes, but you should be looking at a clean environment. So the technologies which will make the environment clean, biodegradable, which is much more easier in a different environmental settings. See, I think in this presentation, there are a number of, in this actually today's your conference, there, I think I at least know half a dozen speakers which are from the vector-borne diseases. Our own institution in Patna, RMRIS is again a key player in this entire seminar, in the conference. So I think the people, the change of control of Kalajar, control of so many other vector-borne diseases, particularly the dengue, the chikungunya, and a number of them, malaria. But the malaria, and these are some localized issues. The leishmania is a localized issue, but then you should have a localized solution for the housing there actually. The point arises for the vector-borne diseases, which are like the urbanization has got the problem, the water collections. Now, the number of solutions come every year, If you talk to the vector-borne disease people, they know the solutions. But those solutions, people don't accept actually. They don't get into the head of the people actually. And many of them, there's a very little investment into them. So you should be creating technologies which people use. So you can't be putting a gambusia fish everywhere because the people don't like it actually. They use for a while and then they forget about it afterwards. So the biological solutions which are locally relevant, I think they have to be planned, because it is not that enough has happened. A lot of science is available, then make it implement. They do the implementation research to show that to the people that it is useful today actually, and then implement it. See, I think in that context, that this is a very important times for us to think of the biological science priorities from that angle. What suits the people today? Now the health type part, I talk a little bit actually. See, the health, when we got the independence, that time our health conditions were all known, There was some Joseph Gore, who was a ICS officer of 1902 batch, one of the toppers of this country, a bureaucrat. He was the last health commissioner of British India. And what he did was actually that they had surveyed the health condition of India. And he was very touched by that. His reports, which are 4 volumes released in 1946, actually 1 year before independence, they tell about the health of the problems of the India. And many of those health problems in the India even stand today actually. Today we have world-class institutions in health cited, among the best. We have medical colleges which are again among the best in the world. But we have among the worst also. That's not is a fact of life actually. But we are among the best on many sides. That's the time we should be proud of. But those disparities where the people live in the rural areas, people in the semi-urban areas, there the health conditions are not ideal. Everybody knows that. And we saw that brunt when the COVID pandemic took its toll, the second wave took its toll. And that will keep on happening all the time. Why? Because the people didn't ask for the priorities there. It's a democracy. So what the people demand, politicians invest. And I think, so the priorities have not changed due to the fault of the politicians. And let me tell you very clearly, in the democracy, it is the people's perspective which makes a difference. If you don't demand it, you don't get it. So we're in just some of the Indian states, they are in 30 years back, like Kerala, they achieved their standards of the health, which they better than European countries. So because of the socioeconomic conditions there, but the priorities there essentially. They had very little money at that time. And among the many prosperous states, their health conditions were very bad because they are not investing into health actually. So that's a different point altogether. I'm talking of something, looking at the realities of today and maybe tomorrow, keep on hoping that people will themselves push for a health as a central agenda. So that means infrastructure in the periphery. Now, infrastructure in the periphery, beside that, you need the technologies. So the science which will bring, why there's a difference between a major city and a small city is the technology. Same doctors, same teaching, same everything. But the technology gap is a very big. So for dealing with the pandemics, epidemics, or the other infections which are common there, or to deal with the problems of the children, problem of the newborn, problem of the woman, mother and child, when she's pregnant, she'll get the complications. When she's not pregnant, she'll have a gynecological problems. So same way, those problems need particular techniques to diagnose something. You need something to manage also. So for infectious diseases, you need tools which can be used by at a PSC level, at a sub-center level. So same way, you need the tools to deal with a cardiac problem or other problem in the periphery. Now there are echocardiographs which are in the pocket. There are machines to see the poisoning which are in the pocket. You don't have machines which need a big institution. You need to have a point of care technologies by which you can work right in the periphery. Like India today has a TrueNet system for the tuberculosis, and there were 7 other infectious diseases developed in India, which is now counted among the best in the world for tuberculosis. And it doesn't require an air-conditioned lab. This was already installed in 800 labs, sub-centers, in the microscopy centers, even before the COVID pandemic broke out. They were the very first labs with the same machine. They started doing the COVID testing also because they need just a chip change. That's all. They put a small chip and adapt to anything. Same machine. So that kind of a control, where it doesn't require air conditioning or that kind of very expensive laboratories, those technologies, some have already been known or not put into our practice. Many are being developed also at the same time. But then our science people, whether they are from a basic science departments, or they are from the medical institutions, or they are from the engineering disciplines, they should force together to adapt and innovate something which is required for that area actually, at that kind of environment. So in India, like a Bihar, the same type of ecosystem is present in so many other states actually. Same type of diseases are prevalent. They are prevalent across the country. So they make business actually. So innovation done anywhere has a pan-India global reach at the same time. Like this TrueNet is already entering into several other countries also. So I think you two should think of our area first, our nation first, then the global also at the same time. So the technologies which are simple, they are developed by using the latest, of course, but then they're usable at the periphery level. And then they bridge the gap. Person doesn't have to be rushed to major center to be diagnosed. See, for example, Japanese encephalitis in Gorakhpur area, in the adjoining area of Bihar, there the problem occurs, the same type of fever is caused by typhus also. So if the typhus is diagnosed improperly, then you don't lose the time. You save the child, the brain damage is saved. Okay? Maybe the Japanese encephalitis doesn't make a difference that way. But here you can save. So the technologies which are available, which can be used at the smaller places, should be the focus. So point of care technologies, to me, after when I do 7 years in Delhi, I realized, for our country, they are the top need actually. You can't change the places, you can't create the new institutions overnight. Well, India is on the move, India is creating so many aims like institutions. But everybody can't reach the aims. And why you should go to aims actually? Something which can be done in a sub-center level, why you should go there actually? Why you waste the time of those super specialists there? So ultimately, you need a technologies which have a massive application. Whether you use for water purification, whether you do for the environmental degradation, whether you use for the diagnosis of different diseases, they should be available everywhere. No, no, for example, I give you a child, obstructed labor happens in a small PSC of any place. And you see that there's a suspected damage to the brain of the child. Now, at that time, the child is to be put in a small chamber where the temperature is low, okay, and to be transported to the place where there's a pediatrician. Now, that time you need a small machine actually, a hypothermia, low temperature. So even that can be put anywhere actually. So you should be working with those people for developing that kind of a machines. So machines, the diagnostics, whether I think all should have a approach, where you look at the people first, the periphery. So, and I think they make a big business, they make a big sense for everybody. And, finally, which I think I'll come to area which you need. I'm not an agriculturist, neither an agriculture scientist nor a agriculture biologist, I said, but as a common sense person, agriculture remains the mainstay. Today, India, after 60s revolution, 70s, 60s revolution of the white revolution, the green revolution, we have a strong, I think, agriculture, strong veterinary sciences, animal husbandry, and they have made the country survived, that's the basic thing I'll talk about. And that remains the mainstay even for the rural economy also. That's the mainstay, maybe even for the urban economy too, actually, at the same time. But I think that those sciences should continue to be on your forefront. There again, you should choose the crops which not only they make money only, but they're required by people. See, they are for a healthy diet. Maybe there's Dr. Sinha when I said I was listening to him, he talked about we have forgotten about what we needed. But so I think in the nutrition also, we were very healthy earlier. We have forgot about that. But okay, try to think of what we were doing earlier. But then you produce also that. When we wanted to fight famines, the droughts, the scarcity of food, we went for the crops where we want to just survive. And then they become the dominant ones. But then you should be producing like a jawar, you should be producing the other thing for like maybe something very suitable for the country, states where like a Bihar, West Bengal, with a lot of water, which again are suitable to them, but which are nutritionally rich. So I think nutritionally rich crops, that kind of innovation must continue, which are locally adaptable, but which again, you should look at from the people's perspective that they make money also at the same time. So I think a lot of those things you hear when you listen to Doordarshan, sometimes in success stories, or many people have moved into small places to create that kind of farms, which people are using that kind of food. But that food should be, which is a customary, culturally liked by people. It has been part of their habits. Should we become a part of their habit again if it is produced and people are prepared to do that, but then again connect to the people. Scan their needs, what they talk, what they do, why they need something, why they don't need something. Don't push your ideas on the people. If you put something from the top, I think that will not make it, will not be a very success story all the time. That may hit a roadblock because people may not feeling the need for that actually. I think that's you should be all this the sciences, the biology, particularly the biosciences. The first assessment should be of the needs, not of what I am doing actually. It should be the need of what the people need, I think actually. See, like again, like you do the genetics, but the more need should be on the epigenetics. Because why? Because even with the same genes you were surviving very well, but you have a problem today because epigenetically you are behaving in a different way with other environmental pressures, the pressures by the food, pressures by the chemicals, pressure by the other things. Many of those things which are I think all of you understand. So I think develop every discipline, but not necessarily a fashionable science all the time, a well-planned science, because the discoveries of genetics, discoveries of the medicine, they didn't come from the institutions who had a lot of equipments. They came by a planning, a common sense. I think so. Well-planned science makes a sense, and I think that everybody can contribute. Even a person who doesn't have a big lab. Yes, I agree with Dr. Ghosh. He or she can compete to get a big lab, and that's how many of us have done in our lives. We should do that if you have an aspiration. But then you can do a lot of science with the minimum equipments also, and a lot of bioscience also. Biodiversity, same science, then how the biodiversity is changing according to the climate change, how the biodiversity is changing according to the foolish things you have done, how the biodiversity is changing according to, I think, other pressures. I think, and how can you restore it? Those simple solutions, I think you should keep on focusing on them and make agenda of creating technologies which people use. And then again, have the create groups to reach out to the people so that, you create a thought linkage with the politicians, with the social reformers, with the bureaucrats, because everybody matters in the chain, in the end. So I think there are a lot of things to be done, but the priority setting should be at the air, priority setting should be for water, housing, and the food. The needs, some are common, but the tools have to be different for a different set of populations. And their assessment, their perspective must be listened. We should ultimately know the goal. When you say, again, when I close, you should be looking at the development for a happy and healthy society where every individual is able to utilize their potential. And successful countries, their leaders, including our father of the nation, again talked of the same. And I think that's point is that ultimately, as a scientist, we should not be cut off from the reality of life. And when you say something, you should mean the same. It should not be a one-day event or a two-day event, and then everybody moves out. So I think, even in this 2 days event should bring in some people together. So that means they'd start working together. So it should not be just, and say that, okay, the inaugural the function ended with a vote of thanks. The final will also end with another vote of thanks. But then it should not end with a vote of thanks. It should be ending with some commitment by people. Some people should start, when at this conference ends, maybe month from now, 2 months from now, 3 months from now, you should think, have more people started working together on some common goal, or have they identified a goal, common goal, where they want to invest actually. So I think that should be the approach in my view. But certainly I'm not a person prescriptive. I can be only giving you my suggestions. And no thought will meet the need of everybody. Everybody is important. Even for in the medicine also, we should be having an integrated health approach actually. Now, integrated health approach is why we should have, because people, those many of the sciences are our sciences. Like in India produces Ayurveda, India has produces in Siddha. Homeopathy came from outside, but a lot of homeopathy got developed here actually. And we know that in allopathy is extremely strong in emergency, extremely strong in the surgery, but for the chronic diseases, Ayurveda still stands out, Siddha still stands out. Homeopathy has the solutions for several diseases which the allopathy doesn't have. So the science should be respected as a science. Again, there should be no compartmentalization, right from the basic sciences, the basic mother sciences, which I'm talking about, botany, geology, physics, chemistry, to applied sciences. That compartmentalization should go off. No, that like for acute respiratory distress syndrome, when actually with this COVID epidemic came, and I was chairing some of those committees, the integrated health committees, then you found, that right in 8th century, they have something for the same type of syndrome. May not be that it is a viral syndrome disease, it could be some other infection, but the same symptoms are managed by something else. Now, the COVID pandemic, the clinicians, there were no antiviral drugs, or very antiviral drugs with little activity. But particularly in India, we have seen our physicians coming out with the combination of the approaches to bring down the mortality, bring down the. So I think that it was a experience of handling an acute respiratory distress syndrome or a thromboembolic phenomena, which this disease has a clotting problem. So I think that knowledge learned from other diseases, put here in a very regimented way, produce success stories and saved huge number of lives. So same way, the experience from other sciences used together I think that should be make a difference. So I think look at the integrated approaches, which I think everybody, all top peoples, which today they talked, I think they would have emphasized, at least the people I listened to, they emphasized. And I think every listener, who's still staying maybe in the hall, or these 46 people who are still on the vibe, which I'm seeing at the end of my talk also, they will not disagree with that. You need to work together. But then to work together on one, you define your roles. That this much I understand, this help will be forthcoming, and here we can make a coalition actually. Work together and produce success. See, Vivekananda, when he made a great success in his tours of America, in San Francisco, and I think one of the places where I saw his statue, he had written that one of the talks were there, which is put on a rock there. He said, India, we always look at our own moksha. We can stand on single leg for our moksha. But America, they are the people, even at that time, they were thinking of working together. So he said, 4 people sit, 4 people here, I find they sit, they talk on a coffee cup, they don't talk, they don't find the name for each other. But they say, well, what are you doing actually? Can we work together? And years later, that nation emerged on the top actually, by virtue of this method of working. So I think the final message will be working together. India, for many years, we have been loners. I think we create a lot of thought. We are a very strong civilization, very solid civilization, but we have been loners by and large. So that individualism is okay for many things. But when you talk of development, when you talk of the integrated health, the integrated science solutions, or you look at the bioscience-like disciplines, which are purely interdisciplinary, I think that doesn't work. So the final should be a temperamental change for a better India, which has emerged in the last 30, 40 years. I'm not saying I'm talking something today which has not happened. We again had the privilege of working with so many institutions same time. That my medical days, my science days, we have done, and so many other people are doing today also successfully. They're very, very strong positions. But that should catch up more and more. So I think to the message to the listeners, beside some of the ideas which I shared, the priorities I talked about, the final mantra should be a synergistic way of working together in reality, not in talks only. And that will make the success stories of tomorrow. I wish this conference all the success. Thank the organizers for invitation, which came at a last stage, but my colleague, Dr. Dinesh, I think Divakar was involved in this, so he persuaded me to find time, which I'm not saying any something, I'm putting a special way, because I'm feeling happy to be there actually. I'm feeling very happy to talk to you and say thank you very much for the invitation and giving me opportunity to talk to you, because maybe this stimulates some of the people. Just at this is the goal of my being with you virtually, and hopefully that you will create new stories of working together, new technologies, new science, because the needs are changing, the science should change parallelly, but not expensive science all the time. Needed science, well thought science, done in a judicial way, because in India, huge number of people still live in a bad condition. You should not be wasting money on something, your fashions, your dreams. Think of the country at the same time. Best wishes, Jai Hind.
Thanks, Dr. Katoch, for your keynote address. It was highly inspiring and relevant to the theme of the conference. The priority and the innovations you have mentioned will definitely pave the path for the youngsters to make their goal of good bioscience research. Sir, you have rightly said that there is an emergent need of the temperamental changes in the scientific society. Unless and until the scientific findings come to the platform of reality, it is worthless. We will have to address the needs and the problems of the common man for the security of their health, food, and liveliness. Sir, you are the creator and the pioneer of the RT-PCR. You have sensed and visualized it before 2014 that become a boon for the corona pandemic diagnosis. So, behalf of the organizing committee, I show my deepest sense of gratitude for your blessings. Your deliberations certainly has triggered in me a strong intuition to meet you and take your blessings. Thank you, sir. So with this keynote address, thanks, sir. With this keynote address, the inaugural session comes to an end. The plenary session we will meet at 2:30 p.m. and that will be from 2:30 p.m. to 4 p.m. in which the chairperson will be Dr. Krishna Pandey, Director, ICMR RMRIMS Patna, and rapporteur will be Dr. Sister Stuti. There will be brilliant speakers, 4 speakers, Professor Praveen Verma, Dr. Neil Sarobar Bhavesh, Professor Dr. Rajpal Singh Yadav, and Dr. Arvind Kumar from CCMB Hyderabad. And finally, there will be the chairman keynote address along with his presentation by Dr. Krishna Pandey. Till then, we'll have a lunch break. We are already late by 13 odd minutes, but go and have your lunch, enjoy your lunch. And there is the provision for the coupon. So I think it is not needed to announce that the decency should be maintained, and we will maintain the decency. We are just doing the international conference. So we are meeting after lunch sharp at 2:30 p.m. because the speaker will join. Till then, goodbye, thanks.
मतलब प्रीमियम जे छै ना जब ओकर तक गुस्सा जेता आई बचल रह जेता भी चालू कर लिया डेली दो नहीं तो डेली उस पे लगाओ आदमी को हमर से आदमी लेवे या तो लेवे आदमी डाल दे यार से क्या से बनाना है दूसरे जगह पढ़ाता है यार जी जो था गया जो मेरे 4 गो था उस समय मेरे यहाँ तो कौन क्या सब जो मेरे साथ जुड़ा हुआ उतने ही जीता है मेरे यार मुश्ताक ने इतना काम किया यार सब काम वाला जीत गया एगो कल तो आके फोन करता था वो जीत गया एगो
As I told you earlier that the chairperson will be Dr. Krishna Pandey, Director, ICMR RMRIMS, Patna. RMRI premises, but he will be definitely there by 3:10 or 3:10 or 3:20, he will be there. So I am inviting Dr. Sister Stuti, Assistant Professor, Patna Women's College, Patna, who will be the rapporteur of this technical session. Yes, Sister Stuti. You please do come, ma'am. You just, I will give you the flag. Because we have to publish it. Please. Wait. So for this plenary session, the chairperson will be Dr. Krishna Pandey, Director, Rajendra Memorial Research Institute, Patna. He will be late by 3:20, and the co-chairperson will be Professor Birendra Prasad, University Professor of Botany and the Director, IQAC, Patna University. I invite you, sir, as the co-chairperson of the session. And the first speaker will be Professor Praveen Verma, Director, R&D, JNU, New Delhi, and one of the eminent professor of molecular biology in the Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. So we'll have to have a privilege to hear from Praveen, Professor Praveen, on genomics assisted genetics quest for pathogen effector and its host target. So give a thunder round of applause once again for Professor Praveen Verma, who has added one laurels to our university by his gracious presence. He is committed to facelift the scientific temperament of the state, since he belongs to Chhapra and from Bihar. So he has a great pain to make the scientific uplift of the Bihar state on the forum of the nation and then onto the globe. So I welcome Professor Praveen Verma from the bottom core of my heart once again to present his highly illuminating address. Professor Praveen Verma, give a thunder round of applause.
Screen. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Dr. Chan. It's indeed my pleasure to come and share with all of you about my work. So, the last session I was discussing about interdisciplinary research. So here, you will see that how interdisciplinary research works. that, you'll come to know that a plant scientist and a molecular biologist, as well as one, a person from the human physiology, how it all came together and worked in this particular things. So I will try to, make it so simple so that, the student community of Patna University can understand, as well as all the participants can take care of their all these technical terms and other things that I am going to discuss in a little bit in detail. So my research area is basically, I'm a molecular plant microbe interaction person, and my group is having the two different major sections. First group is working on plant, where we are working on plant defense mechanism against invading fungal pathogens. And second group is working on the pathogen strategies and how to counter the disease progression in the hostile host environment. So this is true in the case of plant as well as in the case of animals. And third part that we are working is that I was discussing about startups and other things. Even the faculty members can have their own startups. So we are starting a translational research where we have already got a project on genomics assisted breeding for disease resistance and genome editing and RNA-based biopesticides, new regime of biopesticide we are looking for. So such type of research that we are doing. So you can just see that how the things have been moving. You may be asking this question, the plant doesn't have, the blood, so they will not have immune system. So what happens, like in the case of plant system, there is a immune system, and which has something conserved from the animal system as well. So many the receptors and other things that people have recently find out, like they got some sort of similarity between the plant and animal, and that I am going to discuss and going to prove that how the things are working both in plant and animal in the similar way. So in the plant system as well as in animal system, whenever a pathogen attacks, what happens? Like the plant always, or animal system always try to the counter the intruding pathogens. And the pathogens, they use certain type of weapons to suppress such type of response. So the both point of view, so there is a micro evolution between the plant and pathogen, as well as whatever the disease that you have, there is a the system where there is a correlation between and co-evolution of both plant and pathogen. And if there is a war of intruders, if the winner is going to decide whether disease or no disease. So what happens? How everything is happening? Suppose one terrorist is coming from our neighboring state. So he can try to become first thing that you have to understand and recognize that that person is a terrorist. Then only you can counter your the all defense mechanism. So that and pathogen always try to they will come some certain type of the pagdi, they will become like a sardar, and they will come you all know that Kasab has he was having a Hindu type of the dhaga was in his hand. So certain type of things pathogen also do like the similar way, that in the plant as well as in animals, that they always try to dodge the defense mechanism, and then they try to find out whether the pathogen not getting recognized by the plant system as well as the animal system. So there is a war between the intruders, and winner is going to decide whether there will be a disease or no disease. So my research hello. Okay, so my research is basically, we are talking about one part is it's called as pathogen virulence. You must have realized that some disease was not for the certain plant, and now it has suddenly appeared. So this we call as a host jump. As well as there are some diseases of even the fungal diseases, which was earlier in the plants, now it is coming into human beings also, so, or vice versa also. So many, oomycete pathogens, they are now coming to the human pathogens or becoming a human pathogen as well. So right now we have to understand that what is there, how they are trying to do all these mechanisms for this host jump and host specificity is very, very important. So in the pathogens, we do have, they do have different type of weapons. Like if a terrorist is coming to our country, he will have, either AK-47 or AK-57 or certain types of rocket launcher or anything. So similarly, pathogen will also have certain type of, weapons in their hand. So, and they will try to, what these weapons do. They actually try to invade and just destroy the signaling cascade as well as the defense mechanism of the host system. So this is basically we are working in this regard. So there are two different type of pathogens in the plant system. We call as one called as a biotroph and another called as a necrotroph. Biotroph, basically they live within the cell and they don't kill the host cells. However, the necrotroph, they try to kill the host cells. So when I talked about the pathogen weapons, they are called as a pathogen effectors. So now we called as a effectoromics in the era of genomics, where the secreted effectors, which are basically the system, the pathogen derived, there are some molecules or some weapons which is meant for the invading the pathogen and destroying the host defense system. So this is in the case of plant and animal, both the things, the similar type of things is happening. So there are two types of effectors. We called as one called as a apoplastic effector and another is called as a cytoplasmic effector. So try to understand this fact that it is coming out from the pathogen and entering into host cell. So where it is localized, they will be localized either in the cytoplasm or they will be in the apoplastic region, which is intercellular space that we call, where they tend to localize. And sometimes they go to nucleus, sometimes they go to mitochondria, sometimes they go to chloroplast in the plant system. So such type of things are happening in the case of animal pathogen as well. So there are different type of pathogens. If you just see this entire my slides, even the bacterial pathogen, they do have, if you see the red dots and the yellow dots are derived from the bacteria. They enter either in the apoplastic region or they enter into host cell. Similarly, in the oomycete pathogens and the necrotroph and biotroph, they also do secrete such type of pathogens. So there is a mechanism and by which they tend to manipulate either the host signaling component or the transcriptional machinery. If they will control the transcriptional machinery of those genes which are important for the host defense, then probably they will be more susceptible to the plant cells. So that's why they tend to make these effectors proteins to manipulate the host gene transcription. So when we started our work, we started with the fungal genome analysis. For there, we have done the fungal genome sequencing. So after the fungal genome sequencing, what happens, like as I have told that the fungal effectors, they have to come out from the fungal fungi, and then they have to enter. So first thing is that they should be getting secreted out. Secretion, it will be, by genome analysis, we will know that how many proteins are there, which is actually, having the secretory signals. Basically, secretory signals are some signals which, it are present in some certain proteins, which actually helps them to secrete out from the fungal cells. This is true for any, the cell which is happening. So then we talked about, once it is coming out from the pathogen, then it is going to the host cell, and then where it is actually interacting. So basically these proteins interact with the sum of the protein of the host, which we called as a target discovery or host. And then we talk about how this target is being destroyed by pathogen. So if you will understand this entire mechanism, this will help you in designing the new regime for the crop improvement against different type of fungal pathogens. So usually what we do by the genome analysis, that we analyze for the secretory protein, and then we go for the either the expression analysis by RNA-seq or new type of next generation sequencing platform. And then the candidate effector we will select. And so this is not, when we talk about the different type of weapons, one can ask this question: how many weapons the pathogen will have? Usually the bacterial pathogen has 30 to 50, and the fungal pathogen do have 300 to 800. So you have to understand that not all the 300 to 800, they are important for the pathogenesis. So you have to understand which of the effector protein is important for the pathogenesis. For that, we look for the implant expression. We go for the gene knockout analysis or the RNAi, and then gene knockout, basically you delete something. For the students I can tell, that there is if you want to know the function of something, so then suppose somebody is not there, you think about your family also. If you have two to three brother and sister, and every time you are fighting with each other, so all the time, but one person is leaving for the something somewhere in Delhi or somewhere to study, you will start missing them. So that missing actually helps you to understand what is the function of that particular gene. So that's why we call as gene knockouts, are you delete the gene and then you find out whether it is having role in the pathogenesis or not. So in that case, you will understand that this particular gene is having the importance, and then you look for the targets, and after the targets, then you look for the transgenic plants, and then you can think about the many other strategies to talk about, like transgenic plants. And another is recent time we are doing is the genome engineering by using the CRISPR-Cas technology. You just suppress the gene which is having the target of these pathogen effector. This is true in the case of plant as well as animals, and now people are doing with this type of research in this scenario. So we are working on 3 different fungus. One fungus is the Ascochyta blight of chickpea, and another is the spot blight of wheat, and third is the blister blight of tea, which is very, very important. And what we have done is that, again, the genome sequencing that we have done, and after the complete genome sequencing, this we have done long back when not many fungal genome sequencing were there. So we have done in 2012. That time, the fungal genome sequencing was very, tough and very, important that particular time. Now you will see in the database many genome sequencing is there, but that we have, done in our case, and we have found, certain type of the secretory protein. What I have told you people, that initially you have to look for the secretory protein which are getting secreted out from the fungal pathogens. So that there we have got certain secretory protein. Out of that we have pointed out one of the protein which is having very high expression during the pathogenesis, that we called as a PEC25, that we named. This is a novel protein and nobody has published for all these things, but what we have done is that when we analyze this particular sequence, this sequence do have a motif which is similar to the Plasmodium, which is an annual, there is no protozoa. So annual pathogen that is having a similar type of, the motif which is present in the Plasmodium, the species. So that we have, this we called as a Pexel motif, that is called as a Plasmodium export signal motif. So that we have found in this particular fungal pathogens. And then we, as I have told you, that you want to know the function of the gene, you have to delete it. So we have done the knockout, and what we have found that if you see in this particular case, that this is the normal plant, the wild type, and this is knockout. So pathogenesis goes tremendously down. So that means it is having a very high importance during the pathogenesis. So similar data that we have got. And here what we have got is basically is a PEC25, which is a novel effector. But this particular paper is already in the revision in one of the very big journal. And that we have found that this particular motif is having a signal peptide, because it had to come out from the fungus, and then it is having a pexel motif. So that pexel motif is similar to the plasmodium motif. So that, what we have done is that we have first proven that this particular protein is a secretory protein. So that we have done by using the co-IP and the co-immunoprecipitation, and then we have done the Western, and we have found that this protein is having the expression. Then our main question was that, suppose now it is coming out from the fungus, so it is entering into the host cell. So if it is entering to a host cell, where it is getting localized. So then we have what we have done, that nowadays what people do, that they with the fluorescence protein, certain fluorescence protein like GFP, that we have tagged. It's a green fluorescent protein, and then we have transformed the plant, transformed the fungus, and then infected the plant. And then we have found that this particular protein is actually localized into the nucleus of the host plant. So that means it is a protein which is coded by the fungus. It is going to the host, and then it is localized to the nucleus of the host plant. So now it is very interesting to with us. If it is a nuclear protein, then it has to be interacted with a regulatory protein. Interacting with a regulatory protein like a transcription factor or any type of regulatory proteins. So that's why the target must be the transcription regulation that we thought initially. So what we have done, that since this is having the pexel like effector motif, which is having this RXLXDEQ, which is present in the Plasmodium species, which is called as a plasmodium export motif, and this is reported in a malarial parasite. So what we have done is that here comes the interdisciplinary research that I just wanted to. Then I talked to one of my friend who is in the scientist in the National Institute of Immunology, and Dr. Agam Prasad Singh. And then we have done the same thing. What we have done in this particular things is having the GFP protein that we have tagged, and then we have transfected to Plasmodium burgei. And then we have injected to mouse cells, and then blood sample we have analyzed. So now you just try to understand this particular cartoon, where the area which is in red in color is basically RBC. So you all know that the seizoenta stage and the signet ring stage is there in the malaria parasite things. So this is the stage where this is suppose this is a malaria parasite, you can just see, and this is our effector protein. So suppose so what happens, like when it goes to RBC, it actually forms a parasitophorous vacuolar membrane. So parasitophorous vacuolar membrane is basically forms as an interface between the parasite and the RBC. So what happens, like the Plasmodium burgei or Plasmodium species, they also try to inject some certain effector protein into the RBC. So how they, if there is so just see this animation. So you'll see that this in the red is the RBC. This is Plasmodium burgei, and these are the green dots. They are basically the effector proteins, which is having the GFP tags. And if it is moving to the parasitophorous vacuolar membrane, it will move to the RBC. So you will get the fluorescence in entire the RBC. So that means that this particular protein is moving from and crossing the parasitophorous vacuolar membrane. So this is you can just see from this actual data, where you can just see that this is see in the DIC imaging, where you can just see that this is the parasite that you can see here, and this is the entire GFP is coming out from the parasite, and it is moving in the RBC. That means this particular protein, which is having a motif in the fungal cells, it is actually working in the case of Plasmodium as well. So that we have to work out. Then we have done different type of site-directed mutagenesis. Site-directed mutagenesis, what we do is that this first in the Plasmodium, it is known that first amino acid, third amino acid, and fifth amino acids are very, very conserved. So what we have done that we sequentially modified with the changed with the alanine, and again we have done with the GFP. And here you can just see again the cartoon. This is a native PEC25 where the entire motif is there, and that is the mutant PEC25. So just see that this the motif is not mutated here, so it will move to the. You just see that it will move to the RBC. But in the case of mutant, it will not move. It will remain in the parasitophorous vacuolar membrane. It will never move. So this phenomena that we have found in this particular case, you can just see that the first is the wild type where that there is no mutation. Second, we have mutated first and second. So you can see the Plasmodium is here, and this is RBC, and it is not moving out from the parasite. And in the case of the fifth amino acid also, the same thing is happening. Here in the single RBC, there are two parasites are there, and they are not moving out from the parasites. So this means that the conservation that I was talking in the beginning of my talk, this is happening in the case of Plasmodium as well as in the case of fungus. And fungus, which is maybe it is similar type of things that right now we are doing in Candida also, which is an animal infecting fungi, as well as we are working in Aspergillus fumigatus also. That is also animal fungi, and there also the similar type of mechanism is happening. But our goal was the same thing. So what we have done that we try to figure out that where it is, that like what is the target of this particular effector protein in the plant cell. So what happened, like you all understand that it is localized into the chickpea nucleus. Chickpea is a chana, which is very famous in Patna. Today morning I have purchased the hara chana for my for Delhi, so from the market. So this is basically localized into the chickpea nucleus that we have understood from my previous data. And then our hypothesis was that must be interacting and manipulating the transcription factor or a transcription regulator. So that means that we want to know the PEC25 target in the host. Similar thing that we try to figure out in the case so what we have done that there is a technology. I don't want to go in the detail, but it is called a TAP tag, which is called as a tandem affinity purification. So for that we have done the co-IP with the help of some antibody, and then we have found the one of the interacting protein which happened to be a transcription factor, and that is basically interacting with this particular protein that we have shown by different methods, like by pull down, as well as in the case of the E2 hybrid. That is another technology which is called as to understand the two proteins which are interacting with each other, that you can know by using the E2 hybrid analysis. So this E2 hybrid analysis that we have proven that these two proteins are interacting. Then we have seen that these two proteins are interacting into the nucleus of the host plant. That we have confirmed by using the fluorescent tag, the similar thing which is called as a bimolecular fluorescence complementation analysis, BIFC analysis that we have found. And again we have done the analysis of all these things, that it is actually interacting in the nucleus of the host plant. So then we try to figure out if it is a transcription factor where it is actually interacting. So interestingly, it is interacting with a promoter of a very important gene, which is important for the plant defense system. That we call as in the plant system, we call as a phenylpropanide biosynthetic pathway. First enzyme of the phenylpropanide biosynthetic pathway is the phenylalanine ammonia lyase. So this particular protein, which is a transcription factor, is actually helping phenyl propanate biosynthetic pathway to happen. And phenyl propanate biosynthetic pathway is very, very important for not only for the plant defense, but important for the defense in the case of the lignin biosynthesis, suberin biosynthesis. You must have read in your BSc days, where the lignin is very, very important for to prevent the invasion. So such type of pathway that we have found, and in the case of these are some of the, we use luciferase, the firefly the gene as a reporter gene. So this is a luciferase gene that we have found from the जुगनू से luciferase जो जीन निकलता है उसका ये एनालिसिस है, जिससे हम लोगों को पता चला कि ये जीन जो है ये ट्रांसक्रिप्शन रेगुलेशन कर रहा है इस पर्टिकुलर प्रोटीन का। ये मैं बहुत डिटेल में नहीं जा रहा हूँ इसलिए क्योंकि इसमें एक तो लैक ऑफ टाइम है, बट एक एक एक्सपेरिमेंट में काफी लंबा समझाना पड़ेगा। So here what we have done that's say limb protein, and interestingly this limb protein is very, very important. It's a transcription factor which is important for the animal development as well. And it is, the limb protein has been first discovered from C. elegans, not from the plant system, but in the C. elegans. So in the plant system, nothing is known. So what we have done is that how everything is happening, so that we try to analyze. And that we have with the transcription regulation that we have analyzed by using, we called as one technique, we called as a gel retardation technique. And the another things that nowadays, that we called as a metabolome analysis. Metabolome analysis basically is a one step ahead to the genomics. Things where you can analyze the metabolites of the whenever the infection is there in the plant, animal, everywhere you can do. So these are some of the data of the metabolome where we have found that the genes which are the metabolites which are important for the synthesis of lignins, they are getting suppressed by this particular effector protein. So ultimately what this effector protein is doing is that in the case of the second one and this one, so this you just try to understand the animation of this particular thing. What happens, like in the case of this is a fungus cell, that the fungal cell, and from fungus this particular effector protein is actually moving to the host cell. And if it is moving to the host cell, it is actually interacting with the transcription factor, and it is blocking actually to binding to the PAL or phenylalanine ammonia as promoter, and then it is actually helping the pathogen for the disease. So this is the something that the data which is important for the working model, giving a working model in this. And if we understand such type of things, we can definitely do many work in this regard. If we can, similar protein is not discovered anywhere in the animal infecting pathogen salvage. So we are working right now with the animal infecting pathogen as well. There we are trying to figure out that similar type of protein is getting interacted in the host system or not. So maybe later on we can develop a certain strategy to cause to prevent the fungal diseases into both in plant system as well as in the animal system. So this is the group present group right now. The main work has been done by one of my earlier Sandhya, her picture is not there, and the other work is done by this particular person who is also from Bihar. And it's very vibrant group. Right now I have from National Institute of Plant Genome Research, I have moved to Jawaharlal Nehru University, and this particular work is being funded by Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. Thank you very much. For any question I can. Any question? Feel free to ask question. कर दे, कर देता हूँ, लीव कर दे. Yes.
Any question from audience? You can ask any question, any preliminary question, because the work is very high level work. Because it's excellent presentation.
Thank you, thank you.
Ji, because I usually teach immunology, but the shift effector mechanism I just learned by your
Thank you.
presentation. So it is a very high level of work, and I think the audience cannot understand anything.
No question is silly. You can ask any question.
So you can ask anything.
Any question.
Because the plant microinfection is very old thing, and it is a competition. When we start agriculture, this competition encounter in prehistoric time. But this is the most fascinating thing, that how plant defend from these pathogens. So this is the molecular aspect, although it is very high level of work. So you can ask any preliminary question, because in our system, we have a very powerful immune system operating, but same thing happens in plant also. So you can ask any question. Yes. From backside, no question.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Professor
Thanks.
Praveen. Yes, very nice and excellent. I have also learned a lot of things from your
Thank you.
presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now coming to the next speaker, one of my collaborator also in my research work and for the research of my student also. So I am very happy to invite Dr. Neil Sarovar Bhaves, a very good friend of mine, and he's going to talk. It is written in Hindi, Roop Ek Rang Anek. Oh, we have changed, but it is, and then the next, this a story of single parent. No. Oh, okay. So then he's going to talk in the topic of his choice. So let us welcome Neil with the clapping. Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Neil.
Thank you. It's really nice to be here, because science college is one place when many people will say they studied. I also studied for my ISc and BSc here. But more importantly, I learned my walking also here, because my house was very close. So I used to come almost every day from the age of 1 or 2 here to science college. And there was a pressure on me all the time. My father was also in Patna University. So he used to say, स्कूल पास करके यहीं आईएससी में एडमिशन लेना है. तो एक बचपन से एक प्रेशर बना रहता था, तो वो था ही. तो आईएससी में लिया. फिर वो चाहते थे कि मैं बायोलॉजी करूं. उन्होंने डी सेक्शन में एडमिशन कराया, लेकिन मुझे कोई इंटरेस्ट था नहीं बायोलॉजी में उस समय. तो मैंने मैथ्स में साइड में लिया, क्योंकि बायोलॉजी के साथ ही मैथ्स दे सकते थे. एंड फाइनली आई डिडंट अपीयर फॉर बायोलॉजी एग्जामिनेशन. So I continued with physics, chemistry, math, and then finally also I did chemistry honors. But समय की बात थी, अब biology सर पे पढ़नी थी तो पढ़ी ही. So now I am doing again the structural biology research, and which interests me actually is an interface of thing. So neither I had biology in my +2 nor in my BSc, but I am still doing. So today I thought of this topic, which is our work. But what I'll do means I'll just give a glimpse what we are doing right now, but then I'll shift to more relevant topic, which is COVID vaccines, how they are working, and what are the plus and minus points, and what stages they are. So I'll just 5 minutes spend on this, so that at least I give a flavor what we are doing right now. So this is something we are doing. Our life revolves around these 4 bases, and this is a top view of our institute. And we are generously funded by all agencies. So our work starts with whether there can be a code, because nature works on code, whether there be any code or single standard RNA recognition, nucleic acid recognition or not. And Einstein famously said God didn't play dice. Of course, he was proved wrong in some manner by Schrodinger and all, that there is a kind of quantum mechanics in that, but let it be fast. So we think there must be a code. Nature is not arbit. And we started working on a nucleic acid interaction. It starts from the time where the nucleic acid is born, either during replication or transcription until it dies. So every time there's a protein nucleic acid interaction goes on. And what a famous physicist Feynman told, that whatever we do, same thing even the smallest atom do. So the laws are same. Everything is same for everything. And that is the basis of thing. And finally, which Crick, who did the DNA structure along with Watson, Rosalind Franklin, and Maurice Wilkins, he told that biology ultimate aim is to explain biology right at the below it, right at the atomic level. And so that drives us. And so we are working on structural biology because seeing is believing. Unless you see, you don't believe. If you don't see me, you will say, who the hell is talking here? The same thing. And structure can be determined either in a packed form, which we call crystallography, or if swimming, the molecules are swimming, that is the solution in NMR spectroscopy. And they are deposited in protein data bank, and you can download any protein structure from the data bank. It's freely available, and they are there. So we also work, and these are some of the brightest students, and they actually work. I am presenting. So the work is there, and their contribution, they are the guys who have worked. So these guys have worked, and they solved some of the structures by NMR, the protein RNA complex from plasmodium. So I'm not going into detail of that, but this is I'm giving a flavor of what we are working on. And we solved some of the alternative splicing in the molecule. And this was published in some good journals also, JMB. And we also did some of the new kind of structure that it can bind a stem loop RNA. It is something like a baller holding the ball. This way the RNA stem loop is being recognized. This is one of the very first time we showed that a stem loop RNA can bind in this kind of non-canonical manner. So this kind of things can happen. The surprises are there. So there can be some different changes, but mode of recognition can be very different. Then we had one very bright student. She was topper from BHU, 4 gold medalists, Pooja. And she worked extensively. And on the right, you see, she's working. She was also for a part-time was Uttrik, who was my mentor, the Nobel laureate. And she showed that RRM can form. Dimer also, you see the monomer is very flexible, with dancing everywhere, but the dimer is quite a bit rigid. So that is what she showed, and that's why it is a very important work that first time we showed that this can form a dimer structure. Then that was published, and because she has contributed extensively, Pooja is also the co-corresponding author in this paper. The other bright student was Priyanka. She also developed her own project, because in my lab, I don't give anybody project. So a student who joins, they have to develop their own project. I can be the best critic. My job is to just criticize where they are failing or help them out. So that's what Priyanka did. And she worked extensively. And finally, she solved the NMR structure of the free protein. And this is the free protein where you see one domain is fixed, other can be anywhere in the hemisphere. And that's what you see. It's highly dynamic. This protein is in a free form. You can see which are dancing beautifully, and this linker actually facilitates the dance of this molecule. But she also did that it binds to a promoter DNA. She'll solve the crystal structure of this protein bound to the DNA, how the promoter DNA is being recognized, what is the basis of this recognition. And you see nice density, nice DNA bound to this protein. And what we see, the free protein, this linker allows movement of one of domains. It's like a hinge. If you have a door, it's like a hinge-like movement. So it allows a protein to bind to DNA very well there. And this is a movement. And now you see when it is bound to DNA, the dynamics is very, very restricted. This is not so dynamic. The protein is restricted, and that's where it is able to bind to the promoter of the DNA, and then it becomes restricted, while the linker is facilitating the search of the cognate sequence. And for that reason, such a beautiful work which she did, Priyanka, and that was published in NAR, one of the highest impact factor journals, actually, 17 impact, and she is the only author in that. And because she has contributed immensely to that, she is the co-corresponding author also in this paper. And so we are a basic biologist, and we do celebrate because UN has declared 2022 as an international year for basic sciences for sustainable development. So ये रही मेरी जो काम है उसकी थोड़ा सा एक glimpse. Now I'll move to something more pertinent in the current scenario, which is the COVID vaccine. So COVID vaccine ये मेरा काम नहीं, लेकिन हम लोग कुछ काम कर रहे हैं कोविड पे. जो हमने आर्काइव में मेड आर्काइव में डाला है, वी हैव एनालाइज्ड सम ऑफ द पेशेंट सैंपल्स, हाउ द एंटीबॉडीज आर रिस्पॉन्डिंग एंड ऑल दिस थिंग आर देयर इन द मेड आर्काइव, यू कैन लुक एट, दे आर फ्रीली अवेलेबल। बट अभी हम बात करेंगे कोविड वैक्सीन कैसे काम कर रहा है और सबके प्लस और माइनस पॉइंट्स क्या हैं और उनमें क्या है बेसिकली। सो ये पहला चीज इसलिए मैं स्लाइड डालता हूं क्योंकि अभी सबसे बड़ी समस्या जो आई है वो है मेंटल हेल्थ की कोविड-19 में। मींस मेनी हॉस्पिटल्स आर सीइंग मोर देन 400% इंक्रीज in the psychiatric OPD. Okay, so fear is not a solution, and this Swamiji has said long back during one of the earlier pandemic, which was cholera, that bhai se mukt rahein. That is the best thing, and same thing applies now. हमें शुद्ध स्वच्छ जीवन जीना चाहिए. Everything applies even now. आज भी हमें वही करना है. So अब हम देखेंगे वायरस कैसे काम कर रहा है. बेसिकली अगर ये वायरस है, जो ये वायरस अगर जा रहा है वहां पे, तो ये इन्फेक्ट करेगा। अब ये कैसे इन्फेक्ट करेगा, ये सारे वीडियो अवेलेबल है सब जगह, जस्ट डाउनलोडेड है। तो ये लंग्स में जब जाता है, मेनली ये अपर रेस्पिरेटरी ट्रैक्ट और पल्मोनरी इन्फेक्शन है, ये हमारे लंग्स के टिश्यूज हैं जहां पर ये जाके बैठ सकता है। तो यहाँ पर वायरस इस ढंग से यहाँ पर जाके बैठता है और वो घुसने का वहां से प्रयास करता है, और घुसने के लिए ये स्पाइक प्रोटीन है, जो ट्रायंगल स्पाइक प्रोटीन है, ये एक प्लग और सॉकेट का काम कर रहा है। बेसिकली ये प्लग और सॉकेट की तरह जाता है, बैठता है और वहां से उसको फैसिलिटेट करता है कि वायरस अंदर जा सके ह्यूमन सेल में। तो ये आप देख रहे सिंपल AC2 रिसेप्टर और स्पाइक 2 आके यहाँ बैठा और ये अंदर जाने का कोई तरीका ढूंढता है, ये हम उसका गेट है, उससे वो अंदर जाता है। और जब ये अंदर जा रहा है तब उसके बाद इसका काम क्या है, क्योंकि वायरस बाहर में अपना कोई अस्तित्व नहीं रखता है, उसको अपना जीनोम, जो इस केस में RNA है, उसको अंदर वो डाल देता है। फिर ये RNA अंदर जाता है और हमारी मशीनरी को यूज करके अपने प्रोटीन को, सारे प्रोटीन को बनाता है। सारे प्रोटीन को जब बना रहा है और ये सारे प्रोटीन जब निकलते हैं और ये असेंबल हो रहे हैं, और ये असेंबल होके फिर ये नया वायरस पैक होता है अपने जीनोम के साथ, RNA भी बन रहा है, और यहाँ पैकेजिंग होने के बाद ये वायरस निकल जाता है। और जब ये वायरस की संख्या काफी ज्यादा हो जाती है तो सेल सस्टेन नहीं कर सकता, सेल काफी इन्फेक्टेड हो जाता है, और ये ब्राउन सेल आपको दिख रहा है, और ये लाइस कर जाता है। और जब ये लाइस कर जाता है, ये फट जाता है, इसमें वायरस काफी निकल जाते हैं, और ये एक काफी और सेल को भी इन्फेक्ट कर सकता है। इस ढंग से ये प्रोपगेट करता है बेसिकली। और हम क्यों बोलते हैं साबुन से धोना, क्योंकि इसके ऊपर में लिपिड प्रोटीन स्ट्रक्चर है। अगर साबुन से आप धोइएगा तो सारा प्रोटीन उसमें घुल जाता है, तो वायरस का अस्तित्व इस ढंग से खत्म हो जाता है। सोप में घुलने के बाद वायरस का अस्तित्व ही खत्म हो गया, तो वायरस नहीं बचता है इस कारण से। और वैसे भी फॉर्माइट ट्रांसमिशन काफी मुश्किल है, टच से जो शुरू में था वो उतना नहीं एयरबॉर्न है, लेकिन हाथ में अगर कभी ज्यादा लग जाए या कोई यहाँ छींक के गया है ऐसा हो, तो उस समय हाथ धोने ना सबसे अच्छी चीज है। क्या क्या इंटरवेंशन किए गए हैं कोविड के समय? सोशल हॉस्पिटल और एक्सेसिस थे, लॉकडाउन हुआ। लॉकडाउन का बेसिकली पर्पस था कि ओवरवेल ना हो हॉस्पिटल, वेंटिलेटर सप्लाई हुए, मास्क आए, सैनिटाइजर आए, बेसिक बायोलॉजी लोगों ने समझने की कोशिश की, सीक्वेंसिंग करके RNA उसके प्रोटीन के जीन की सीक्वेंसिंग, प्रोटीन स्ट्रक्चर सॉल्व हुए। US में तो उन्होंने सारे स्ट्रक्चर लगभग सॉल्व कर डाले, उसके लिए एक्सरे यूज हुआ, क्रायोम यूज हुआ, NMR हुआ, डायग्नोस्टिक काफी सारे आए, RT-PCR, एंटीजन बेस, एंटीबॉडी बेस, क्रिस्पर बेस जो CSIR ने किया, फेलुडा, काफी सारे थेरेपेटिक्स आए। इम्यूनोथेरेपीज यूज हुई जो ट्रम्प के केस में यूज हुई थी, ड्रग रिपर्पसिंग ट्राई हुई जिसमें हमने भी कुछ काम किया, हम लोगों ने भी किया, न्यू मॉलिक्यूल्स खोजे गए, ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन आए जो गिलोय वगैरह लोग यूज कर रहे थे। लेकिन सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट वायरस में जो होता है वो वैक्सीन है। तो RNA DNA वैक्सीन आई, वायरल वेक्टर आया, प्रोटीन बेस्ड पोल वायरस, ये सब वैक्सीन डेवलप किए गए। अब नाउ वी गो मोर इनटू डिटेल हाउ द एक्चुअली वैक्सीन वर्क्स। सो पहले समझना पड़ेगा कि वायरल इन्फेक्शन के दौरान हो क्या रहा है। पहला फेज जिसको कहते हैं वायरेमिक फेज, पोस्ट वायरल रिस्पॉन्स जो होता है, जिसमें एंटीवायरल्स, उस समय एंटीवायरल्स काम करते हैं, जिस समय आपके अंदर वायरस जा रहा है सेल में और ग्रो कर रहा है, बॉडी उसके लिए तैयार हो रहा है रिस्पॉन्ड करने के लिए कि उसमें वायरस ग्रो कर रहा है। इस समय आप एक ऐसी कोई दवा देंगे जो वायरस के रेप्लिकेशन को रोक सके, वो काम करेगा। ये वायरेमिक फेज कहलाता है। उसके बाद आता है पल्मोनरी फेज, धीरे धीरे जब वायरस खत्म हो रहा है, वायरस के काउंट खत्म हो रहे हैं, लेकिन एंटीबॉडी रिस्पॉन्स आपका बढ़ रहा है, दिस इज कॉल्ड होस्ट इन्फ्लेमेटरी रिस्पॉन्स, एंटीबॉडीज टाइटर बढ़ रहे हैं, और कुछ केसेस में IL-6 जो साइटोकाइन बढ़ जाता है, जिसके कारण मेजॉरिटी ऑफ जो डेथ हुई हैं कोविड में, वो वायरस, एक्चुअली वायरस ने किसी को नहीं मारा है, वायरस खत्म हो गया है, उसके बाद साइटोकाइन जो स्टॉर्म हुए हैं, एंटीबॉडी रिस्पॉन्स, उस कारण से 99% डेथ हुई है, मेजॉरिटी। हाइपरकॉगुलोपैथी कहें या उसके बाद जो कोगुलेशन हुआ क्योंकि कैपिलरी ब्लॉक हो रहे थे, वहां पर ये प्रॉब्लम हुई। सो इन केसेस में जब सीवियर फेज आता है, जिसको हम कहते हैं सेकेंड वीक, उसमें एंटीवायरल का कोई रोल नहीं रह जाता है, जो रेमडेसिविर और ये लोग ट्राई करें उसका कोई रोल नहीं रह जाता है। उस समय आपको होस्ट के इम्यून सिस्टम को रोकना है, होस्ट के इम्यून सिस्टम को रोकना है, एंटी इंफ्लेमेटरी देनी है, स्टेरॉइड्स देनी है, ये सब देनी है उस समय। तो फर्स्ट वीक जो वायरेमिक फेज है उसमें एंटीवायरल काम करेंगे, वायरस के खत्म होने के 1 वीक के बाद स्टेरॉइड्स और इस तरह की चीजें काम कर सकती हैं। और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट दवा, जो सबसे पुरानी दवा, जो आप गांव में आप चले जाएंगे, बिहार में कहीं भी जाएंगे, भैया बच्चे को देख सोना दे देना, तो ये काम करता है। बच्चे को काफी दिन तक हाई फीवर हो रहा है, तो ये 2 रुपये की दवा होती है, और ये सबसे अच्छा काम की है इस बीमारी में, क्योंकि एंटी इन्फ्लेमेटरी है, स्टेरॉइड का काम है इम्यून सिस्टम को सप्रेस करना। अब आप बोलेंगे पहले वीक में क्यों नहीं दे देते हैं स्टेरॉइड सिस्टम? अगर पहले वीक में वायरस जब ग्रो कर रहा है, उस समय अगर आप स्टेरॉइड देंगे तो आपका इम्यून सिस्टम ही सप्रेस होगा और वायरस को किल नहीं कर पाएगा। तो स्टेरॉइड्स रेजिम स्टार्ट आफ्टर अ वीक, नॉट इन द फर्स्ट वीक। इस द डेज आर वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इन दिस केस। अब इम्यून सिस्टम कैसे काम करता है? इम्यून सिस्टम सिंपल ये तरीका है, जैसे आप अपने दोस्त को पहचानते हैं, आप उसको नहीं करें, लेकिन घर में कोई आपका दुश्मन आ जाता है तो आप उसको तुरंत हटा देते हैं। इम्यून सिस्टम का काम भी बस एक सिंपल यही है, अपने को पहचानना और दूसरे से भेद करना कि दूसरा गलत चीज आ गया तो उसको हटा दे। ये बैक्टीरिया में भी होता है, अगर वायरल डीएनए चले जाते हैं तो उनको क्लिप करके हटा देता है। ये बहुत एंशिएंट चीज है, अपने और पराये का ज्ञान। इम्यून सिस्टम किस ढंग से आता है? अगर वायरल इन्फेक्शन हुआ तो सबसे पहला काम करता है इनेट इम्यूनिटी काम करती है। इनेट इम्यूनिटी में सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज होती है इंटरफेरॉन्स जो आते हैं। तो ये पहला फेज है वायरस का जब वो काम करता है। इसलिए आप देखते होंगे बच्चों को, जनरली बच्चों में इनेट इम्यूनिटी काफी अच्छी है, वो ज्यादा अफेक्टेड नहीं हो रहे हैं। उसके बाद जैसे जैसे डेट बढ़ता है, फिर इनके सेल्स का ग्रोथ आता है। आप देखिए वायरल टाइटर धीरे धीरे बढ़ता जा रहा है। यहाँ पर जो ग्रीन वाला वायरल टाइटर है, उसके बाद वायरस स्पेसिफिक साइटोटॉक्सिक टी सेल्स आने लगते हैं, और उसके बाद पहला रिस्पॉन्स आता है IgM एंटीबॉडीज का, और ये बढ़ते हैं और ये फिर वायरस को किल करते हैं। दिस इज द टिपिकल वे आवर बॉडी रिएक्ट विथ एनी वायरल इन्फेक्शन, एंड दिस इज ubiquitous. It's for everything, all viral infection, even small flu or whatever you have, the same regime follows. There is nothing changes. इसमें कोई परिवर्तन नहीं होता है। उसके बाद आप सिम्टम्स शुरू में नहीं होते हैं, सिम्टम्स आपके कुछ समय बाद होते हैं, जब काफी काउंट वायरस के बढ़ जाती है तब ये काउंट होते हैं। अगर आपकी एंटीबॉडी उसका ध्यान दे रही है तो वायरस क्लियर हो जाएगा, आपके सिम्टम्स सबसाइड हो जाएंगे, एंड देन यू आर ओके। सो लेट एंटीबॉडी जो IgG है वो बाद में आती है, शुरू में IgM पहले हेल्प करती है। तो IgM बढ़ता है, फिर IgG, और IgG काफी दिन तक लास्ट करता है। इम्यूनोग्लोबिन G काफी लंबे समय तक लास्ट करता है बॉडी में, कुछ केस में और इसके साथ साथ मेमोरी सेल भी बनते हैं। कुछ केसेस में मेमोरी सेल लाइफ लॉन्ग होते हैं, और कुछ केसेस में जनरेशन से भी पास होते हैं। सबसे कॉमन है चिकन पॉक्स। Even a pregnant lady gets a chicken pox, the kid will be immune to that. So that way it works. And some cases like flu, because it changes every time, you are getting infected every year, you get cure and then again fine. So हर वायरस का अलग अलग मेमोरी सेल का रिजीम है, इसका हमें नहीं पता अभी क्या है, लेकिन हाँ ये आ रहा है कि टी सेल रिस्पॉन्स 1 साल तक तो निश्चित रूप से मिला है, जो पब्लिश डेटा कह रहा है कि 1 साल तक मेमोरी है। So this is the first report which has come from, it was published in Cell, that robust T cell immunity is seen even if you have a asymptomatic COVID-19. आपको पता भी नहीं चला कि आपको कोविड है, लेकिन आपके अंदर स्ट्रॉन्ग टी सेल रिस्पॉन्स है, जो अगले बार आप कभी भी इन्फेक्ट होइएगा तो आपको ये बचा लेगा कि आपको डिजीज नहीं होगी। यहाँ 2 चीज समझना बहुत जरूरी है, इन्फेक्शन और डिजीज अलग अलग चीज है। इन्फेक्ट हो सकते हैं लेकिन डिजीज मैनिफेस्टेशन आपका इम्यून सिस्टम नहीं होने देगा। सो दिस टू थिंग्स हैव टू वन हैज टू रियली क्लियर अंडरस्टैंड। एंड इवन जैसे प्रवीण ने बात किया, अभी एनआईए में काम किया है निमिष ने, निमिष का पेपर अभी उसने डाला है अभी बायो आर्काइव में। इंडियन पॉपुलेशन में भी वैक्सीनेटेड लोगों की टी सेल मेमोरी 12 महीने तक दिख रही है। टी सेल मेमोरी तभी तो इस पेंडेमिक को ही लगभग 1.5 साल हुए हैं, तो 12 महीने का ही डेटा है, तो उतना ही बता सकते हैं। तो निमेश ने उसको सॉल्व किया है और ये बताया है। सो इम्यून रिस्पॉन्स इन इम्यूनाइज पर्सन, नाउ इम्यूनाइज पर्सन जो वैक्सीनेटेड उसमें क्या आएगा? सो उसमें अगर इन्फेक्शन होगा, चूंकि आप इम्यूनाइज्ड हैं तो आपके अंदर मेमोरी सेल उसके अंदर बन गई है। इन्फेक्शन होते के साथ आपका आईजीजी टाइटर जो एंटीबॉडी रिस्पॉन्स है वो बहुत तेजी से आएगा, और इस कारण दैट विल टेक केयर ऑफ द वायरस एंड इट विल इमीडिएटली एज सून यू आर गेटिंग इन्फेक्टेड आपको वो वायरस से मुक्त कर देगा काफी जल्दी। वायरस का अमाउंट देखिए बहुत ज्यादा नहीं बढ़ता है, वो तेजी से गिर जाता है, और क्योंकि आपका एंटीबॉडी इसको बचा रहा है। तो वैक्सीन का इतिहास क्या है? वैक्सीन का इतिहास तो शायद मुझे लगता है जितना मानव का इतिहास होगा उतना ही वैक्सीन का भी होना ही चाहिए, क्योंकि लोग करते ही आए। वायरसेस बेसिकली आर द एजेंट्स ऑफ इवोल्यूशन। हमारे डीएनए में वायरस के बहुत सारे डीएनए पड़े हैं जो इवोल्यूशन के दौरान जमा हो गए हैं, और वो हैं। तो वायरसेस बेसिकली आर रिक्वायर्ड फॉर इवोल्यूशन एंड दैट इज द वे नेचर हैज वर्कड टू ट्रांसफर द जीन। सो एंशिएंट टाइम से स्मॉल पॉक्स का था, सबसे बड़ी परेशानी यही थी। स्मॉल पॉक्स से एंडेमिक होते थे, लोग मर जाते थे। इसका सबसे पहला जो मिला है वैक्सीनेशन का 3000 बीसी में कुछ रिकॉर्ड मिलते इंडिया और इजिप्ट में। ये वैक्सीन लोग किसी तरीके से यूज कर रहे थे जो उनका पुराना तरीका होगा। और इवन 300 बीसी में जाएंगे तो संस्कृत लिटरेचर में भी वैक्सीन का रिटन डॉक्यूमेंटेशन है, और फिर बाद में अरबिक अबू बकर ने भी इसको लिखा है। चाइना में भी इनोकुलेशन का रिपोर्ट आया, इस ढंग से वैक्सीन चला आ रहा है। लेकिन पहला जो फॉर्मल वैक्सीन जिसको हम कहते हैं वो एडवर्ड जीनर ने 1796 में लाया, जो पॉक्स की वैक्सीन यूज की थी। जीनर ऑब्जर्वेशन जो पब्लिश हुआ, तो दैट इज व्हाट वी कंसीडर एज द मॉडर्न स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट ऑफ अ वैक्सीन। ओके, तो इनोकुलेशन और वैक्सीनेशन में ये दो चीज भी अंतर समझना बहुत जरूरी है। प्रोसीजर देखिए, प्रोसीजर दोनों बराबर है, दोनों में प्रोटेक्शन भी लगभग बराबर है। सेफ्टी इनोकुलेशन में कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो सकता है, अगर बीमारी बढ़ गई तो डेथ हो सकती है कुछ केसेस में, लेकिन वैक्सीनेशन में हम सेफ रखते हैं, नहीं हो सकती है। रिस्क टू कम्युनिटी भी जो है इनोकुलेशन में ज्यादा है, वैक्सीनेशन में नहीं है। एडवर्स रिएक्शन वैक्सीनेशन में हम बहुत ध्यान देते हैं, इसलिए वहां नहीं है। कॉम्प्लिकेशन बाकी सब उसी पे आती हैं। सो ये चीजें बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है यहाँ पर इनोकुलेशन और वैक्सीनेशन में समझने के लिए। आप नेचुरली जो इन्फेक्ट हो रहे हैं वो इनोकुलेशन है बेसिकली, आप उनको इनोकुलेट किया, आपके अंदर एंटीबॉडी आ गई एंड दैट्स ऑल। सो वैक्सीन मींस अगर देखा जाए, जीनर के पहले लोगों ने फॉस्टर ने ट्राई किया, उसके बाद 17 में जेनसन रेडलपेल्ट ने भी ट्राई किया, लेकिन एडवर्ड जेनर ने पहला जो ये डॉक्यूमेंटेड एक्चुअली यहाँ ये काम किया है वो किया, जो फर्स्ट शॉट 14 मई 1796 में उन्होंने दिया। इसमें उन्होंने क्या किया, बेसिकली एक मिल्क मेड जो है वो काम कर रही है, उसको इन्फेक्ट किया काउ पॉक्स वायरस से। काउ पॉक्स वायरस से उसको इन्फेक्ट हुआ। उसके बाद इसमें से निकालने के बाद, ह्यूमन से काउ पॉक्स वायरस निकालने के बाद इस बंदे को जेम्स को डाला गया। जेम्स को मामूली बीमारी होती है काउ पॉक्स की। उसके बाद इसमें से वो लेके उसके बाद उसके अंदर प्रॉपर स्मॉल पॉक्स डालते हैं, जिससे उसको पूरा प्रोटेक्शन मिलता है। तो ये बेसिकली स्मॉल पॉक्स की पता लोगों को इसी से चला कि जो लोग गाय के साथ काम करते थे उनको नहीं हो रही थी बीमारी, इससे उनको आइडिया मिला और इससे उन्होंने आगे इसको वैक्सीन को डेवलप किया। सो नाउ इन अ मोर डॉक्यूमेंटेड यू विल सी हाउ एक्चुअली द वैक्सीन्स immune response work actually. This is giving an example for the normal flu vaccine. So यहाँ फ्लू वैक्सीन के लिए क्या करते हैं, वायरस को ग्रो किया गया है। यहाँ पर वायरस प्रोटीन को जो H1N1 हर साल आता है, जो आप लोग मार्केट में देखते होंगे इन्फ्लुवेक टेट्रा वैक्सीन, उसमें इनएक्टिवेटेड वायरस पार्टिकल को बनाया गया है। H1, HA और NA जो प्रोटीन होते हैं, जो हर साल चेंज होते रहते हैं, उनके द्वारा। और ये जब इनोकुलेट करते हैं बॉडी में, तो ये प्रोटीन चूंकि फॉरेन प्रोटीन है, इसको बॉडी समझता है कि हमारा प्रोटीन नहीं है, ये पराया प्रोटीन है, उसके अंदर वो रिएक्ट करना चालू करता है। पहला रिएक्शन चालू होता है जैसे पार्टिकल अंदर गए, इनको वो प्रोसेस करेगा। प्रोसेस कर काफी सारे ब्लड में आपके सेल है, मैक्रो फर्स्ट पहला स्टेज जो मैक्रोफेजेस का है वो उसको प्रेजेंट करेगा ऊपर में, प्रेजेंटेशन होगा। लेट्स नॉट गो इनटू मोर डिटेल ऑफ इट बिकॉज एक्चुअली इट्स अ वेरी कॉम्प्लेक्स कैस्केड जिसमें सारे कुछ आते हैं, लेकिन इंटरनलाइज करने के बाद इसको यहाँ पर प्रोसेस करके उसको एंटीजन प्रेजेंटेशन जिसको कहते हैं, एंटीजन प्रेजेंट होगा। एंटीजन प्रेजेंट होने के बाद यहाँ पर इसको बाकी सेल उसको प्रेजेंटेबल फॉर्म में दिखा रहा है कि देखो भैया ये बाहर की चीजें देखो और इसके अगेंस्ट कुछ करना है, तो बाकी सेल जो है उसके अगेंस्ट रिएक्ट करने की कोशिश करते हैं, जिसमें टी सेल रिसेप्टर्स आते हैं। टी सेल रिसेप्टर इसको बाउंड करेंगे, बाउंड करने के बाद ये इसको एक्टिवेशन, दिस इज कॉल्ड एक्टिवेशन। सो एक्टिवेशन लीड्स टू अ साइटोटॉक्सिक टी सेल। हाँ बोला।
So it's proud privilege for us that the director, Rajendra Memorial Research Institute, Dr. Krishna Pandey is with us. Give a thunder round of applause. He is the chairperson of the ongoing session. I welcome you, sir, from the bottom core of my heart on behalf of the organizing committee. Please come.
Yeah, fine. चलिए, मैं सोचा इसलिए चेंज किया। हाँ। Okay, so activated T cell actually जो है साइटोटॉक्सिक टी सेल और सप्रेसर टी सेल में चेंज, और ये बाकी हेल्पर टी सेल भी बनते हैं जो बाकी बी सेल एक्टिवेशन में काम आएंगे। सो ये 3 टाइप के सेल बने हैं और ये फिर एच रिसेप्टर्स जो है इसके साथ आगे जाएंगे। ओके, सो हेल्पर टी सेल का पहला काम है मेमोरी सेल को एक्टिवेट भी करना और एंटीबॉडी जनरेशन जो बी सेल को एक्टिवेट में मूव करना। तो बी सेल को ये प्रेजेंटेशन के बाद बी सेल जो एक्टिवेट होंगे, इसके बाद दे विल this B cell activation and then they will move towards the generation of the first antibody. So यहाँ पर B cell ने भी प्रेजेंट किया, एक्टिवेटेड T cell यहाँ आया, इसको रिकॉग्नाइज किया और इसके बाद फादर ये जाएगा जो ये केमिकल्स रिलीज करेंगे जिनको एक्टिवेट करेंगे, जो आर सिग्नलिंग मॉलिक्यूल्स बेसिकली। दिस सिग्नलिंग मॉलिक्यूल्स विल अलाउ द एक्टिवेशन ऑफ B cell and they will start proliferating like anything. One subset जो जाएगा मेमोरी, जो आपकी मेमोरी में बनेगा, दूसरा जो प्लाज्मा बी सेल बनेंगे और प्लाज्मा बी सेल ये एंटीबॉडी जनरेट करेंगे एंड आवर बॉडी इज एबल टू जनरेट डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ एंटीबॉडीज। इवन पीपल से थियोरेटिकली इट्स ऑलमोस्ट दे कैन जनरेट मिलियन काइंड ऑफ एंटीबॉडीज। सो नाउ वी हैव द मेमोरी सेल एंड इफ अगर वो बंदा फिर से किसी से इन्फेक्ट होता है, अगर वायरस उसके अंदर जाते हैं, अगर उसके अंदर ऑलरेडी मेमोरी सेल बनी हुई है, वो इनफैक्ट इस वायरस का प्रोटीन को देख चुका है, उसके बाद अगर ये जाएगा तो एपिथेलियल रेसिपियर में वो बाउंड करने का कोशिश करेगा कि अंदर जाए और ग्रो करे। लेकिन इस दौरान क्या होगा, क्योंकि एंटीबॉडी बनी हुई है, ये वायरस को अंदर जाने नहीं देगी। सो यू आर इन्फेक्टेड लेकिन आपका डिग्रीज प्रोग्रेशन नहीं हो रहा है। So that is very clear. So that's way vaccine memory cell is helping you in that, not to get infected. So ये वैक्सीन हम देखेंगे यहाँ पर। ट्रेडिशनल वैक्सीन जो है इनएक्टिवेटेड वायरस से बना हुआ है और यहाँ पर एडेप्टिव रिस्पॉन्स दे देता है, एंटीबॉडीज बनाता है और टी सेल जो है प्रिवेंट वायरस रेप्लिकेशन को रोकने में काम आता है। सो वैक्सीन हिस्ट्री अगर रिसेंट मॉडर्न टाइम की हिस्ट्री देखें, सो डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ वैक्सीन आते हैं कि पहले द किल्ड वैक्सीन जो आए हैं, जो स्मॉल पॉक्स के अगेंस्ट आए, फर्स्ट लाइव एटेन्यूएटेड वैक्सीन आई जो वायरस एक्टिवली रेप्लिकेट कर सकता है लेकिन उसके की प्रोटीन डेड किए गए हैं ताकि वो बीमारी नहीं कर सके, इन्फेक्ट करे लेकिन बीमारी ना कर सके। उसके बाद किल्ड वैक्सीन, टॉक्साइड वैक्सीन आए हैं डिप्थेरिया वगैरह के, कॉम्बिनेशन वैक्सीन इन विट्रो कल्चर्स के साथ आए हैं। रिकॉम्बिनेंट वैक्सीन जो है हेपेटाइटिस बी की, जो दैट इज द फर्स्ट वैक्सीन वेयर द प्रोटीन फ्रॉम द हेपेटाइटिस उसको रिकॉम्बिनेंटली प्रोड्यूस किया गया और हेपेटाइटिस बी वैक्सीन बनी। उसके बाद डिफरेंट अलग अलग वैक्सीन आते गए हैं। एडिनो, उसके बाद कुछ नई टेक्नोलॉजीज आई। वन इज एडिनो वायरस वेक्टर। एडिनो वायरस वेक्टर मीन्स ये है कि एक एडिनो वायरस, कॉमन कोल्ड वायरस जो है, उसके अंदर, उसके जीनोम में किसी और वायरस का जो एंटीजन है, जिसके अगेंस्ट एंटीबॉडी बोलती है, उसको क्लोन कर देंगे और वो कैरी करेगा। तो इसका पहला यूज हुआ इबोला वैक्सीन में 2019 में, और वहां पर पहला ट्रायल किया गया, और लार्ज स्केल जो यूज हुए हैं वो कोविड-19 वैक्सीन हुए हैं, एडिनो वायरस वैक्सीन। उसके बाद कोविड-19 की दो सबसे अलग डिफरेंट टेक्नोलॉजी आई, वो mRNA वैक्सीन आई। यहाँ पर मैं भी इसलिए बोलना चाहूंगा कि mRNA वैक्सीन का डेवलपमेंट भी बेसिक साइंस से हुआ। बेसिक साइंस से इसलिए हुआ क्योंकि आप नॉर्मल mRNA किसी भी एनिमल में, वो ये जर्मनी में एक्सपेरिमेंट चल रहा था, नॉर्मल mRNA वो डालती थी लेडी और एनिमल मर जाते थे, क्योंकि इनेट रिस्पॉन्स था इम्यून का, ये प्रॉब्लम थी। बट दे चेंज, वंस दे पुट द tRNA, एनिमल सर्वाइव। तो उन्होंने mRNA में यूरोडीन को चेंज किया स्यूडोइरिडीन से, मिथाइल स्यूडोइरिडीन से चेंज किया, और इस कारण से अभी कुछ रिपोर्ट्स आ रहे हैं कि मिथाइल ग्रुप जो है TLR जो इनेट पार्ट है उसको ब्लॉक करता है। इस कारण से mRNA इज टॉलरेटेड बाय वी ह्यूमंस, एंड दैट लेड टू द डेवलपमेंट ऑफ mRNA वैक्सीन जो फाइजर और मॉडर्ना की है। प्लाज्मिड बेस्ड वैक्सीन जो आया कि एक प्लाज्मिड लेंगे, उसमें हम उस प्रोटीन को सिंपल क्लोन कर देंगे, वो डाल देंगे, जो जाइडस कैडिला ने इंडिया में अप्रूवल पाया है, वो ये वैक्सीन है। So this is the basic history of the vaccines. In the last one, so you had a TB. The BCG vaccine still counts. There is no new vaccine since then. BCG is still there and gives protection to kids, not to adults. बड़ों में BCG का कोई खास फायदा उदा है नहीं, तो बच्चों को बेसिकली मेनिंजाइटिस से बचाने के लिए टीबी यूज हो रही है। उसके बाद whooping cough, टाइफाइड, एंथ्रेक्स, इस तरह के आते गए। इबोला 2019 में, नाउ वी हैव plenty of different vaccines coming against COVID. So पहला जो वैक्सीन है इम्यूनोजन यूज किया गया है, कौन कौन सा? तो पहला हम लोग करते हैं इम्यूनोजन एंटीबॉडी। हमारा वैक्सीन का एक ही पर्पस है कि एंटीबॉडी प्रोड्यूस करना, मेमोरी प्रोड्यूस करना, सिंपल, हम किसी ढंग से भी करें। सो इसमें अलग अलग तरीके जो यूज किए गए हैं, वीक एंड इनएक्टिवेटेड वायरस, कोल्ड वायरस वीक करके यूज करने का, या किल करके, या सिर्फ ये जो प्रोटीन है, ये वाले प्रोटीन को ही हम रिप्रोड्यूस करें, जो अभी रिसेंटली अप्रूव हुई है कोवोवैक्स, नोवावैक्स की वैक्सीन, वो ये है, सब यूनिट वैक्सीन है, प्रोटीन बेस्ड वैक्सीन है। तीसरी वायरल वेक्टर वैक्सीन है जो एडिनो वायरस की वैक्सीन है, जो कोविशील्ड और स्पुतनिक है। दोनों में एक में गुरिल्ला का एडिनो वायरस यूज किया गया है, एक में चिंपैंजी का एडिनो वायरस यूज किया गया है, और स्पुतनिक में 2 अलग अलग स्ट्रेन यूज किया गया है। ह्यूमन इसलिए नहीं यूज किया गया है कि हम एक्सपोज हैं, तो हमारे शायद अंदर उसका फायदा ही ना हो अगर ह्यूमन एडिनो वायरस यूज होता तो। तीसरी जो बहुत रिसेंट टेक्नोलॉजी जो आई है इसमें, वो RNA और DNA लाइपोसोम में डाल के यूज करने की है, और कुछ रिपर्पसिंग भी ट्राई कर रहे थे लोग वैक्सीन, अभी तक उसके बहुत कंसिडरेबल रिजल्ट्स नहीं मिले। BCG ट्राई की गई है, पोलियो ट्राई किया गया है, लेकिन कोई ऐसा स्पेसिफिक अब तक नहीं मिला है। सो दिस इज द स्टेटस ऑफ 139 वैक्सीन एज ऑफ टुडे। अप्रूव्ड वैक्सीन 9 है अभी तक, बाकी डिफरेंट स्टेजेस ऑफ फेज 1, फेज 2, कंबाइंड फेज 2, फेज 3, ऑथराइज 16 है डिफरेंट कंट्रीज में, बट WHO अप्रूव 9 वैक्सीन हैं अभी, और 10 वैक्सीन में को छोड़ दिया गया कि उनके सफिशिएंट रिजल्ट्स नहीं मिले। इंडिया में 5 वैक्सीन अभी तक अप्रूव्ड हैं, वाइडली जो दी जा रही है, कोवैक्सीन, कोविशील्ड, स्पुतनिक, और बाकी नोवावैक्स की जो अप्रूव हुई है रिसेंटली, या जाइडस कैडिला की अप्रूव हुई है। बाकी ट्रायल में है, संजय सिंह जो काम कर रहे हैं mRNA वैक्सीन पे, जिनोवा वाला वो कर रहे हैं, वो उस पर काम हो रहा है। Let's see how it works. So, but he thinks Sanjay Singh, when I met last time, he told that it can take the temperature to even something like 4 degrees. He's making like that. So hopefully it might work out. So inactivated virus बहुत सिंपल चीज है, ये बाबा आदम की टेक्नोलॉजी है, सबसे पुरानी टेक्नोलॉजी। इसमें वायरस को लिया गया है, उसको इनएक्टिवेट किया गया है प्रोपेलैक्टोन और फॉर्मेल्डिहाइड से इसको न्यूक्लिक एसिड को किया गया है। इट कैन नॉट कॉज डिजीज। इसमें एडजुवेंट्स जो यूज किए गए हैं और TLR7 TLR एगोनिस्ट यूज किए गए ताकि आपका रिस्पॉन्स काफी बढ़ जाए। कोवैक्सीन में ये सबसे नई चीज यूज की गई थी, एडजुवेंट एल्जेल जो यूएस से लिया गया था, बाद में IICT हैदराबाद ही बना रहा है। इसी कारण इम्यून रिस्पॉन्स कोवैक्सीन में काफी अच्छा आया, जबकि सिनोवैक वगैरह में उतने अच्छे इम्यून रिस्पॉन्स नहीं आया, जबकि कोवैक्सीन में एल्जल के कारण बेसिकली एल्जल IMDG जो है इसके कारण रिस्पॉन्स काफी अच्छा आया। इट मोस्टली इंड्यूस एंटीबॉडी मेडिएटेड इम्यूनिटी, सेल मेडिएटेड इम्यूनिटी इसमें काफी कम आती है, इसके बारे में सो ये एग्जाम्पल है इसका कोरोना वैक जो चाइनीज है, और कोवैक्सीन जो हम लोग सबको ले रहे हैं, इज सिंपलेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी। लेकिन इसका प्रोडक्शन, चूंकि आप वायरस को, लाइव वायरस को लेते हो, इनएक्टिवेट करते हो, इसलिए इसमें BSL-3 लेवल का सेफ्टी चाहिए, इसलिए इसकी प्रोडक्शन रेट कम है। BSL-3 लेवल का सेफ्टी चाहिए। यू डोंट वांट एनी कंटामिनेशन इन ए वायरस, इवन अ लाइव वायरस। दैट इज द सेफ्टी इट इज रिक्वायर्ड ड्यूरिंग प्रोडक्शन, ड्यूरिंग पैकेजिंग, ड्यूरिंग every stages. This is a quality control. Okay. Second thing is ये काफी जगह अप्रूव्ड है, अगेन जैसे मैंने बताया, इसमें बेसिकली ज्यादा कुछ है नहीं। कोरोना इनएक्टिवेटेड वायरस है, एल्जल है, TLR7 एगोनिस्ट है, फिनॉक्सी इथेनॉल यूज किया गया ट्रेसेस में होगा, जो न्यूक्लिक एसिड को खत्म करने के लिए किया गया, और फॉस्फेट बफर सलाइन है। अब तो WHO अप्रूव्ड है, तो बाकी जगह अप्रूवल अब धीरे धीरे मिलते ही जा रहे हैं। वायरल वेक्टर एडेनोवायरस है, ये दूसरा वायरस लिया गया है, और इसमें इसके स्पाइक प्रोटीन को क्लोन किया गया है। कोरोना वायरस का स्पाइक प्रोटीन को एडिनो वायरस के जीनोम में इंटीग्रेट किया गया है, ताकि ये अंदर जाता है। इस दो टाइप के हो सकते हैं, रेप्लिकेटिंग भी और नॉन रेप्लिकेटिंग भी। नहीं, नॉन रेप्लिकेटिंग हम लोग यहाँ पे यूज कर रहे हैं, इसमें T सेल रिस्पॉन्स मिलेगा, अच्छा मिलता है, जिसमें हम लोग एस्ट्राजेनिका की जो है कोविशील्ड वो एक है, और स्पुतनिक एक एग्जाम्पल है इस तरह के वैक्सीन में। So Covishield uses a very weakened chimpanzee adenovirus. Sputnik uses a gorilla. Of course, I have not written. It's a gorilla virus. Basically, it uses, and both almost have the same technology, except for that it has two different kind of variant of adenovirus use, adeno5 and adeno26. और इसमें बहुत सिंपल चीज है, एल्युमिनियम हाइड्रोक्साइड, हिस्टीडीन, बेसिकली स्टेबलाइज करने वाले सॉल्यूशंस ही हैं, और ज्यादा इसमें ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, और ये वाइडली अप्रूव्ड वैक्सीन में से एक है। mRNA वैक्सीन इज सिंपल, जो कि हमारे DNA से mRNA बनता है, वो प्रोटीन बनाता है, इसलिए उसने mRNA को बनाया है, जिसमें mRNA में सिंगल स्पाइक प्रोटीन को क्लोन किया हुआ है। सिंपल, उसको बेसिकली इनकैप्सुलेट किया गया है लिपिड के अंदर, ताकि हमारे सेल के अंदर जा सके। लिपिड विल फैसिलिटेट गोइंग इनसाइड अ सेल, एंड mRNA will go to ribosome and synthesize spike protein, and that is the key to thing. And it will, since the protein will be, once the protein, that's why I said the key thing is the protein has to be synthesized, the virus protein. In this case, mRNA will be synthesizing the virus protein, so it will elicit a good immune response, and you have a good safety for that. And इसमें कुछ ज़्यादा safety की issue है नहीं, although कुछ innate immunity के issues आए हैं, but let's forget for right now. Some cases were seen for some innate immunity. So कोमिरांटी जो है फाइजर की वैक्सीन है, इसमें बेसिकली डिटर्जेंट है, लिपिड है, जिसमें RNA को डाला गया है, बाकी सिर्फ सॉल्ट और बफर्ड के लिए यूज किए गए हैं। सिमिलरली मॉडर्ना में भी है, उन्होंने भी लिपिड को यूज किया है RNA को इनकैप्सुलेट करने के लिए, और उसके बाद बाकी स्टेबलाइजिंग एजेंट ही हैं। ऑल द मॉडर्ना में अमाउंट ऑफ RNA दे आर पुटिंग लिटिल मोर कंपेयर टू द फाइजर। और ये अब काफी जगह, दैट्स व्हाट आई वाज सेइंग, दिस इज द डिफरेंस, यूरोडीन एंड pseudoiridine, and this difference, only this difference has made this mRNA to be successful, which cause it can avoid the innate immune response. अगर innate immune response आ जाता है तो काफी प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है। DNA वैक्सीन बहुत सिंपल है, DNA वैक्सीन में प्लाज्मिक DNA को डाला गया और उसका काम है जाना अंदर, RNA प्रोड्यूस करना, RNA प्रोटीन बनाएगा, और then you have a good vaccine candidate for that. And the first vaccine which has been approved, DNA vaccine, is actually Zydus Cadila, which has, it is still to have come out in the market, and it is in the process of all this thing. प्रोटीन बेस्ड वैक्सीन है, सिंपल, आप प्रोटीन को प्रोड्यूस कर लीजिए और प्रोटीन को ही बॉडी में इंजेक्ट करना, जो हेपेटाइटिस बी वायरस का भी है, हेपेटाइटिस बी वायरस का भी है, उसको डाल सकते हैं। उसी तरह से सिंपल स्पाइक प्रोटीन को क्लोन करके एक्सप्रेस किया गया है, सेल में डाला गया, उसके अंदर रिस्पॉन्स आता है। जो अभी नोवावैक्स की वैक्सीन अप्रूव हुई है वो सेम ही है, इसमें भी सेपोनिन वगैरह यूज किया गया है एज एडजुवेंट। और ये काफी सारे वैक्सीन अब बन रहे हैं, एंड सब यूनिट वैक्सीन आर कंसीडर्ड टू बी द सेफेस्ट वैक्सीन बिकॉज इट डजंट हैव एनी जेनेटिक मटेरियल, you don't have any virus in that, even a dead or live, whatever kind of particle in that. That's why it is considered to be the safest vaccine. And vaccine mein safety is paramount, efficacy comes second. That is a thumb rule of vaccine. Safety is first. So this is a stage that inactivity compare kiya gaya, advantage, disadvantages. This is summarized here. ऑल्दो मैंने सारी चीज को बोल ही दिया है, लेकिन फिर भी ये बात यहाँ पर ये है, इनएक्टिवेटेड वायरस के एडवांटेज क्या है, स्ट्रॉन्ग एंटीबॉडी रिस्पॉन्स है, टी सेल रिस्पॉन्स में कम मिलते हैं, वायरस सब यूनिट में दोनों अच्छे मिलते हैं, और मतलब इम्यूनोजेनिक प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है। न्यूक्लिक एसिड वैक्सीन वी स्टिल हैव टू रियली लुक इनटू द लॉन्ग टर्म इफेक्ट्स बिकॉज दिस हैज बीन इंट्रोड्यूस्ड फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम। mRNA वैक्सीन के बारे में हमें डिटेल 4-5 साल बाद ही पता चलेगा। So this is one of the things who are WHO approved and already in use summary, but it is of no use right now. Now the last two slides, how the vaccines have come to India. So BCG was actually introduced in 1927 globally. It came to India in 1951, make in India, and it started exported, but India introduced 1978. Similarly, DPT. So now you see up to rotavirus, how big is the difference. Global introduction and introduction in India. But if you see from the COVID-19, the vaccine globally introduced in India is almost at the same time. So this is a key thing, and it speaks a lot about the policy makers, how the vaccines are being approved nowadays. And we have a robust system to look into that. So this is again the milestones of in India, how the vaccines have come up. So you look at this early 1832, they started the smallpox vaccine in lymph, and then Ceylon first started producing smallpox vaccine. Haskins started in plague laboratory, came after this thing. But look at after that, how fast things have moved. The Zydus came, Biological Eve came, which is producing now the subunit vaccine. Serum Institute came in 66, which has now doing the maximum job of producing many of the vaccines. Panacea Biotech came, Santa, Bharat Biotech, and now there's a queue of that they are producing vaccines in India, and that's why India has become the pharma hub of the world. Okay, so these are some of the vaccines which are currently being approved in India. Genova Biotech, Sanjay Singh is trying for the mRNA vaccine. Hopefully, I think DBT has supported him very extensively, so probably they might come out. Their nasal vaccine also trying. So some of the key things, the last one, nothing can, first thing when you hear that, okay, there are new variant, new things coming up, nothing can stop evolution. Nothing in the world can stop evolution. Virus will mutate and new variant will be generated. Until date, we have eliminated only 2 viruses in the world. One is smallpox virus and one is rinderpest, which is in animals. Hopefully one day we might eliminate polio. So that will be third. So don't think this virus is going anywhere. So vaccination is the key thing. Third thing, if you think the vaccine can stop infection, no. Vaccine will infect, you will have infection, but it will obviously prevent disease. So there is a difference between both of them. Okay, so there are some myth. It can contain, there are actually one political party has spread this thing that Covaxin contains the calf serum, and this was not. Calves are not slaughtered, only used for growing cells. So it doesn't contain anything. There are reports that the sperm count going down by the COVID vaccine. This is again a stupid thing, and people have published in JAMA that there is no effect on that. Okay, so the one did not have to go to other rumors. I mean, if you want to compromise with your health, you can hear all the kind of rumors. That's up to you. Okay, so bottom line, vaccine aren't safe because they develop quickly. False, because the regulatory network is very, very good in the world and India. Vaccine can lead to long-term effects. No, for all the vaccine which have been approved, at least in India and WHO, nothing like that. You can get COVID-19 vaccines. It's again a false statement. No, this is never like that because the quality control is really robust. People with underlying conditions should not get vaccinated. Most of them can get vaccinated. There are only very few cases where doctors advise against, and those are very rare, rarest of rare cases. People with suppressed immune should not get vaccinated. This is again a wrong thing. Everybody should get vaccinated, even if you have suppressed immune system. COVID-19 vaccine will alter DNA. Actually, if you think that way, all DNA which you are having, anything will alter. Nature doesn't work like that. DNAs are not altered so fast by anything. If you get vaccinated, you can make infertile, which has been proved wrong. If I'm pregnant or breastfeeding, I definitely should get vaccinated. This is again wrong. Everybody has to get vaccinated. Once I get vaccinated, I don't have to wear mask or practice social distancing. This is a common thing, because what happens if you wear mask, you apply the less viral load on yourself and you give less viral load to the other person. That way you actually help the community. It's a community service. And we are social animals. We have to do like that. Okay. And that's why they subscribe that you have to really measure, take all the corona appropriate behaviors and everything. These have been, government has been advising all these things. One has to follow these things. That's all. And one has to, as I say, one has to be really independent. And this is from the Aranyapar Mahabharat. When they say, if you have your own things, you can be really independent. Api sakam pachanasim sukham ve magham griye arjitam swena viryane now vyapistam kanchanam. Yeah, say is the person is the really one who cook only little lives, means he has the person who can have their own food is the happiest person and do not have to depend on others. And that's what we have shown during our COVID pandemic, that we have our own vaccine, we have our RT-PCR, everything, our labs. Means we are, as our lab, we are also doing 300 tests every day, COVID test. So every lab is doing. Means we are not the unique one. We are one among the thousands. All labs are doing. Our RMRI is doing, extensively contributing to Bihar. So everybody. So it's a collective effort, and that's why we are independent. So with that, I thank you. And sorry, I could not talk. My research was very limited, but I thought this is more pertinent. Thank you. And if you have any doubt, you can just simply ask right now. If you have any, if you have anything to ask.
Any question right from structural biology about corona or structural biology?
So actually, you have just a very mind-boggling, exciting presentation it has been, and I really congratulate you for that. And you have touched even Sanskrit, metaphysics. We have also touched the physics aspect. You started your lecture with the saying, God does not play dice. This has a great meaning. And this was told by Einstein. You know, we people, biologists, go to some surface where there is boundary. The fact is that side, but we return from there. What Einstein told, I want to say all the dignitaries, that he told many things seems that they are not related. How can they be related? What Einstein told in that statement, a space we are living in, time is passing. Nobody ever imagined that a space and time is interwoven. They are interrelated. And that here we are lacking. He told, and we all are living in a space-time fabric, cosmic. There is a cosmic fabric of a space-time. Because you started with this fact, and we went to T cell, B cell, antibodies, but always what we say, we don't try to delve deep into that side. We are all living in a space-time fabric. So our everything is influenced by that space-time which Einstein told. He was the genius. He is the most intelligent person ever born on the earth. And we are not trying to delve in that. So I think our researchers should also pay to biophysics aspect.
Yes,
and when you go to that biophysics, because you told that electrons, atoms, we are made of. Einstein told that all atoms, we are made of atoms. These atoms have come from all the stars of different galaxies. We are heap of atoms. All atoms have elementary particles, and they are all have gravitational force. So inside our body, gravitational force is acting, and that is influencing everything, DNA transcription, translation. So I think that should be paid. Time is less. That can be a very lively discussion.
Yes, sir.
But you have started
very nice and it was a very influential aspect. Thank you for such a dynamic.
Yeah, I'm basically a physicist. I'm basically a chemical physicist. I am a chemical physicist.
I think time is less, otherwise it go very
Even a dimension now we talk in string, sorry, 9 plus 1. 9 plus 1.
Now I am actually acting as a chairperson in absence of Dr. Krishna Pandey, Director RMRI. So now I am handing to mic to Dr. Krishna Pandey.
Thank you. Thank you. It was indeed a fantastic lecture. Actually, you named Dr. Sanjay Singh, and tomorrow at about 7:30 in the evening, we'll have a meeting on VL vaccine, Visceral Leishmaniasis vaccine with Sanjay Singh.
Okay.
With Sanjay Singh and with Dr. Satoshkar and Hiranakashi.
Satoshkar.
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 Yeah. And regarding the Covishield and the Covaxin, Covishield phase 3 trial, I was the PI at our institute in Bihar.
That's why it was RMRI, but that's why.
Yes. And to tell you frankly, we are doing 5,000 tests a day. RT-PCR, we have got a COVA 6800 at our institute, and we are doing almost 5,000 tests. Dr. Ashish is sitting over here. He is also one of the pioneers with regard to the testing which we are doing. Right now it has come down. But during the peak period, we were almost doing about 5,000 tests a day. And our institute also, we are also having vaccination, and we are giving that.
That's when all institutes are doing contributing.
Yes. So it was indeed a very good lecture. I congratulate you for it. And I think the audience would have enjoyed it. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Dr. Bhavesh. It was a mesmerizing lecture. In the next schedule, we have the speaker, Dr. Rajpal Singh Yadav, Chairperson on Joint Action Group on Global Vector Control Response, WHO Geneva. A very brief words for Dr. Rajpal Yadav. He is a public health entomologist and a vector control specialist with over 35 years of global professional experience in the field of vector-borne diseases, currently chairing the WHO Joint Action Group on the implementation of the Global Vector Control Response and heads the Pesticide Management Program in the Department of Control of Neglected Tropical Diseases at WHO Geneva. He headed the WHO Pesticide Evaluation Scheme, coordinating trials of vector control products with several research institutions and building their capacity. He has facilitated development of several WHO normative guidelines for product testing, pesticide management, and vector control. Dr. Yadav has received a gallantry of awards, and during 1984-2008, he had occupied research position at the National Institute of Malaria Research in India, the last being the Senior Deputy Director. He had established a field center of NIMR in a forestry hill area in eastern India and headed another center in Nadia, Gujarat. He conducted and guided research on the vector biology and integrated control of malaria, arboviral diseases, filariasis, and Japanese encephalitis in the 4th state urban industrial and agricultural ecosystem. He was deeply involved in supporting the National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program, training entomologists and public health personnel on integrated vector management and outbreak containment. Sir, behalf of the organizing committee, I welcome you from bottom core of my heart. And now I am handing over the microphone to Dr. Rajpal Singh Yadav.
Thank you so much. Can you see my presentation? And can you hear me well?
Yes, Dr. Yadav, it is visible.
Okay, thank you so much. So, Dr. Krishna Pandey and colleagues, it is my privilege to speak to you for the next half an hour to give you a little flair about the scenario, global scenario on vector-borne diseases. There are several major vector-borne diseases, and as you may know, in India we have a problem of malaria, dengue, chikungunya, and more recently outbreaks of Zika. But in other parts of the world, we also have other diseases like yellow fever, schistosomiasis, onchocerciasis, trypanosomiasis. So these are major diseases which are prevalent in different parts of the world, which are actually endemic. There are also emerging or re-emerging diseases, which is, for example, scrub typhus and other diseases that are listed in this slide. I'm not going to read every disease name. The global burden of vector-borne diseases is varying, but the highest burden as of now still is malaria, followed by visceral leishmaniasis and onchocerciasis and lymphatic filariasis. So these are the major diseases that are causing high morbidity, mortality, and impact on the economy of the people. Now, starting one by one for each of these diseases, malaria is still the most prominent among all the vector-borne diseases, although the incidence of malaria has been declined for the last 20 years or so. But in last 1 year, because of the COVID-19 problem, the incidence of malaria increased slight bit in 2020. And also the number of deaths, which is, there was an increase of almost 10 to 12% comparing 2020 with 2019. So malaria is still a killer disease, and a large number of people suffer from this disease in many endemic countries. The second most prominent vector-borne disease is dengue. And you can see that large part of the globe, the southern hemisphere, is at risk of transmission of dengue. WHO is getting very few data about the incidence of dengue from different countries. But whatever data we get from different reporting countries, it is seen that dengue is on the rise. Almost 3 million cases are now being reported each year from different regions of the world. And in 2019, actually, there were severe outbreaks of dengue, with as many as more than 2 million cases of dengue in Brazil and almost 400,000 cases in Philippines. So dengue actually still is on the rise. And in the coming years, when global efforts for control of malaria is paying results, there is a possibility that dengue will take over malaria very soon in the coming years. When you compare malaria with dengue, then population at risk is slightly higher for dengue as compared with malaria. There are many more countries that are endemic for dengue than malaria, 97 versus 128. Much larger number of infections of dengue occur than malaria each year. Whereas in terms of deaths, of course, malaria is still the killer disease compared with dengue. The second disease that is caused by the Aedes species mosquitoes is chikungunya. This risk map was prepared in 2015, and it shows that the southern part of the hemisphere, the tropical part of the world, is now completely endemic to chikungunya. Many countries have reported presence of chikungunya virus, and the disease appears intermittently from different parts and in different proportions. Zika, almost the entire southern part of the hemisphere is now endemic to Zika, although Zika outbreaks have been reported in some of the temperate parts of the world also. And this year, there were reports of cases from Uttar Pradesh in India. So Zika comes and goes, but it is very much embedded now in the endemic countries. So if you take a total look at the Aedes-borne diseases, then you can see that large number of the countries are endemic to one or more of the Aedes-borne diseases, which includes dengue, chikungunya, or even yellow fever in the African continent. And this is because of unplanned urbanization of the countries, water storage practices, and the impact of climate change. Japanese encephalitis is more localized in Southeast Asia and the Pacific countries, and disease has not been reported from other parts of the world. So this is very much a Southeast Asia or Asian disease, and again it is transmitted by Culex visnoy group of mosquitoes. Now, lymphatic filariasis is a major endemic disease in large part of the world. Almost 900 million people are at risk of the disease in 50 countries. But the unfortunate part is that almost 90% of the global burden of lymphatic filariasis lies only in India. So considering the statistics of 2018, 51 million people are infected each year, although there has been a decline of almost 74% since the WHO's global program on elimination of lymphatic filariasis was started in 2000. So currently the main intervention for control of lymphatic filariasis is the preventive chemotherapy. And of course, mosquito control is just a supplemental strategy because it is considered that mosquito control is not the core intervention for control of lymphatic filariasis. In select settings, though, vector control or mosquito control can have some impact on transmission of disease, particularly sanitation of water bodies and general sanitation of disposal system, water disposal systems. Schistosomiasis is also prevalent in Southeast Asia, although the disease is more prevalent in African and Latin American countries, with almost 78 countries and territories are endemic in 50, whereas in 51 countries, the disease is being controlled with preventive chemotherapy. And many million people are in need of mass drug administration for control of the disease. We have recently seen that there are cases reported from Nepal, Myanmar, India, and even Indonesia. The disease is transmitted by snail vectors, and therefore elimination of snails is a big problem, particularly in the rice growing areas of the world. There are two types of sleeping sicknesses transmitted by Trypanosoma rhodesians and gambians. And the two maps show that on left-hand side is the distribution of rhodesians trypanosomiasis, whereas the right-hand side is the gambians trypanosomiasis. They are restricted right now in East or West Africa and are not reported elsewhere. The disease is transmitted by tsetse flies, which are highly prevalent, and they are voracious biters. In one of my trips to Tanzania about 2 years ago, our bus was actually encircled by millions of tsetse fly, and it was really hard to escape those areas. So it is such a voracious biter on humans, and actually it attacks like anything if you enter the forest areas where these tsetse flies are breeding. The American trypanosomiasis or Chagas disease is prevalent mainly in the American region, but there are sporadic cases in other countries, like there have been cases reported from the European region, but primarily the disease is still focused in the American region, with almost 6 to 7 million people being affected, and still 75 million more people are at risk of this disease. Those of you who might have visited WHO headquarters in Geneva might have seen this picture, the child being, an old blind man being led by a child with the help of a stick. This is because this disease causes blindness, and because this disease was more prevalent along the rivers, therefore this was called river blindness disease, which is onchocerciasis. Fortunately, we do not have this problem in Asian countries, but it is still more prevalent in in Africa, south of Sahara, or in Brazil and some countries in the Latin American region. This is transmitted by black flies of the Simolium species. Leishmaniasis or Kala Jar, of course, is very much embedded in Bihar or the neighboring states, as well as in Bangladesh, Nepal, and some African countries. And it is one of the world's most neglected tropical diseases. In 2020, almost 50% countries and territories that were endemic for leishmaniasis reported both cutaneous and visceral leishmaniasis, as well as both infections together. And some of the pictures on right-hand side, you may be more familiar in Bihar of the presence of these patients. And of course, RMRI headquarters is located in Patna. Now, visceral leishmaniasis once again is endemic in many countries, including India and some of the Eastern African and Latin American countries, whereas cutaneous leishmaniasis is more prevalent in the dry parts of the world, particularly where the sandflies breed outdoors and they transmit cutaneous leishmaniasis. So this is more in arid, semi-arid parts of the world. So therefore, north of Sahara, as well as in the Eastern Mediterranean or Middle East countries, but also in the Latin American countries, this disease is highly prevalent. The disturbing trend now we see is the emergence of outbreaks of scrub typhus in India, and as well as we have seen cases rising in Nepal, Maldives, and also in Sri Lanka in the Asian countries. And the left-hand side figure shows that the number of outbreaks of scrub typhus have been steadily increasing in the last 15-20 years. And on right-hand side, you can see the prevalence of the outbreaks in different quarters of the year. And so this has become more a problem, more a public health problem now in India. And greater attention is required to both do surveillance as well as finding out interventions to prevent or control scrub typhus in India. So in terms of the overlapping global distribution of major vector-borne diseases, 9 major vector-borne diseases can be overlapping in the same areas. And 80% of the world's population is at risk of at least one of these major diseases, whereas 50% population of the country of the world are at risk of 2 or more vector-borne diseases. And incidentally, because these are all vector-borne diseases, they are more in the southern part of the hemisphere with tropical climate, whereas in the northern part of the hemisphere with temperate climate, the prevalence of these vector-borne diseases is low. But you can also see from this figure that the southern part of Europe or the temperate countries with the change in climate and warming of some of these areas in southern part of these temperate zones, they are now becoming vulnerable to entry or of vector-borne diseases. So we have seen outbreaks of chikungunya and dengue in some of the European countries, which were hitherto known to be free from the vector-borne diseases. So climate change in future will warm up some of the temperate countries and will make these countries more vulnerable to entry of vectors and transmission of vector-borne diseases. Now, WHO has categorized different diseases in terms of elimination or control. So in terms of interruption of transmission, the diseases that are targeted are malaria, Chagas disease, onchocerciasis, and human African trypanosomiasis. These diseases, with the available interventions, their transmission can be interrupted in the operational settings. And therefore, by 2030, there is a likelihood that many of these diseases will go down to a very, very low level because of the interruption in transmission. Another set of diseases are those that where elimination of the disease as a public health problem can be achieved by 2030. And this includes Kala-Azar, lymphatic filariasis, schistosomiasis, human African trypanosomiasis of rhodesians type. In these diseases, elimination or interruption of transmission is not possible in the next 10 years or so, but we can still reduce these diseases below a public health threshold. So for example, in terms of Kala-Azar, if there is more than 1 case per 10,000 population at block level, then the disease is considered endemic. But if you have, let's say, 1 case in 100,000 population, then the disease is already below the public health threshold and is considered eliminated as a public health problem. But the cases are still there here and there, and they may come up as hotspots in the future years. Therefore, elimination efforts for diseases like visceral leishmaniasis will continue even after 2030, although we may achieve elimination as a public health problem. Now, certain diseases cannot be eliminated in the very near future. for example, dengue or cutaneous leishmaniasis, because of the lack of vaccines or drugs or suitable preventive tools. Therefore, these diseases are targeted for only control, prevention or control. And therefore, we have not yet targeted them for elimination in the next 10 years or so. Now, key interventions, again, vector-borne diseases, you may be aware, are diagnosis and treatment. So in most cases, case management is still the main intervention for control of the disease or treatment of patients. And for certain diseases, mass drug administration is possible to achieve disease elimination at below a certain threshold. And therefore, for many diseases such as lymphatic filariasis, mass drug administration is being promoted by governments to large number of people so that the parasite can be eliminated from the population and therefore elimination can be achieved. The other core intervention against vector-borne disease is vector control or integrated vector management using different techniques. So I will show you a couple of those slides later. And the third most important intervention is surveillance and data management. Nobody actually realized that surveillance and data management can be considered as interventions, but basically surveillance is a core intervention because it gives you the required information for control of diseases, and data management is hand in hand in terms of analyzing the disease trends and guiding evidence-based decision-making for control or prevention of these diseases. Now, in realizing the burden of vector-borne diseases, in 2017, World Health Organization, World Health Assembly actually adopted Global Vector Control Response, which is considered as a strategic approach. This response actually constitutes 4 pillars. And these 4 pillars include strengthening inter and intra-sectoral collaboration on actions, engaging communities, enhancing surveillance and monitoring and evaluation of interventions, scaling up the use of effective tools or interventions. The 2 foundations of this strategy adopted by the World Health Assembly includes enhancing vector control capacity and capability. Considering that many countries have lost the required capacity for surveillance and control, therefore this is very important that countries build their core capacity and capability for vector control, and increasing basic and applied research and innovation. This is where the research comes in, and this requires that we continue doing basic and applied research for control of vector-borne diseases by diagnosis, by treatment, for control of vectors. But in this case, because this is a global vector control response, so therefore the emphasis is on applied research for control of vectors. One important change in this strategy has been through this adoption of this resolution was that countries agreed to mobilize domestic resources for control of vector-borne diseases. In the past, they were all dependent on some donors or WHO for providing funding resource. But in this particular response, the focus is also on mobilizing domestic resources so that if the countries can increase their local budgets for control of these diseases, that would be more sustainable rather than always look for money coming from donor agencies. And you know, donor agencies always have their personal interests or agenda. So therefore, this is very important that countries also start mobilizing their internal resources to tackle their own problems. In terms of prevention, WHO has always recommended repellents, long-lasting insecticide nets, and housing improvement to prevent human vector biting as an intervention to reduce the burden of diseases. But we have been working in WHO for pre-qualifying large number of insecticides for control of diseases. In this case, this table gives several insecticides that were recommended by WHO in the past for indoor residual spraying or house spraying of insecticide for control of vectors. And more recently, in last 4 years or so, a new insecticide active ingredient, which is chlorothianidin, has been added to this group. So now we have 5 groups of insecticides that one can choose from, and they come in different formulations for use by the vector control programs. In terms of long-lasting insecticidal nets, which have been found to be very effective for control of malaria. In fact, the burden of malaria in last 20 years has gone down by almost 37% compared with the year 2000 because of a single intervention, which is the mobilization of long-lasting insecticidal nets in endemic countries. And several types of long-lasting insecticidal nets have been pre-qualified by WHO. These are factory-treated nets which are coated or incorporated with some insecticide, and their life is almost 3 years, where they are made up of polyester or polyethylene or a mixture of the two, and they come with different insecticides and different combinations of insecticides, and they are being scaled up in millions and millions each year in the tropical countries endemic with malaria. In India, for example, a major fall in malaria incidence in the last 3 years is because of the large scaling up of LLINs in Odisha and some of the endemic areas of Chhattisgarh or Jharkhand, where the malaria is a major problem. Excuse me. And the other intervention is space spraying or fogging. You might have seen in urban areas that mosquito control is being undertaken using fogging. So WHO has also pre-qualified several insecticides to be used for fogging, including a more recent new insecticide, which was pre-qualified. This is CLO containing some of the old insecticides, but in a new combination. But in terms of WHO, we recommend space spraying only in epidemic situations to rapidly reduce the infection in adult mosquito population, and not as a routine intervention, because it has been seen that outdoor fogging has no or very limited impact on disease transmission. And fogging, of course, is a very intensive activity because one has to apply fogging every 2 or 3 days in each week in order to be effective. Otherwise, the residual impact of fogging is just about half an hour. And therefore, this is more an intervention for containment of outbreaks of Aedes-borne diseases. And WHO does not recommend use of fogging for control of any other disease, for example, not for Kala-Azar, not for malaria, but just only for control of Aedes-borne diseases. Then we have pre-qualified several mosquito larvicides for application of these chemicals on water bodies, both clean waters as well as dirty waters in different settings in urban and rural areas. And this is a list that is available, and countries are advised that they should only procure insecticides that are listed by WHO, because WHO pre-qualification involves efficacy, safety, and quality assessment of these products, and therefore they are considered to be effective and safe if they are pre-qualified through a WHO pre-qualification process. Finally, apart from insecticides, environmental management has been very effective in certain situations. So environmental management involves reducing the sources of vectors. So for example, for control of Aedes mosquitoes, if you clean the containers by rubbing, then the breeding of Aedes mosquitoes can be removed. Rubbing will actually eliminate the sticky eggs on the walls of the containers, and therefore they will make the container or the tanks free of the eggs of Aedes species. Mosquito proofing of water storage containers, improving solid waste management, weeding water bodies are some of the other environmental interventions. So you may have seen around you several heaps of coconut shells that collect rainwater during rainy season, or leaking of sluice valves in water supply lines. These are some of the areas where environmental management actually can be very effective. Housing improvement, of course, is a core intervention these days. And in particularly, housing improvement has shown impact on control of Kala-Azar, because sandflies, they rest in the wall or on the grounds in damp houses, and therefore improving houses will go a long way. And we have learned that the Bihar government actually has started introducing safe housing or provision of housing in poor communities, so that Kala-Azar cannot be transmitted in those houses, because sandfly will not rest or bite in such houses. Finally, sustainable development requires that we have managed clean water and sanitation, that the cities are more sustainable through urban development planning, that we actually mitigate the actions of climate change, and that we involve partners in different health and non-health sectors for control of vector-borne diseases, in order to achieve goal number 3 of the SDG goal number 3, which is good health and well-being of people. And that is the last message I wanted to give you. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity for speaking to you. Briefly, in terms of the time allocated to me, I did not go too much detail in different aspects of my presentation. Thank you so much.
If there are any questions? If there are any questions, sir will be more than willing to answer them. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Hello. Hello.
Yes, yes, I can hear if that is the question.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for giving a very illuminative, nice presentation. I have one question. I am collecting courage to ask you a question because you are from WHO. I am from Patna University, Department of Zoology, and after my superannuation, I joined as a head research institute, Mahabir Cancer Sansthan. And there I got a large number of funds from Government of India, and we established 7 labs, 7 research labs. What I mean to say, your first insecticide was DDT, and the effect was written 6 months, if I am correct. Is it? So DDT is insoluble. Everybody knows this. DDT is insoluble, and then you have written there is a number of use malathion, parathene, and so on. So most of the insecticides, they are soluble or semi-soluble, but DDT is entirely insoluble. And by the grace of God, I have done ER, PR, and other ELISA tests of thousands of people of whole of Bihar. And I have observed and studied, my team has observed that DDT is present in prostate cancer patient in very high level, breast cancer patient very high level, ovarian cancer patient very high level. Even the ERPR also suggests the same thing. So in my view, DDT has direct correlation with cancer. It initiates cancer in the body. And after that, the result I have seen in the patient of Mahabir cancer. So, in my view, DDT should be removed from the list of beneficial insecticide or pesticide.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. This is a very pertinent question. And let me tell you that DDT is still in the list of WHO for one simple reason, which is that in South African countries, every other insecticide has failed because the vectors have become resistant to all classes of insecticides except for DDT. And this is for control of malaria. So for those couple of countries, 4 or 5 countries, where they have reintroduced DDT for vector control, we have maintained DDT on the list of WHO recommended insecticides because there is no other alternative. Although it is an irony that DDT is being, India is the sole manufacturer of DDT. Although the production of DDT has gone down drastically, and it is now less than 2,000 metric tons, which is mainly for export, but some amount of DDT may still be used in some parts of India. Although in Bihar for Kala-Azar elimination or control, DDT was one of the core interventions, but it has now been stopped since 2015, and it has been replaced by other insecticide. So we have still maintained DDT on the list, not for India or not for the last part of the world, but for certain communities where there is no other alternative as of now. And there is a likelihood that in the coming few months, we are going to review the value of maintaining DDT on the WHO list. And it is quite likely that it will be eliminated from the vector control list. Although the Stockholm Convention on DDT maintains a register of countries that use DDT for vector control. And this list also shows that large number of countries which were earlier using DDT had stopped using it. So I do not foresee any problem. Whatever DDT has been used in the past, nobody can do anything. Although a review 10 years ago showed that there was no direct correlation of DDT with cancers, but there were several gaps in the research because they required data on directly linking DDT with cancer. There was missing evidence. So this document is available on the online, but I'm not the defender of DDT. I'm quite supportive of eliminating DDT from the list of WHO recommended vector control products.
Dr. Diwakar wants to ask the question.
Sir, your presentation is very nice, and everyone was benefited with hearing about global scenario of vector-borne diseases. Here, most of the audience are faculty and students. Students want to make their career. So in biological sciences, how they can come out with their own future, and how can they compete with the other technical studies. There are, the major health problem is the vector-borne disease health problem, but the entomological studies is going to be very rare in the universities and other organizations. So how they can be improved, from where they can get the resources in future, how can they develop their career in this field of entomology? Sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Diwakar. So it is quite important that every country that has a major problem of vector-borne diseases build the local capacity for medical entomology or public health entomology. And we are fully aware that the global capacity of public health entomology has gone down, with very few countries having training courses or master's courses for entomology, particularly medical entomology. In India, of course, we have Vector Control Research Center in Pondicherry, which runs a master's course in medical entomology. And we have a laboratory in Udaipur University, Mohanlal Sukhadia University. They run a diploma course in public health entomology with WHO support. And there are many ICMR laboratories which still have some entomological training opportunities. But what is important is that unless the government develops career pathways for entomologists, then more and more governments are actually removing or finishing these entomology positions. There was a time when each medical college's PSM department would have at least one position of entomology lecturer, which is nowhere now to be seen. And this therefore requires that we create more and more advocacy at the leadership level to tell them that control of vector-borne diseases cannot be done merely because of vaccines or drugs. It is the vector control which will have to be very important, because even where diseases have been eliminated and mosquitoes or other vectors have remained in populations, there have been incidences of resurgences of the disease because the vectors were there. So vectors are going to stay there in the environment, and therefore you will always need entomologists even in disease eliminated areas. And this therefore require that the governments consider allocating resources. Now, so far as the resource is concerned, I do not think that resource is a major problem in India, particularly with ICMR having so much of budget for research or many other government departments. But the important point is that unless we tell our leaders that this is the core priority area, that they support medical entomology students in the universities, which can produce core teams or core stuff for this discipline, nobody is really going to put money. So we will have to do more advocacy at the level of leadership, that these courses are maintained or expanded, and the postgraduate people or the PhD students that come out of this institution find a suitable job in the National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program on state governments, or even in many public sector undertakings like corporations or cities where these people are most needed. Otherwise, what will happen is that they will take a PhD degree from the university, and then they will try to find out some jobs outside of the health sector, which would then be a great loss to the country, because as you know that educating a person requires lots of resources. From WHO side, we have been supporting capacity building in many countries, including in India. We have actually supported the development of good laboratory practice entomology labs in BCRC Pondicherry and National Institute of Malaria Research in Delhi and Bangalore for testing vector control products for local registration and control of vector-borne diseases. So from WHO's point of view, we are very much supporting particularly the Indian program or Indian institutions. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much, Dr. Rajpal Singh Yadav. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I show my deepest sense of gratitude for your gracious presence and your deliberations. I think it will a morale booster for us. And the way you delivered your talk in a so lucid manner, in so simplified manner. So I thank you, sir, once again from bottom core of my heart. So we are running short of time. We have two more speakers. We have two more speakers. The next one is Dr. Arvind Kumar, Scientist F, Center for Cell and Molecular Biology, Hyderabad, India. And he will be talking on the more than the genes between environment interactions appear to cause complex chronic disease, including neuropsychiatric disorders via epigenetic regulatory mechanism. So I welcome you, sir, from bottom core of my heart in the prestigious, even on the virtual mode, to the prestigious premises of our university. Give a thunder round of applause for Dr. Arvind Kumar, Scientist F from CCMB, Hyderabad.
Thanks a lot. Can you enable my screen sharing?
Sir, it's quite audible.
Can you enable my screen sharing?
Screen share. Achha, screen share. Yeah.
So can you see the slide?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite visible.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for giving me this opportunity to talk about the work we do. And yeah, so I'll be very simple. I won't go too much into data. Earlier, I didn't understand about this conference, but now attending few of the talks, I can understand. Yeah. So I can go in Hindi as well as English. Or people can understand English, right? Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible, sir.
Yeah. So
Please continue. Yeah.
Yeah. So the title is like we know that genes make blueprint of life. What we are is because of our genes we get from our parents. But more than genes, now it appears that environment plays very important role. So environment, can change, can modulate the gene functions, and this is what is called epigenetic mechanisms. And today we will be talking about how epigenetic regulatory mechanisms of gene regulation, play important role in neurological and psychiatric disorders. So genes make us, they make our brain during development, after the egg gets fertilized by a sperm, and when blastulation and gastrulation begins, once the three primary germ layers are established, you will see the first structure formed is heart, because it has to supply different parts of the developing embryo, the nutrition or the oxygen. So for making the heart, many transcription factors, which are cardiac specific, cardiac tissue specific, they will turn on, and they will start making the different tissues like auricle, ventricle, and once they make the heart, the full structure, these genes will be switched off, and they will remain switched off throughout the life. Next structure, nervous system, so genes involved or transcription regulatory mechanism network involved in making nervous system, they will turn on, and after making the nervous system, they will turn off. So this switching on and switching off of different genes, very precisely, temporally, as well as spatially, is what is the epigenetic regulatory program, epigenetic regulatory network, and that is very important for proper development, as well as they play a very important role in environmental, play very important role in our gene response to the changing environment inside of our body or outside environment. So today I will be talking about how chronic perturbations of our nervous system by repeated stress or chronic stress or repeated drugs of abuse, or alcohol, how they slowly and slowly alter the expression of gene level, and then they change the neural circuitry, which controls various like emotions, reward, motivation, and once the circuitry change, they lead to neurological and psychiatric disorders. So why study epigenetics? Epigenetics now can explain most of the complex diseases which cannot be explained by one gene, one protein changes, So most of the time, one protein, if it is malfunctioning, so a gene gets mutated and protein has some problem, then it leads to disease. So these are simple diseases, but cancer or psychiatric disorders, they have many different proteins, many different problems, and it cannot be explained by like a one gene, one protein malfunction, or so it can only be explained by other mechanism. And now we know that the complex disease can be the etiology, the cause of complex disease at molecular level is because of the change in or dysregulation in epigenetic mechanism. So now we know that our lifestyle diseases are because because of the change in our nutrition, change in our experience, change in our we have exposure of different chemicals or different food in different phase of life, during development, after development, we indulge into like high calorie diet, and we are not burning, so it can change our metabolism, and it can change circadian rhythm, it can change and alter the gene expression in different tissue, and we have different diseases where mitochondria can dysfunction, where there is DNA damage, many things can happen. So all these things can be explained. I will give you a beautiful example. So in 2003, Randy Jeter's lab, what they found, that when they fed the pregnant mouse mom different types of diet, one which was giving less methyl donor and one which was giving high methyl donor. The next generation, when the pregnant moms on different types of methyl donor diet, when she gave birth, all the coat color of their offsprings were different, from yellow to slightly mottled to pseudo-agouti. This happened because the coat color is controlled by one gene, and that gene is under the control of this IAP, which is one of the transposable element, gene for transposition. And this gene, when the pregnant mom is taking high methyl donor diet, the gene is becoming silent, and the coat color gene, the one which gives coat color, their expression level changes. And and when you give a less methyl donor diet, then the gene is turning on more and coat color changes. So this transposable element, how it regulates the early nutritional effects, on coat color, because changes in epigenetics. And methyl donor diet is basically changing the DNA methylation and thus changing the coat color. So genes play a very important role in making the blueprint of life, making the blueprint of brain. But until unless stimulation comes from environment, whatever structure the genes has made. Hello. So whatever structure the genes have made, they don't get mature, and we have problem. Like if the eye formation and the circuitry, visual cortical circuitry has been formed, but until unless when the when the newly born see the light, and it changes on the retina, circuitry doesn't become mature and their vision becomes compromised. Yeah. So it's not only if the eye structure is formed and if the circuitry in the brain which processes the light stimulation is formed, but until unless the light falls when the individual is born, uh, this circuitry doesn't become mature and it doesn't function. So I will give you one example here. So sorry, yeah, here. So in Michael Mini's lab in Canada, what they did, they had a rat colony. So some moms were taking care of their pups really well, giving lots of maternal care. But some rat moms will give a little bit care so that they survive. But what happened when the pups born from when the pups were born from high maternal care moms, when you give them stress, they cope up stress very well when they become adolescent. But the adolescent which were born from the less caring mother, which didn't give much maternal care, when you give them stress, when they grow up, they freak out, they can't cope up stress, and they go into anxiety and depression. So what happened that when the pups are born, their glucocorticoid receptor, glucocorticoids are a stress hormone produced from adrenal cortex, goes to brain, bind to receptors, and then this circuitry works, to cope up stress. So when they are born, all these mouse pups or rat pups, when they are born, this glucocorticoid receptor gene is methylated. So so when today I will talk about methylated DNA, means gene, if DNA is methylated, gene is methylated, it won't transcribe. So here glucocorticoid receptor genes were methylated, and so it was not functioning. But when the mother is licking and giving much of parental care, so high licking and high grooming can result in serotonin tone in skin, which goes to brain, serotonin tone in brain, and then it goes and increase NGF1 transcription factor, which binds to glucocorticoid receptor promoter region and demethylate it. Once it is demethylated, now gene is expressing, because methyl group has been removed, repression has been removed, and the circuitry becomes mature. So you can see in this data, all these black bars are heavily methylated in low grooming guys, but in high grooming, it is low. But what happens when these pups are born from less parental care mom? So since they don't, mom is not licking and grooming a lot, so it remains methylated in critical window when the stress circuitry is getting mature, and that's why they freak out. Yeah. So, so this shows that one example I showed how the different diet during pregnancy changed the coat color of the next generation. And here how parental care, that post after birth, the parental care has changed their personality. Some guys, they cope up stress very well, and some guys, they freak out, they can't cope up stress, they become depressed. So this is how environment means what diet you have taken, or your mother has taken, or your grandma has taken, and what diet, what parental care you have gone through, that can change the personality you develop into. So that's what I wanted to say. It's not just genes, it's gene environment interaction which plays very important role. So in the here, there was another example of monozygotic twins. When these twins are born, when their gene expression profile was done, they had similar level of gene expression because they have inherited the genes from both the parents, and after the egg is split into two, it goes equally in them, and they have identical genes. So they look identical. But after 15 years, 10 or 15 years, when in USA, there again, B cells from blood was taken, and again microarray was done to see the level of gene expression. Now it is different. So same twin brothers or twin sisters, which earlier they were studied when they were young, and staying in the same family, both the twin brothers or sisters staying with the family, their gene level, expression level was same. But when they moved away from family, went to universities, one went to East Coast, like Boston, cold area, one went to West Coast, California. One of the twin brother was a smoker, another was non-smoker, one became vegetarian, so these environmental conditions change, their food habit change, and that might have affected the change in differential level of gene expression, although they were monozygotic, came from same zygote, having same genes from both the parents. Yeah. So yeah, so we also had one model we recently did. So if you give a less B12 deficient diet to a pregnant mice, or from the weaning, if you start giving them B12 deficient diet, their fertility is little bit affected. But when they give birth, the maternal care we found was affected, and the offspring which were born, they also started showing anxiety, depression, and cognitive disorder. So just by one micronutrient removal from the food, like vitamin B12, would make their brain development different, and they turn into different personality, and they have psychiatric problem down the road. So now epigenetic mechanism can describe most of these complex disorders like cancer, multiple sclerosis, like type 2 diabetes. Suddenly, like earlier, you may not find many diabetic people, but why we are suddenly finding, every fourth or fifth individual or third individual, reaching borderline diabetes or diabetic. Yeah, so basically population genetics doesn't change so fast. So looks like we have change in lifestyle. Now financially people became well, they started eating high calorie diet, and these days we are not burning calories because most of the time we are sedentary, sitting in the office or not cycling, driving our car or bike, not taking stairs, going by lift, and then sitting on channels or trying to catch up with our friends always on, social media or yes. So basically we have become more sedentary, and that may be reason it has changed our metabolism. And most of the people are becoming type 2 diabetes, so this environmental change, the lifestyle change can explain, this thing. So our lab, works on neuropsychiatric disorders. You all know that psychiatric problems are very chronic, persistent problem. Once you get it, it stays for years. Even after treatment, like by antidepressants or mood stabilizers, it takes treatment response takes like 3 to 4 weeks, at least a month, to show the positive outcome. So since it is chronic disease and treatment modalities also take time, so we started working on the hypothesis that maybe many genes which regulate your circuit of emotions, the neural circuitry which controls your motivation and reward, so many genes might be getting repressed or silent. like how in cancer, many tumor suppressor genes become silent and you get tumor epigenetically. Of course, the epigenetic silencing may also lead to genomic instability and mutation, invite mutations. Yeah. So we started working on this problem thinking that maybe many genes which control a particular circuitry might get silent, and then you start developing the depression, anxiety, and other things. Yeah. So once we understand this epigenetic language in neural gene regulation in circuitry, we will have a handle of developing some drugs which works at chromatin level, which is called EP drugs or EP therapeutics. Like vorinostat. Vorinostat is a HDAC inhibitor, and it is already in clinical. It is already in clinic for some of the tumors like cutaneous T-cell lymphoma, some of the leukemias, and how it works. So in tumor, it was found that many genes. So you all know that a tumor suppressor gene, if it get mutated, you have tumor. But later on, it was found that in many people, those are not mutated, but they become silent epigenetically, because of methylation. So if you use an SDAC inhibitor like vorinostat, those genes which become silent turn on, they become active, and it starts killing the tumor cells, or it induces differentiation in highly proliferating tumor cells here. However, limitation of epigenetic based therapeutic is off-target effect. I will describe later here. So you can see this cartoon. On the right side, you can see this chromatin. Our chromatin is like that. And until unless it opens up, it won't allow transcription because it needs more place here for big transcriptional machinery uh, uh, to come and bind and starts transcription. So for opening up of chromatin, there is enzyme called HAT, histone acetyl transferases. It adds acetyl group and it separates DNA and protein, DNA and histone proteins, and it opens up. And then next group of molecules comes SWI/SNF or ISWI, chromatin remodelers. They can make a space on these nucleosomes on this, so that on this DNA, big transcriptional machinery can come bind and start transcription. So this disc you can see is a nucleosome. This disc is the histone octamer wrapped twice by DNA. Here it is blown up on the left side. You can see this big histone octamer. It is made up of 2 copy each of H3, H4, H2A, H2B histones, and this is the N terminal tails of histone, and on this N terminal tail, so many amino acids are there. They can undergo acetylation, methylation, phosphorylation, ubiquitination. So many different modifications happen. So our group, and all these modifications has a consequence for anything happens on DNA template, whether it is transcription or recombination or DNA repair, like all these things. Yeah. So our lab has worked on histone deacylases. We have also worked on this arginine methylation. And today I will just talk about the lysine methylation demethylation and its crosstalk. Maybe, yeah. So sometimes not sometimes, many times these histone modifications, can also have crosstalk with DNA methylation, hydroxymethylation, and that way they can precisely regulate or alter the gene regulation. Yeah, there are different families of epigenetic regulators. Some which write, they are called writers, like histone acetyl transferases add acetyl group, histone methyl transferases add methyl group. And readers, they read this like bromodomain can read the acetylated domain, and yeah, and erasers can remove the acetyl group or methyl groups. So you all can hear, right? I'm audible, right?
Yes, sir, you are audible. You
Okay,
continue,
yeah.
please. Yeah.
So chromatin is very dynamic, and we published many of our findings, where first time we showed how giving chronic drugs of abuse, like if you keep giving cocaine to rats and mice and induce addiction in them, and then if you start looking into changes in their brain, you can find that now many histone methylases, demethylases, histone acetylases, deacetylases, they are changing, and they alter the expression of genes, and that is driving their addiction. Yeah. For example, on his histone H3, if there is a lysine 9 methylated, it is transcriptionally repressing. But if there is lysine 4 methylation, it is activating. Similarly, yeah, so, and how we study the chromatin changes uh, and gene regulation. So you take any tissue from the brain or heart, wherever you are studying. So here you take the brain tissue after inducing depression, and then you break this chromatin into a small pieces. Okay, then you use an antibody which binds to a methylated or acetylated antibody, and then you precipitate, immunoprecipitate all those genomic regions which are bound by these antibodies, histone modified antibodies. And now you set up a genomic, a PCR for genomic region to find whether the methylation or acetylation is increasing or decreasing. This can also be followed by a microarray, promoter microarray, which is called chip on chip those days. But these days we do this next generation sequencing. We prepare the library of all the genomic DNA pulled down by chromatin immunoprecipitation, and then you can make library and do next generation sequencing to find global changes in methylation or acetylation for which you have used antibody. Or if you have used an antibody against a transcription factor and you want to know where the transcription factor is binding on genes, you can sequence and you will know thousands of places where that transcription factor is binding, and its binding is changing in two different conditions. Yeah. So we have published recently the role of some of the histone methylases and demethylases, in different models. Like here, one in depression model, and then another one we have here, lower one we have published in ischemia. We induce a stroke, and we saw that how methylation is dropping immediately after inducing a stroke in brain. And once we understood that within 6 to 24 hours, many methylases are dropping, going down. Okay, so we use one compound which blocks demethylases. If you block demethylases, they can't remove methyl group. And so the dropping of methylation, you can slow down, and you have recovery from stroke damage, less inflammation and fast recovery, and they go into regeneration. Yeah. So once you understand the mechanism of epigenetic regulation, you can find out some mode of therapeutic development. Yeah. So when you understand depression, we use animal models, because you can't ask a depressed person to give a part of their brain for a study, right? So in human, we can only do a non-invasive way of studying their brain, like NMR, MRI, to see inside what is going, how the structure is changing or not in brain. Yeah, but we can't take out the brain tissue. Another thing is, it's very difficult in animals to see. If you go to animal house, you don't know, seeing them, you can't say whether they're depressed, they're excited, they're happy, or they're sad. But in human, seeing their body language, seeing their facial expression, if the people around you, if they're happy or they're sad, you figure it out. Yeah. But it's very difficult to see, go in animal house and see whether your mouse or rat, they are happy or sad, until unless you run them through this series of behavior tests, battery of behavior tests. You will not figure out whether they're sad or they're happy. So if you give them sucrose, they like it, and they start drinking more any sweetened solution. But when you start giving them stress, and if they are developing a depression like phenotype, you can see that they develop anhedonia. Now they are not drinking enough sucrose. It means they develop anhedonia, and that shows the hallmark of depression. Similarly, like sexual drive goes down, they develop learned helplessness. If you give them social interaction, they always like to interact. We interact with each other or with friends or family because that is a gives us pleasure, social interaction. Okay, like but when you feel depressed, you don't want to meet friends, family, you close yourself in a room, you isolate yourself, it means your social interaction is going down. So similarly, yeah, that is hallmark of depression. Similarly, you use elevated plus image open field dark light test, and you can find out whether they are showing anxiety or not. So there are so many different behavior tests. I don't have much time to tell you, but we run a battery of behavior tests to know whether they are depressed or they have anxious. So we use a mouse model where I'm showing you the video. You can see the white mouse is aggressor mouse. He goes and he chases and he bites him, he kicks him, he bullies him. So basically, and this goes for 5 minutes every day. Can you see the video? Right? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
yeah. So basically, C57 black 6 mice is our model. We drop them in an aggressor mouse chamber, and for 5 to 10 minutes, the fighting goes on. We call social defeat. And after that, next 24 hours, we put a barrier in between so that physically he cannot harm, the aggressor cannot harm him. But next 24 hours, the poor guy has to stay with the aggressor, and he's always in emotional disturbance for next 24 hours, constant threat, so he becomes psychologically disturbed. So this psychogenic stress goes for 10 days. Next day, we put him in another aggressor's home cage, and then he undergoes social defeat. And after 10 days, when we test the behavior, social interaction, you can see that earlier the social interaction here, equal, but after defeat, now the social interaction has gone down. They don't like, they develop aversion to social stimuli. This shows they develop depression like phenotype. And when you give them, similarly, their sucrose consumption was good in the beginning, but after 10 days of the social defeat, they are not, they are not taking more sweetened solution, which they love to take. Yeah. So in depression, you develop anhedonia, that loss of interest to a pleasure giving stimuli. So if when these mice were given 28 days, 4 weeks saline versus imipenem or fluoxetine, which is antidepressants, you say here, this social interaction has gone down. Can you see here? And after a month of antidepressant treatment, it comes back, means they start interacting again, they start taking sucrose solution again, they're motivated again, they feel rewarded, and so they have come out of depression because of antidepressant treatment. So first time when we did, and when we looked into this area of brain, nucleus accumbens, which is a reward center, and we did chromatin immunoprecipitation followed by microarray, promoter microarray. So you can see all these in both the conditions, that in social defeat as well as in social isolation. Social isolation is, if you bring mice in in your animal house, they live 4 to 6 mice in a cage. But if you separate them, one mouse in each cage for 8 weeks and keep them in isolation, just one mouse in each cage, he becomes depressed because of isolation. So in both the condition, you can see the increase in transcriptionally repressive methylation mark S3K9 and S3K27 went up. You can see here, where is my cursor? Yeah, these red bars are methylation on each gene promoter. So hundreds of gene promoters methylation went up in both the model. But when we took social defeat model and gave antidepressants, can you see lower panel? All these red bars became green. So increased the transcriptionally repressive methylation, which went high when they were depressed, after antidepressant treatment, that it came back. So methylation was restored. So high methylation went down. Yeah. And so this was the first time we showed that increase in H3K9 methylation and S3K27 methylation. These are methylation which represses or silence the gene. So we saw many gene promoters, many genes which control this circuitry, reward circuitry, those genes became repressed because of increased epigenetic marks, increased methylation marks. And after antidepressant treatment, these methylation marks, which were high on many hundreds of promoters, they came down, and the genes repression was removed, and the animal started feeling better. So first time in 2009, we published that every day giving social defeat or a stress to a mouse can induce depression. This induction of depression is not because of mutation or anything. This was because this environmental stress induced change in circuitry, because it altered the gene expression. Gene expression went down because of increase in epigenetic methylation marks. And once you give antidepressants, they recovered from methylation, and they started feeling better. So one of my colleague that time he used a HDAC inhibitor, histone deacetylase inhibitor. He gave only for 15 days, and in this social defeat model, after 15 days of HDAC inhibitor, they all recovered from depression. And HDAC inhibitor worked better than antidepressant, and it worked fast. So what HDAC inhibitor did, HDAC inhibitor blocks HDACs, histone deacetylases, which increases methylation on gene promoter. Once methylation, increases acetylation. And once acetylation increases, it reduced repressive methylation, and they all recovered. Yeah. So now we have our lab people. Salil, my first PhD student, has started this work. So once we know that H3K9, histone H3 lysine methylation 9 plays very important role in gene repression in brain, in neural circuitry. So we started looking into all these demethylases, which are called JMJD domain proteins. Yeah. So he looked into KDM4 and KDM7 family, and they demethylate this S3K9 and S3K37. And one of the recent PhD student, Annapurna here, CC is now continuing this work. Salil is already in USA, and another student, Nitin and Swati, they all did this work, and they are also in USA doing postdoc. Yeah. So when we so we know that so when he mapped all these Jumanji domain demethylases, what these Jumanji domain demethylases do, they remove methyl marks from H3K9 and H3K36. So you can see that after 5 days of social defeat, some of the GMJDs are up, only one goes down. But after 10 days, all these GMJD 2A, 2B, and 2C, they all go down in depressed, insusceptible mouse. We also have one group of mouse, even after 10 days of 10 days of social defeat, they didn't go in depression. We are calling them resilient. Okay, so you can see in depressed mice, the GMJD going down. So once the JMJD is going down, we looked into methylation, and you can see the methylation is up in 5-day defeat, but in 10-day defeat, two important methyl transferases, which increase methylation, GLP and SUB39H1 on that promoter is high. So you can see methylation is high, after social defeat induced depression, and demethylases are down. Once we understood that demethylases are down, then what we did, we used one compound called DMOG. Here, DMOG. DMOG, what it does, it blocks the demethylases, Jumanji domain, and once it blocks demethylases, it increases methylation. And so when we injected 5 days, this DMOG, all these mice became depressed, even without giving them social defeat, without giving them a stress. So without giving a stress, if you just give DMOG, block demethylases, you are increasing methylation on many of the gene promoters, and the neural circuitry gets affected, and they start showing depression. So this was first time showed us that even so how understanding of epigenetic pattern like methylation, demethylation changes in neural circuitry in stress-induced depression model can give you a handle to reverse the phenotype, reverse the depression by giving DMOG, which blocks demethylases, increase methylation, and induce depression. And so we can develop some of the antidepressants by using some of by blocking the methylases, and reducing the methylation. Yeah, you can see after DMOG treatment, H3K9 and H3 di and trimethylation both went up. Yeah. So we also have looked into brain. Brain is very plastic. It has hippocampal neurogenesis. Hippocampus is very important area. Can I take another 5-7 minutes? I have time. Okay, because we are running short of time. So I will take, yes, 5-7 minutes, yeah, to finish. So in the same model, in hippocampus, neurogenesis can also go down. You can see the neurogenesis is going down this is nest in GFP mice. So GFP population is a stem cell population in brain going down. And this is double cortin staining. Double cortin is also going down. Double cortin is like an immature neuronal markers, newly born neuronal marker. So in social defeat, the neurogenesis goes down, and some of the JMJD you can see, JMJD 2C is going down, but 2D is going up. And when if you take this hippocampus, from adult mouse or from newly born mouse and place it into culture, primary culture, they make neurosphere. Big neurospheres. Neural stem cells proliferate and make big ball of neural stem cells called neurosphere, and you can induce differentiation, by removing the growth factor, and then you can ask questions. So here, once you see, we have given retinoic acid, phospholin, and we can see that you can see GFAP, means a glial marker. You can see MAP2, neuronal marker, sorry. And this way you can differentiate them. So once we so what we did, we blocked the JMJD2 classes, and we could find that these big neurospheres are becoming a small. Okay, and you can see that blocking the JMJD, the demethylases, can reduce the neurogenesis. So you can see the proliferation mark, nestin is going down, neuro D1 going down, SOX2 is going down. Yeah. So now I'm not showing too much data and boring you. What conclusion I'm telling, that one of the family was going up in depression when you induce depression. Another family, KDM7 family of demethylases, are going up. Sorry, their JMJD2 were going down. Here, KDM7 family of Jumanji domain members are going up. And so we when we overexpress you, so you can make a viral vector like AAV, how we are making vaccine, using associated virus. So you can overexpress a gene or block a gene by injecting these viruses. For blocking, you make shRNA vector and inject in brain. It has bisystronic GFP. You can track that where you have injected, and then when you do behavior, you can see that in forced swim test, in forced swim test, you can see there is immobility time increasing, means they are going into depression when you overexpress this one of the novel demethylase Riken 492150 Riken. We are working on this novel demethylase. So when you overexpress, they show depression, and so this works differently because it not work don't work only, it doesn't work only on S3K9, but it also works on other markers. Like when we looked into its label, it is changing in proliferating and differentiating hippocampal cells. And when we overexpress, they started showing anxiety and depression. Okay. And here, when we mutated its members, sorry, when we overexpress this Riken, you can see first is empty vector in cell line, then Riken, a demethylase, and then its mutated form. So when we overexpress, you can see that S3K for dimethylation is coming down, K for trimethylation coming down, K9 methylation coming down. So all these lysine methylation marks are coming in. So it's a novel demethylase. First time we are going to report. And when we pull down using a flag tag, so we wanted to know where this demethylase is binding on chromatin. So you can see on most of the chromosome it is binding. It is binding to more less on promoter region, but more on intergenic region. In genome, we have only less than 2% genome which codes for protein. The rest of the part are non-coding genome. So it is binding more to non-coding genome, also called, some of them are intronic region pseudogenes. So I'm not sure, I don't want to complicate it. I just wanted to know that where it is binding. So it is binding to hundreds of sites in promoter, hundreds of promoters. And then 10 of them we validated that it is binding on this. One of them was PAC1, which regulates dendritic branching spine formation involved in depression. And we can see that when you induce depression, Riken level changes. When you overexpress Riken, PAC1 changes, and it's how Riken controls it. So I'm just closing it. I don't want to go in details. I just, so basically, once you understand the mechanism and pattern of epigenetic marks, you can develop drugs. Why epigenetics is interesting? Unlike gene mutation, you can't correct it, because once it changes the sequence of the gene. But in epigenetics, basically epigenetics is silencing or overexpressing a particular gene by changing chromatin, by changing the way genes are arranged in chromatin, by tightening the chromatin, by opening up the chromatin, all those things, by methylating, demethylating. And epigenetics doesn't affect the gene sequences, ATCG. Yeah, it just affects the protein bound to genes, the histone proteins, their modifications, epigenetic modifications can also be guided by non-coding RNA, like long non-coding RNA, which we have also worked on PV pi RNA mediated, like pi RNA binding proteins and PV mediated regulation of PP, so what is called transposomes. So that story I may tell some other day. So since epigenetic mechanism doesn't alter ATCG, the gene sequences, so it is reversible. That's why if you use epigenetic modulators, you can reverse the dysregulated epigenetic patterns in cancer cells, in brain, and that has potential for therapeutic development. So I end this thanking some of my collaborators like in IICT, Dr. Suna Chakraborty, Dr. Vidita by the NTIFR, and Sodhaka Life Sciences for many of our genome-wide or epigenome-wide chip and sequencing, all those analysis, and DBT and CSR for all the funding support. Thank you.
Many thank you, sir. Any questions? Okay.
Yes, sir, it was a very nice presentation, very
you.
exciting and up to date to the university syllabus also. I would like to just discuss on this point that epigenetic factors, environment is interacting. Can we take it as that Lamarckism is coming back? Because after Lamarck's theory was proved wrong and Darwinism was in vogue, and still we consider Darwinism as the main source of evolution, then can your research and this be considered as the bouncing back of the Lamarck's theory of evolution?
Environmental factor were not being factored, but now because of advent of epigenetic mechanism and gene regulation, looks like Lamarck was not, he picked up the wrong example, but I think he was on right track. Yeah, only thing he picked up
I think you are right, but he was on the right track.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. That I wanted to know. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your great and enlightening lecture. It was very nice.
Okay, thank you.
So now the last speaker and the chairperson's note. It has been clubbed, and he is none other than Dr. Krishna Pandey, General Medicines Director, MD, General Medicines, the Honorable Director and Scientist G, ICMR, RMRIMS Patna. Give a thunder round of applause for the chairperson of the plenary session 1 and also the eminent speaker of these sessions. I take the opportunity, sir, to invite for your talk.
So, good afternoon, good evening. It's really a great experience to speak in this auditorium. And Dr. Chand invited me for this. I'll be talking in short because it's very, very late and another session is there. So this is regarding Kala-Azar elimination. As you know, our country is on the verge of Kala-Azar elimination, and Kala-Azar, you know, is prevalent in 4 states. Our state is the worst affected. Then Eastern Uttar Pradesh, adjoining that of Bihar, and the West Bengal and Jharkhand. Jharkhand previously, you know, was with Bihar. First slide. So these are some of our roles of ICMR, RMRIMS. What has been the progress? What are the milestones, issues? And we have published a lot of papers on, especially related to Kala-Azar elimination. Next one. Well, we provide research support to strengthen Kala-Azar elimination strategies along with the central government and the state government, the NVVDCP National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program, which is based at Delhi. We also provide training and capacity building at various levels, supervision and monitoring in collaboration with NVVDCP and state government. Next one. And we have done a lot of studies on surveillance, diagnosis, treatment, and vector control. These are the 4 main cornerstones for Kala-Azar elimination. Next one. Now, with regard to the surveillance, we started way back in 2006, and you can very well see the 4 states that were covered: East Champaran, Muzaffarpur, Saran, and Vaishali in Bihar. Uttar Pradesh, we covered Balia. Jharkhand, Godda, and West Bengal, 24 Parganas and Murshidabad. And we surveyed the houses. It was way back in 2006. Next one. And these are some of the studies which we did with WHO TDR. In phase 1, it was found that estimated incidence was greater than 22 times of the elimination target. And the elimination target is less than 1 case per 10,000 population at the block level. In phase 2 in 2007-8, we did the active case finding, and our institute was also one of the centers for WHO trial, TDR trial, where we did the clinical trial on miltefosine. In phase 3, active case detection with CAMP approach, incentive index case approach. In phase 4, increased use of miltefosine. Miltefosine is an oral capsule which we give for visceral leishmaniasis, also for PKDL. In phase 5, feasibility to combine ACD for VL and PKDL along with other febrile illnesses, because we do get malaria and tuberculosis, and of course typhoid. These are the other diseases which we get in that area where Kala-Azar is there. So we have to rule out these diseases. Next one. And we did a lot of studies on underreporting. In one of the studies which was published in the American Journal of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene, we found out that the reported cases were less by a factor of 4.17. Estimated incidence 10 to 20 as compared to passive reporting. Passive reporting was very less as compared to the estimated incidence. And estimated annual incidence 0.6 per 10,000 population as compared to 3.5 passively reported. Snowball technique was there. Then sentinel surveillance for Kala-Azar we did with NVVDCP and Vector and World Bank. And pharmacovigilance and therapeutic effectiveness of miltefosine was done at our institute with NVVDCP and World Bank. Next one. And with regard to the diagnosis of rapid diagnostic kits, and as you know, we are doing the testing for COVID-19 also. We are also testing the rapid diagnostic kits for COVID-19, and we have been doing it for the last 1.5 years now. We started last year. With regard to Kala-Azar, we have tested the rapid diagnostic kits, validated them. Next one. Quality assurance of various RDT kits of visceral leishmaniasis, malaria, and COVID-19. RK39 is a test, rapid kit test for visceral leishmaniasis, and we have found out that it is better. It is IgG based test, so it is better with a serum rather than blood. So we were missing 4% of the cases with regard to RK39 once we were doing it with blood in the field, rather than only 1 drop of blood is required for that. RK39 we have given to the program using urine and oral fluid samples, and the sensitivity and the specificity is also quite high with this. And we are doing PCR based diagnostic tool for PKDL, which is highly sensitive and specific for macular lesions. Macular lesions are the areas of depigmentation in PKDL. Next one. These are some of the clinical drug trials. I am a clinical medicine person, so I was involved in all the trials. Miltefosine phase 3, which is a capsule for visceral leishmaniasis. Paromycin phase 3, which is an injectable antibiotic. Sitamaquin phase 2, a capsule again. Amphomal phase 3, which was a brainchild of Dr. Kavita Khanna, who was wife of Vinod Khanna. And the combination therapy with miltefosine, ambisome, 93% cure rate. Combination therapy we have given at, and this paper was published in Lancet. We are also one of the authors with that. Comparative treatment of various regimens, single dose ambisome versus ambisome plus miltefosine, and the single dose ambisome 10 milligram per kg single dose is the treatment of choice right now for visceral leishmaniasis. And efficacy of and safety of fungizome, which is a new lipid preparation, which we are doing right now, and efficacy and safety of a single dose of liposomal amphotericin B in children. Next one. For PKDL also, we are doing some studies, combination studies. We did the miltefosine 8-week versus 12-week study. And for VLHIV, we are the only center in the world where we are treating visceral leishmaniasis co-infected with HIV at our institute. And we did a clinical trial, and that paper is coming out probably next week or next month in clinical infectious diseases. And I was the principal investigator for the study. Next one. With regard to the vector control, our senior scientist, Dr. Diwakar Singh Dinesh, is sitting over here, and he's a pioneer with regard to the vector control. We have replaced DDT with synthetic pyrethroids, deltamethrin and alpha cypermethrin, which Dr. Yadav was talking about. Then insecticide quantification kit, quality assurance tool for indoor residual spray, compression pump was replaced by the older stirrup pumps. This all we have given to the program, to the National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program for elimination of visceral leishmaniasis. And cement plaster walls skirting up to 9 inches showed 70% sandfly reduction. Next one. This is the vector control. There are 3 basic interventions: indoor house walls and floors plastered with lime, indoor durable wall lining containing deltamethrin, and bed nets impregnated with KO tab 123. So you can very well see Diwakar Singh Dinesh in that picture. Next one. And this is the GIS based software for predicting of sandfly density. And another senior scientist, Dr. Kesri, is not here, but he is one of the pioneers with regard to GIS based study. Next one. This is disease data management system, a pilot project which was created for malaria, dengue, and Kala-Azar, implemented in India for Kala-Azar elimination in Bihar, and integrated platform to capture all program-related data, planning, implementation, and impact. And we have been assisting the NVVDCP with this DDMS. Next one. This is again the same thing. You can get just on the click of a button, you can get every data with regard to the visceral leishmaniasis malaria. Next one. And this is one of our important achievements which we did for Kala-Azar elimination in Vaishali. It is being developed and replicated in the other districts. Next one. We did all these strategies. We did the indoor residual spray. We found the cases with active case detection. We brought them to our center, including VL, PKDL, and HIV VL. And we brought them to our center and treated them. So, and we monitored everything, all this, in the whole of Vaishali district. It has 16 PSCs, and we monitored all of them. Next one. And you can very well see the result. In 2014, overall 664 cases were there. In 2015, 396. And in 2016, it was 163. Now the cases have come down considerably, and the elimination target has also been achieved. Number of PSCs with greater than 1 case per 10,000 population was 13 in 2014. In 15, it was 7. And in 2016, it was 0. So it was a very big achievement, and the central government applauded us for this. And we were acknowledged in the Rashtrapati Bhavan for this. Next one. With regard to the human resource development, we imparted various level training and reorientation program as per the prevailing need to the medical officers. All the block medical officers where Kala-Azar is prevalent, we have been training them. District malaria officers, malaria inspectors, WHO medical officers, Kala-Azar technical supervisors, VBD consultants, vector-borne disease consultants, spray squads, and ASHAs. And recently, next week, we'll be training a group of doctors, 88 doctors and technicians from all over the Bihar state. Next one. So these are some of the milestones: support to the elimination program, rapid diagnostic kit validation for effective diagnosis, active case detection surveillance tools, camp index incentive approach. Miltefosine, we discovered it and we did the clinical drug trials on it. paromycin, amphomal short course combination therapy, single dose ambisome, which is currently the treatment of choice, 12-week miltefosine regimen for PKDL treatment, replacement of DDT with alpha-cypermethrin, which madam was pointing out that DDT should be replaced. So we have given it to the program, and now it has been replaced by alpha-cypermethrin. And the stirrup pumps have been replaced with compression pumps. Monitoring and evaluation toolkit with the support of WHO. Manpower development for proper implementation, and Vaishali model for Kala-Azar elimination program, and it has been now replicated to Siwan and Gopalganj as well as Saran. Next one. And these are some of the issues. This is the last slide. Of course, after this, we have just the publication list. Strategies to sustain elimination target, because for elimination to be achieved, we have to sustain it for a minimum period of 3 years. So we have to sustain it. This level of Kala-Azar elimination, we have to sustain it for a minimum period of 3 years. Specific strategies to achieve elimination target in the area which are still far away from the target. Prompt approach for new upcoming endemic areas, and a few endemic areas of visceral leishmaniasis in India are coming up. Like for example, we have got a few cases in Jammu and Kashmir. We have got a few cases in Kerala. We have got a few cases in Rajasthan. So these are the new foci, and these are all from that area itself. It is not exported from any other area. There are no Biharis living in that area. Of course, in Delhi, we do have patients, Bihari patients who have visceral leishmaniasis and get treated at Safdarjung Hospital and All India Institute of Medical Sciences. Prompt approach for new upcoming endemic areas, which we have already pointed out that a few new areas are coming up. Confirmatory diagnosis of relapse. We do not have any diagnosis for relapse. We have to do the splenic and the bone marrow aspiration, which has to be done with very experienced hands. We have the experience of doing it because a person can bleed to death once you do a splenic or a bone marrow. Bone marrow is not that tough. It's painful to the patient, but splenic aspiration is quite tough, and it has to be done with very, very experienced hands. And a person can bleed to death on the table itself. So there is no confirmatory diagnosis for relapse and reinfection at peripheral level, and early referral, because in Jharkhand, you see, it's a very big problem in Jharkhand, because there, most of the people, they go initially to Ojhas and the Gunis, and then after that to quacks. So it takes a minimum, we have got a study done on that, and it takes a minimum of 42 days for a patient to come to a doctor who is well trained for treating of visceral leishmaniasis, which is not very simple to treat at the village level. So it is a very big drawback with regard to this. And with regard to the lesions, macular lesions without any complication, and usually reluctant to seek treatment, invasive confirmatory diagnosis, prolonged duration of treatment, and Kala-Azar infection with HIV. We are treating patients of HIV Kala-Azar co-infection at our center with TB. That is another very problematic area, and pharmacovigilance of drugs under the program mode. Next one. And these are some of our publications. This is just the publication list. So Dr. Chand, I think I have finished in time. I would be more than glad to answer any question if you do have. Thank you. Yes.
So,
I have no question, but I want to add the future prospect which this institute is getting in the directorship of Dr. Krishna Pandey. He is completing 1 year on the post of director of RMRI, and during this period, many things are coming to the institute, and that will be beneficial to the program. And so one thing I want to add, that recently development has occurred that WHO had considered collaborative center to the RMRI. Another universities like BHU, Central University South Bihar, Pondicherry University, Indian Council of Medical Research, ICMR is going to start one MSc course to our institute. These all developments are in pipeline under the guidance of Dr. Krishna Pandey. And we hope that he will be very useful for us.
Thank you. We'd just like to reiterate that WHO has considered us as one of the collaborating centers for visceral leishmaniasis. Yesterday itself, we had a meeting from Geneva, and probably we'll be getting it in the next 3 or 4 months. So that will be a big achievement for training and all. And Dr. Diwakar Singh Dinesh has already pointed out that we'll be starting a entomology course, 2-year course, MSc entomology course, along with VCRC, Pondicherry, because that is one of the premier institutes with regard to vector control and all. So we'll be starting an entomology course, and Dr. Diwakar Singh and Vijay Kumar and all those will be the mentors with regard to that. So that is another achievement which we can have very soon. Thank you.
So thanks, Dr. Krishna Pandey sir, the director, honorable director, RMRI. And sir, you have just added one laurel to our conference by your gracious presence and by your gracious deliberations along with the keynote address. Now I invite Madam Professor Akhileshwari Nath, the former head department of zoology, Patna University, to felicitate the chairperson of the plenary session. One comes the distinguished speaker, honorable director, RMRI, Dr. Krishna Pandey. Ma'am, continue. So we are just honoring Dr. Krishna Pandey, Honorable Director, RMRI, by the golden hands of one of the James of the Zoology Department, Professor Akhileshwari Nath, former head Department of Zoology. So give a thunder round of applause for both Professor Dr. Pandey and Professor Mrs. Akhileshwari Nath. Ma'am. Now I request Madam Professor Mrs. Akhileshwari Nath to please chair the technical session, that is the plenary session 2. And the rapporteur will be Dr. Praveen Kumar, Assistant Professor, BN College, Patna. Praveen ji, please. Sir, it was our proud privilege, sir. You honored us, sir, by your gracious presence. Ma'am is like mother's. Sir,
Can I
please.
have one of these? एक हमको चाहिए।
ये चाहिए। लीजिए ना। अच्छा अच्छा हम बोल देते हैं फिर आप बैठिए।
नहीं वो हम जा रहे हैं।
2 मिनट हमको वो आप सबमिट करिएगा। By putting your signature. So the speaker in this session, there are 2 speakers. Tarit Rai Chaudhary, who is the arsenic man from School of Environmental Studies, Jadavpur University, Kolkata, and Professor S.K. Trigun, that is the head Department of Zoology, BHU, Varanasi. So, ma'am, please. And I'm inviting Professor Tarit Rai Chaudhary, who will be speaking on the groundwater arsenic contamination in West Bengal, India, with a special reference to its status, magnitude, distribution, health effects, food chain, contamination, and remedial measurements.
এটা কত এটা হচ্ছে না তো? You are muted. ফুল স্ক্রিন হয়েছে না হেডফোন এমনি শোনা যাচ্ছিল এতক্ষণ তো আমি শুনছিলাম হ্যালো মনে হচ্ছে কিছু একটা হচ্ছে ওখানে
You are audible, sir. You can start.
Yeah, hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, so can I start it now?
Yes, sir, you can start.
Yeah. So very good evening to all of you. I think we are near about 1 hour late. So we have to reschedule our program. So at first I want to thank to the organizing committee, particularly Department of Zoology, Patna University, for their special invitation to me, because I am familiar with this department quite a long ago through Professor Parimal Khan. He's a renowned person there. And now this time through Professor Chand. So thanks for your invitation and thanks for organizing this wonderful international conference on emerging bioscience research for rural and urban development 2021. So I like this particular theme. So our today's contribution is a joint research, the environmental disaster, worst environmental disaster which is going on for last 30 years. The problem came first time near about 1983-84. During that time, only West Bengal was affected. 2 blocks was affected with groundwater arsenic contamination. So at this moment, not only West Bengal, several other parts in Ganga, Meghna, Brahmaputra plain groundwater is affected. So today, now I am going to this live environmental story where we stand and what is the present status of groundwater arsenic contamination scenario, not only in Bengal Delta, in other parts of India as well. So our today's contribution is groundwater arsenic contamination in West Bengal, India, with special reference to its status, magnitude, distribution, health effects, food chain contamination, and mitigation strategies. Just a minute. So when the report came first time during 1983, only 2 blocks from West Bengal have been identified with groundwater arsenic contamination above 50 microgram per liter. During that time, the recommended value of arsenic in drinking water was 50 microgram per liter. And this is the present groundwater contamination scenario in West Bengal. So it started with 2 blocks, now 148 blocks from 14 districts have been identified with groundwater arsenic contamination above 10 microgram per liter. During 1983, considering the entire scenario of Ganga, Meghna, Brahmaputra plain, you see there was no other evidence other than these 2 blocks in West Bengal. And this is the present groundwater contamination scenario from Ganga, Meghna, Brahmaputra plain, starting from Allahabad, Kanpur tract, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Bihar, from where the conference is going to be organized. Patna is worst affected, and West Bengal, Bangladesh, and all the 7 northeasterly states, groundwater has been identified. This entire part is arsenic contaminated. School of Environmental Studies is working on this disaster problem for last near about 30 years. Just for your kind information, late Professor Khitish Chandra Saha, he was a renowned dermatologist from School of Tropical Medicine. He diagnosed first time about the arsenicosis patient. Later on, late Dr. Dipankar Chakraborty, the big man in this field, he was my PhD supervisor as well. He has done extensive research studies on this particular contamination episode. So School of Environmental Studies is involved in particular this kind of research for more than 30 years. You see from the reports what is coming in the screen. You see we have placed the groundwater arsenic contamination scenario, and this is the overall status from all over India. You see, this is a Bengali research paper, just I am converting it to English. Arsenic, more than 100 blocks in West Bengal has been reported with groundwater arsenic contamination. So apart from publication, apart from showing or publication our research to peer-reviewed international journals, several news media, several electronics media, they used to highlight our research studies always as a part of awareness program or mitigation strategy. The scenario has been totally changed. When the problem started 30 years before, it was limited only to consumption of contaminated groundwater, which was taken as drinking water. Now, after the entry of arsenic in food chain, because the same contaminated water is used for cultivation purpose, particularly in Boro cultivation season, that is summer cultivation season, apart from post-monsoonal cultivation, the entire agricultural system is groundwater dependent. As a result, a considerable amount of arsenic is coming out through groundwater. It is deposited on soil, and plants start to uptake arsenic in their body system. And as a result, finally, we can get a considerable amount of arsenic in cultivated crops and vegetables. So this was highlighted. You see, there are several news media. Kolkata's vegetables, rice and flour high on arsenic, says stop university. This is our research report. Kolkata Bajare arsenic thaba. That means arsenic enters in Calcutta food market. So this is the live research story what we are covering for last many years. Let us see, just I am giving you one example. What is the present arsenic contamination status in different districts of West Bengal? If you see, not 24 Parganas districts, there are 22 blocks. Out of 22 blocks, all the 22 blocks, we have identified arsenic contamination above its recommended value, that is 10 microgram per liter as per WHO or as per BIS, Bureau of Indian Standard. If you consider another district, Nadia, 17 out of 17. So 22 out of 22, 17 out of 17. So 39 out of 39. So these 2 districts are worst arsenic contaminated out of many more. And the asterisk mark, you see, the asterisk mark, the asterisk mark, you see, asterisk mark means the arsenical skin lesions have been present. That means the population in that particular zone, they consumed arsenic through many years, because arsenic is not a slow poison. It can take some more time for killing a person. So arsenical skin manifestations have been identified from those entire zones which is marked by asterisk mark. Now the question is, so after knowing all about the thing that groundwater is arsenic contaminated, maybe in some other places groundwater is quite contaminated, groundwater is nitrate contaminated. So why still we are withdrawing groundwater? Because in one word, we can say that there is no proper watershed management. Even not only consumption of drinking water, for drinking water, people are dependent on groundwater, even agricultural system is totally groundwater dependent. And the most important thing is groundwater is available throughout the year just by installation of one pipe and one filter that equals to 20 feet plus 6 feet, 26 feet. So just by installation of 26 feet groundwater is available throughout the year. That's why people used to think to install a personal tube well for their domestic purpose. And this is a very interesting observation. You see, this work was published in the world-renowned journal Nature in the year 1999. Arsenic concentration initially increases up to a certain depth, that is 40 meters, near about 140 feet under the ground level, then decreases with increase of the depth. This is the reason why the shallow aquifer is mostly contaminated with arsenic compared to the deeper aquifer. And this is another important study. Arsenic concentrations in many tube wells had been increased 5 to 20 folds within a span of 3 to 7 years. So what I told, arsenic concentrations in many tube wells had been increased 5 to 20 folds within a span of 3 to 7 years. That means one, suppose today we have found a tube well safe with respect to arsenic. That does not mean that particular tube well water will remain safe forever. With timing, arsenic may enter in the particular aquifer system. So whatever I am telling, presentation of different kinds of slides, all these are based on our own research work, which was published in peer-reviewed international journals. In each of the slides, you will see the complete citation list. Let us see the agricultural irrigation system in West Bengal. To meet the food demands of the increasing population in Bengal Delta, the growing season has been expanded from 1 to 4 or 5 crops per year. And rainwater alone can no longer meet the water demand of such intensive agriculture, since only limited rainfall occurs during the dry season. Another important thing is Boro cultivation, which is nothing but summer cultivation, which requires huge amount of water. So mainly using this groundwater, entire agricultural system, 80% of the agricultural system is dependent on groundwater. So groundwater withdrawal is very high throughout the year. Let us see the rice cultivation practice. Just I am giving one example. Just production of 1 kilogram of rice, 2,000 to 3,000 liter of water is required. Plants do not ask this amount of water for producing rice. This is the mismanagement of agricultural policy. Just for production of 1 kilogram of rice, we are using 2,000 to 3,000 liter of water, and the source of water is nothing but groundwater. You see, this is the example of one particular block, Deganga, which is located in North 24 Parganas districts. So considering all the shallow tube wells installed on the agricultural lands, the total arsenic that is coming out from all the shallow tube wells installed on agricultural land, 6.4 tons of arsenic is coming out from a single block, Deganga. And this huge amount of arsenic is deposited on the agricultural land soil. As a result, the cultivated plants, they start to uptake this deposited arsenic from the soil, and naturally a considerable part of arsenic enters in the different kinds of food crops. So at this moment, we can say the ingestion of drinking water is not the elevated source of arsenic. Maybe 20 years before, people used to consume arsenic only through drinking water, that is groundwater. At present, situation has been adversely changed. Even sitting in Calcutta districts, we are consuming every day a considerable amount of arsenic, because Calcutta is the city which is unable to cultivate crops and vegetables. For getting crops and vegetables, we have to dependent on the other districts of West Bengal, which used to produce crops and vegetables. And after producing crops and vegetables that were transported to Calcutta market, and these food crops is arsenic contaminated. So indirectly, Calcutta population is consuming a considerable amount of arsenic. So at this moment, we can say ingestion of agricultural fields with arsenic contaminated groundwater has led to arsenic buildup in soil, with consequent elevation of arsenic in crops grown up on the soil. And let us say we have found considerable amount of arsenic from different parts of West Bengal. Bihar is worst affected. Several units also extensively working on Bihar arsenic contamination. I am also involved in Bihar arsenic contamination issues. So we have found considerable amount of arsenic from arsenic exposed area, which is highly enriched with arsenic crops and vegetables, particularly the rice grain. Rice grain is the staple crop. You see in the figure, different kinds of crops and vegetables from different parts of West Bengal, we have found considerable amount of arsenic. And the problem is the arsenic that is located, that we found in crops and vegetables, that is inorganic arsenic, mainly arsenite and arsenate, that is most toxic and most carcinogenic. Just for sharing my knowledge with you, there are two different kinds of arsenic compounds are available on the earth's surface. One is inorganic arsenic and another one is organic arsenic. Organic arsenic is non-toxic totally, which is mainly available in sea environment. In our daily life, we used to consume a good amount of organic arsenic through consumption of lobsters, shrimps, crabs, etc. But that is non-toxic. But the problem is the food crops, the rice grain, the vegetables, what we are consuming through our daily dietary system, that is inorganic arsenic, that is toxic and that is carcinogenic. And from our research findings, we have found that approximately 90% of the arsenic is present in food crops as inorganic arsenic. And let us see the HPLC chromatograph of arsenic species in foodstuff. This is a rice grain. You see the presence of arsenic 3, presence of arsenic 5. You see this is a vegetable leaf cultivated from West Bengal. Presence of arsenic 3 and presence of arsenic 5. So what I told in my previous slide, inorganic arsenic only able to contribute 90% of the total content of total arsenic. Let us see, this is the two different seasonal cultivation of paddy. Rice grain accumulates huge amount of arsenic. So problem starts from here, as rice grain is our staple crop. But through research, we have proved that boro cultivation, that is summer cultivation, that is totally dependent on groundwater, boro cultivation contributes much more arsenic to rice grain compared to the post-monsoonal cultivation. This is post-monsoon, this is monsoonal cultivation. This is monsoonal. That means rainwater was used during cultivation. And this is pre-monsoonal cultivation. You see the arsenic accumulation is near about 3 times higher compared to the monsoonal cultivation. And this research work was published in Journal of Hazardous Materials in the year 2000. This is our group research publication. This is the difference between sand rice grain and parboiled rice grain. Means in Bengali, we used to call it atop chal and sheddho chal. Atop or siddh chal. So what is the difference between these two? we have found through our experiments, we have found higher accumulation of arsenic in parboiled rice grain compared to the sand rice grain. This is due to the reason during the preparation of parboiled rice grain, the farmers used to follow two-way boiling process using the same contaminated water from their domestic well for parboiling process. And during this methodology, the arsenic that is present in well water, it adds additional arsenic to the rice grain. So during this parboiling technology, arsenic is added in parboiled rice grain. That's why from our observation, we have found more arsenic in parboiled rice grain compared to the sand rice grain. And you see, our research reports have been covered. You see, the Hindu arsenic contamination is paddy rising in Bengal, says study. Chale arsenic dukte shorire. This is from a Bengali news media. And this is another very wonderful study from our group, which was published in Science of the Total Environment in the year 2020. As per our observation, we have found considerable amount of arsenic in rice grain, but we do not consume raw rice grain. What we consume, that is after its cooking. So what is happening during this period, starting from raw rice grain to cooked rice grain? What are the other factors? Maybe water is used for cooking the rice grain, and if the water is arsenic loaded, if the water is not arsenic loaded, so what will be changes in preparation of raw rice grain to cooked rice grain? And we have seen that the water that is used, if it is arsenic safe or less arsenic contaminated, a considerable amount of arsenic is released from raw rice grain to cooked rice grain. Situation becomes completely adverse if the water that is used for cooking rice grain is highly arsenic contaminated. In that case, this arsenic present in water, it contributes additional arsenic to the cooked rice grain. From this slide, it will be more clear. You see, in the case, low arsenic contaminated water was used for cooking rice grain, and we have found much reduction of arsenic in the cooked rice grain. In the case of high arsenic contaminated water, when it was used for cooking rice grain, you see there is a sharp increase of arsenic from raw rice grain to cooked rice grain. Let us see the picture of the school children. This is Chok Kamardanga Free Primary School. When he visited first time 3 years before, the school campus has two tube-wells. One tube-well contributed 550 microgram per liter of arsenic. Another tube-well contributed 350 microgram per liter of arsenic. This is the scenario. Not only this particular school children, I am 100% sure, because we have covered several other schools from different parts of West Bengal. The scenario is almost same, and I am quite confirmed. I am not sure whether any research unit is working on particular issue in Bihar, but it needs to start this kind of work, because these children, they are the future of our nation. They are consuming arsenic from their childhood. What a pity it is, even after getting independence near about 75 years, we are providing arsenic contaminated water to the school children. And whenever we found high concentration of arsenic in the school tube, we have extensively studied the other parts of arsenic, maybe from their domestic tube wells, maybe their different human body tissues like hair, nail, like urine, and we have found considerable arsenic. So these school children, they don't have any arsenical skin lesions, but we have found considerable amount of arsenic in their different kinds of body tissues like hair and nail. Hair and nail are the biomarkers which contains thiol group, which can chelate arsenic easily. So this entire population is subclinically affected with arsenic. This is the present scenario of India, not only in West Bengal, wherever you go. If you go to Bihar, if you go to Uttar Pradesh, if you go to Uttarakhand, if you go to 7 northeast states, The scenario is near about same. Let us see the risk factor from arsenic toxicity. If we consider the how much risk is coming through consumption of arsenic contaminated groundwater, you see 90%, 96% risk is coming through consumption of groundwater from arsenic exposed area, whereas 4% risk is coming through consumption of groundwater from controlled area. So that means controlled area still at this moment is much safer compared to the arsenic exposed area. If you compare the difference between water consumption and rice grain consumption, you see 55% contribution is coming from exposed area, whereas 45% risk is coming from controlled areas. So this is the danger. This is the topics of research interest, and we are extensively doing research on these topics. You see the scenario of Calcutta districts. We have studied rice grain. We have found the presence of inorganic arsenic species we collected from Calcutta district. Presence of arsenic 3 and arsenic 5, apart from presence of parts of DMA and MMA. So this is the present situation. Cancer risk factor is existing there for Calcutta population, and we have proved it. You see, this research was published in the Environmental Science and Pollution Research. What will be the fate of this domestic livestock? Because a human, maybe male or female, maybe can drink 3 liter, 4 liter water, but a cow or buffalo used to drink 40 liter of water, and there is no arsenic safe water. There is no management, no treated surface water these domestic animals can consume. They're consuming the same water that is coming out from people, and they used to consume 40 liter of water per day. Moreover, they used to consume different kinds of fodders, which are nothing but mainly crop residues, which contains huge amount of arsenic, because the arsenic that is present in rice grain, that is in least amount compared to the root of the paddy plant. It is in descending order. Root accumulates most amount, followed by root, stem, leaf, this, that, and the rice grain part, which accumulates least amount of arsenic. But this domestic livestock, they used to consume straw, root, this kind of food crops. So what will be the future? We have extensively done our research on these topics. You see, we have found the presence of arsenic in different kinds of animal byproducts, starting from goat meat, chicken liver, boiled egg yolk, boiled egg white, goat milk, all these different kinds of animal byproducts which we are consuming through our daily life. So arsenic is present in drinking water, arsenic is present in rice grain, arsenic is present in other crops and cultivated seasonal vegetables. Now arsenic is present in animal byproducts. So where we stand, our research report was covered by the renowned magazine Outlook, A Can of Poison, covered by different news media like Bengali news media, Bortoman, Anandabazar Potrika, Ei Shomoy, The Hindu, so many news media they used to cover our research. And considering this part, arsenic toxicity and human health effect, we have found considerable amounts of arsenic in different biological systems, starting from urine. Urine arsenic indicates the acute toxicity. Usually after consumption of arsenic to drinking water, 70% arsenic is excreted through arsenic. That means if arsenic is present in urine, that means that particular person is consuming arsenic contaminated water. But in the case of deposition of arsenic in other biological tissues like hair and nail are the slow biomarkers which contain thiol groups. And this thiol group, it binds arsenic in the enzymatic system. So we have found considerable amount of arsenic in different kinds of human biological tissues. And considering the arsenical skin lesions, all kinds of arsenical skin lesions, we have identified like spotted and diffuse keratosis, spotted and diffuse melanosis, leukomelanosis, dorsum, carcinoma, chronic bronchitis, all kinds of arsenical skin lesions we have identified in the affected population from West Bengal and other parts of Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, and even states. Are millions in Ganga Meghna Brahmaputra plain already exposed to arsenic contaminated water potentially as risk from cancer? So this was covered, you see the date is mentioned, covered by the Hindu 19th May 2018. A particular journalist who came from Bangalore to cover this story only. And he went to field along with me and my team members. So this is much required awareness and its proper publication. Local news media and sometimes coverages by different kinds of electronic media. Let us see the status between relation between nutritional status and arsenic toxicity. There is a direct relationship. We have found in our research that people with healthy nutrition suffer less from arsenic toxicity compared to the undernourished people. So this is a pity. Even today in India, especially Bengal Delta, Bangladesh and West Bengal, maybe also Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, all the parts, wherever you will go, 80% population, as per our research report, would not suffer from arsenic toxicity if they could get better nutrition. So there is a nutritional enrichment is required where this entire population is suffering tremendously from higher medium graded nutritional status, because nutritional status, if it is enriched, that can fight against arsenic toxicity in interbody system. I am coming to the next slides. You see selenium and zinc, these two are micronutrients and antitoxic to arsenic, but very unfortunately, due to the nutritional imbalance in the body system, nutritional poverty, we have found much lesser value of selenium and zinc, which is consumed through dietary intake as per their, if we compare with the recommended value, as per prescribed by the WHO or other organizations. So how the nutritional system will fight against arsenic toxicity, selenium and zinc. I am just giving these two examples. This can fight if we consume higher amount of selenium and zinc through dietary intake, that is able to fight against arsenic toxicity. But unfortunately, it would not happen. Recent research on arsenic and future danger, exposure to arsenic in drinking water during early childhood or in utero has pronounced pulmonary effects, greatly increasing subsequent mortality in young adults from both malignant and non-malignant lung disease. And the most robust impact of a mother's arsenic consumption on fetal gene expression as evidenced by transcript level in newborn cord blood. You see, this is the practical scenario. And considering the mitigation options, considering the state of West Bengal itself has 2000 millimeter of annual rainfall. Huge surface water body resources like ponds, rivers, oxbow lakes, hills, this and that. But what we are doing, having so many water surface resources, still we are taking out water from underground. And this is the reason what is going on for last 30 years. Maybe some places, this part is actually contaminated, that part is fluoride contaminated, other part is life contaminated, nitrate contaminated. And maybe uranium, I have seen through some paper in Bihar groundwater is contaminated with uranium in some parts. So considering the different existing arsenical removal technology at lab scale, that is working nice. I have nothing to say. 98 to 99%, that is the working efficiency. But whenever you transfer lab technology to field technology, in field level, it needs proper evaluation and proper monitoring. It is not maintaining. This is the pity. You need to change the filter after some time. This is not happening. That's why even after working the arsenic removal system with quite efficiently, this filter technology would not work for a long time. And after working near about 25 years, after involvement near about 25 years in this kind of field, and this is my best option or best suggestion or best recommendation to use surface water after its proper treatment. We can temporarily think to remove arsenic using some technology from arsenic contaminated groundwater. That cannot last because India is a huge country, 130 crores population. It is possible in Switzerland. It is possible in Sweden. It is possible maybe in France or Italy. But considering India, considering its vast population, we cannot adopt this type of worst thinking technology. The treatment of arsenic contaminated water using some particular technology and will provide arsenic free water to the villagers. So we have to think, we have to give importance on rainwater harvesting system. We have to give importance on surface water body preservation and their proper treatments. And not only through drinking water, we have to think on its treated water implementation in cultivation purpose. And this is an alternative removal system for reduction of arsenic in soil crop system. Recently, we have developed a unique technology, just rice seed priming with potassium humus for improvement of seed germination, seedling growth, and antioxidant defense system. This was published in Ecotoxicology and Environmental Safety in the year 2021. The potassium is able to reduce arsenic. In very recent, we have published another research in environmental pollution where we have used sodium sulfate as a fertilizer, and that sodium sulfate is also able to arrest arsenic in soil plant system. So if this arsenic is arrested, the plant is unable to uptake that arsenic, less amount of arsenic will be donated to different kinds of food crops. So we have to think this kind of positive way. You see, this was published in several news media. Thane arsenic group, they showed example to us that researchers have found some technology which is able to arsenic in soil plant system and another important thing, you see this figure, here is present Professor S.P. Shinadai. He is the chairman of Fluorine Task Force Committee, Government of West Bengal. Chairman Arsenic Task Force Committee, Professor Kejanar, along with me. So this is this kind of societal conference or societal seminar, what you are doing today, organizing a wonderful conference on a very wonderful theme. I like the theme you selected. So this kind of awareness is much required. Considering the world's resources, if we compare the entire water resource, groundwater contributes only 1.05%. So out of 100, groundwater contributes 1.05%. But for the entire system, starting from drinking, cooking, other household purpose, cultivation, for each and everything, we are dependent on groundwater. You see, it's the time to tax. It's time to tax. I am taking just a 1 minute. Just I will take 1 minute. It's time to tax groundwater. Is published in the Hindu. If we are not careful, the situation will come like this way. Water scarcity, what was happened in several cities.
Speaker is waiting.
South India.
The next speaker is waiting, sir. Please.
Hello.
Conclude, sir. Please
slowly
conclude,
the effect.
doctor.
Yeah. Just I will take 1 minute more. Yeah, 1 minute.
Okay.
I came to the last slide. Yeah, I came to the last slide. So if we are not careful, things will come like this. Slowly, the effect of water crisis will be more severe in developing countries than many atomic explosions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for very nice presentation.
This is my research unit. I feel proud for my research unit, but whatever I am today, credit goes to my school.
Thank you, sir.
For contributing
Thank you.
significantly in this part of research. Thank you very much.
Thank you for giving the suggestion about arsenic removal by potassium and also by adding sodium. So you have explained everything about arsenic, how it enters in soil and food and its contamination and also effect on health. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for your invitation as well.
Now I invite Dr. Tarit Roy Chaudhary.
No, I have finished. I have finished.
Oh, thank you, sir. Now I invite Professor S.K. Trigun, Head Department of Zoology, Banaras Hindu University, BHU. He will speak on epigenetic therapeutics for hepatic encephalopathy, a metabolic brain disorder. Very interesting topic. Yes, yes, Dr. Trigun. Please start. जबकि इनका ज्यादा his topic is more interesting. ये तो है कनेक्शन, यहाँ तो है, उनका नहीं है। मैंने आप लोग ऑफलाइन कर दिए? नहीं, वो खुद वेट करके ये तो रिक्वेस्ट कर लीजिए उनको। नहीं, कोई टेक्निकल डिफिकल्टी होगी।
हाँ सॉरी सर, चांद बोल रहे हैं सर। सर प्लीज सर जस्ट अ मिनट सर यू प्लीज सर ब्लेस अस बाय योर 10 minutes टॉक ओनली सर। मैडम अखिलेश्वरी नाथ सर मैडम हाँ कल तो आपको पुणे जाना है सर, वो तो मालूम है सर। चेयरपर्सन मैम इज रिक्वेस्टिंग सर, चेयरपर्सन मैम अखिलेश
sincere thanks to Dr. Arvind Kumar. I would like to express my sincere thanks to Dr. Arvind Kumar, Department of Zoology, Patna University, for this grand event. I must congratulate him and his team, Dr. Parimal Khan, Dr. Paul, Dr. Chand, Dr. Satyendra Kumar, and our dear Gopal Sharma. But he is a big man now. He's director, Geological Survey, Society of India, Survey of India. तो इतने बड़े बड़े लोग हो गए, मेरे सभी बच्चे बहुत बड़े हो गए, इसलिए हमें तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है.
One thing, madam has hidden one fact. She did not tell me, but I will tell you, like you are my student, I am her student. You know, I am her student. So it is honor that today I am with madam on this dais. And
I request Professor Dr. Arvind Kumar, our head of the department, to felicitate our patron, rather, Madam Akhileshwari Nath, the former head department of zoology, by presenting memento and shawl. Give a thunder round of applause for our guru, godmother, former head department of zoology, Patna University, Madam Akhileshwari Nath.
And I am feeling greatly honored and privileged to felicitate madam today.
Congratulations, John. एक दिन खाली इनका वाइवा हम करवा.
मैम आज भी आप वाइवा ले सकते हैं.
Thank you so much. From my mother alone.
One more.
Wow.
Moment.
पूरा टीम इतना अच्छा.
Naturally, I am really, madam, I'll tell you, out of 10 stars, now only one Lal Bahadur is there. Even then, I am running the department. That I feel greatly, you know. No, naturally. Yeah, so it is inspiration, you know, it is inspiration.
Back. So with this, the session comes to an end for today. And the last speaker of the plenary session 2, Professor S.K. Trigun, Head Department of Zoology, Banaras Hindu University. It has been shifted to 11:30 a.m. Sharp tomorrow. So I hope that you people have enjoyed the conference today, and there was a series of lecture. So with this, the program comes to an end for this day. So we are waiting once again for your gracious presence on tomorrow, plenary session 3rd at 9 a.m. sharp. Thank you very much.